hero estes dari tim Red Canids yang bisa dibilang membawa mereka mendapatkan kemenangan di Grand Final saat MPL berhasil. Jadi dua-duanya sama-sama bisa memiliki estes dan di-ban begitu saja. Tapi first pick dari tim Red Canids adalah Yi Shunsin.
Benar juga. Dan bahkan Yi Shunsin ini dia amankan juga ketika dia bermain di regionalnya. Dia jump style emang suka bermain dengan ISS walaupun beberapa kali ISS-nya tidak cukup baik di tangan jump style, tidak bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. But it's okay. Cuma terbuka untuk seorang Pak Kuito yang dibilang oleh seorang Opung Wawa tadi. Pak Kuito dari Edward yang sangat-sangat tinggi menggunakan seorang Pak Kuito dari sisi offense-nya. Dan satu hero dari seorang ONIC Venus terbuka, Matilda.
Yes, antara Matilda atau Rafaela, tapi aku prefer Matilda banget. Buat dia bisa bermain dengan defensif dan juga agresif untuk nge-cover teman-teman yang lain juga. Dan ingat ketika...
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível. Ayat, tabok kit.
Sạm nữa thiết.
Xem mòn tên bỏ bóng.
Tao, liền chắc, bán bỏ. Tao chưa? Tao chưa.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia, sama-sama punya mimpi, Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Penguin Indonesia.
Di kejuaraan dunia.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
to remind ourselves there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
We have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. Bu sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yapamaz. Kadınlar boks yapmamalı. Kadınlar güçlü değildir. Ben farklı düşünüyorum. Sınırlamalar ve engeller onları en az beklediğimiz anda ortaya çıkar.
Ancak bizim kaderimiz bu sınırlamaların üstesinden gelmek.
Sınırlarının seni zorlamasına izin verme.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we turn to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we turn to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah.
starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has been legendary!
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
down.
At air, tabok kit. Sẵn rồi thiết.
Xem model bawang.
Tah, lihat cap, bát bỏng. Tah chưa? Tah chưa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Penguin Indonesia.
Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back.
On our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
To remind ourselves there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot. Tinawid mo anumang ilog mo, anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
We have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. Bu sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yap.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline, cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away.
I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah.
Love the adrenaline,
Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion.
I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm running up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let.
Let's go.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship is back in Singapore. And the first day of the group stage has been off to a great start. We began M3 with a showdown between two MPL champions, Blacklist International from the Philippines and Red Canids representing Brazil.
Actually, very good defense from the side of Red Canids. Still able to defend the Lord, but it is going to be Edward jumping with the Bravest Fighter, connecting onto the damage. The jump style will be caught very low, but Edward will lose his immortality. Crossbow Tangos and Pop on the base is going to be the target of Blacklist International with the first win here at the M3 World Championship.
Up next, Videl of Turkey asserts dominance over the Latin America representative, Malvinas Gaming.
Fatal thing to do is going to be Alien in the backside doing a lot of damage. Steppe will be next to the dropping block. That's going to be Adrian taken down. The killing spree picked up, and Harley is going to be next on the dropping block now in a 1v1. Alien versus Quinn. The stun comes up, and Quinn will be able to pick up one, but at what cost?
The agents of Blacklist International pulled out all the stops against Videl's surprise fanny pick.
How about that? Yeah, again, he's just... Wow, damage coming in for the follow-up, and Ohead trying to chase him down. Asmo still able to run away, but Ohead comes in for the triple kill with that flicker. Paranoid doesn't want to leave it at that, though. He goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down. The Maniac.
The Peruvian boys overcame Red Cannons in the South American Derby.
Kashi is going to be next right here. He is going to be able to get the death as well to the real world vision, and Singh will be able to zone 3 members once again, and he wins down to that trade. Finally gets taken down, but he takes one in the process.
The MPL Philippines maintain their clean sweep with a win under 10 minutes over Malvinas Gaming.
Falling down here, they immediately find the catch, and maybe some kind of retribution on Wise, possibly. Oh no, Quinn came in wrong. He did not time his dash well. That's going immediately. Stephy's just wondering where to go. Guys, where's everyone?
And Red Cannons overcame Videl to force a 3-way tiebreaker.
Farway falls down. Frost gets him. They're wailing away at the base. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be game. Red Cannons take today's final bout.
Red Cannons showed that they are the better South American team in Group A.
Attacking the Phobius might not be a good idea. Oh, Luna answers back with an I'm offended for the ages. Tempest of Blade, Stephy gets knocked up. It's slammed down. That's 2 for none so far for the Red Cannons. Make that a 3 for none. Oh,
But ultimately, they fell to the hands of Videl. And it's the Turkish that will book a slot at the upper bracket.
And trying to do some damage, trying to bait out the minions, but the base is simply going to be targeted by Paranoid. He goes in, and Videl will be the second team to qualify to the upper bracket from Group A.
And now, are you ready for Day 2 of M3 World Championship? Let's begin.
Good afternoon, beautiful fans of the game all around the world. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends World Championship. M3 has been incredible here, and it's good to have you guys back for day number 2. Things are going absolutely crazy here in the arena. It's 2 p.m. here in Singapore. Lovely, beautiful day if you are here. And now, don't forget, guys, that this entire tournament, the M3 Mobile Legends Championship, World Championship, is powered by Munson, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and not to forget, presented to you by TikTok Live. And it's because of these guys, this entire tournament is happening. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, we finally have the Dreamcast here today, the new with the old here, Mirko, the new kid on the block. It's great to have you on the casting table.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Gideon. It's a pleasure to work with you guys again here, Wolf and Gideon. But man, day 1 was a grueling day. We saw all the 3 teams basically fighting for their spot there in the upper brackets. And for day number 2, we're not going to expect anything less than greatness. It is the group of death. Many analysts, casters, everyone in the world have labeled this group to be the group of death, with both ONIC, Todak, and Keyd as well.
It's going to be one of the hardest groups here, but that's just the views of the new kid on the block. Let's go over to the veteran here. You've been into every single M tournament here, Wolf, just like me. It's good to have you on the desk, Wolf.
Thank you so much for calling me old. Or
Hey, I'm old with you.
You're with me. Here's the thing. I'm always thankful for the opportunity to be here, and I'm glad to say that I really appreciate every support of all the fans out there, and obviously for Munson for making this happen. Most importantly, it's gonna be a very difficult day number 2 opener for us. imagine this. Gideon in the middle from Malaysia. On his right, it's Mirko from Indonesia and me from Philippines on the left. It's gonna be very tricky because it's ONIC Philippines versus ONIC Indonesia with Gideon in the middle.
Look, I'm gonna be neutral ground here for everybody out there. It's going to be absolutely crazy. But guys, if you're coming over to check out the M3 tournament, then you've got to know about the Singaporean Tourism Board, who has supported all of this to make this happen. Are you looking forward to maybe hashtag Visit Singapore? What would you like to do a little differently? Would you like to see Marina Bay Sands? Would you like to go and check out the Merlion? They've got everything here, but make sure you follow at @visit_Singapore and don't forget the hashtag Passion Made Possible to share what you're looking forward to do here in Singapore. I've got a whole bunch of facts ready to be read off when the time comes, but we'll have to wait because right now we have to keep in mind this is going to be so difficult. Let's look at today's matches and tell you guys why it is the group of death.
Let's take a look at it right here, man. ONIC taking on ONIC here. Indonesia versus the Philippines. Basically, what we can get at this is Wolf, you're on the other side. I'm on the right side. Gideon's the mediator, right? Yeah. He's just in the middle, stopping us from getting to a fight. But on the second match, we also have Todak taking on Keyd. ONIC taking on Keyd in the third match. ONIC Philippines going against Todak. ONIC versus Todak in the Indo-Malay Derby. And in the final match, we have ONIC Philippines going at it against Keyd.
Ooh, this is a tough one. Wolf, I know you're going to be excited about our very first matchup, but what else can we look forward to throughout this group stage?
Okay, so Todak versus Cage Stars, it's going to be tricky because some teams might argue that, okay, Cage Stars did not win their MPL anyways. They might not have a chance against a champion, in a former champion in Todak, championship caliber as well. But what I really like about Cage Stars when you look at them is that they almost won against Red Cannons. And that is something to say. I mean, technically speaking, a lot of fans actually, when I talk to them, especially Cage Stars fans, they always claim, oh, we could have won that. We could have won that. But of course, we'll see how they prove themselves in the international scene.
I mean, you say that. I'm trying to figure out whether you're trying to take shots at Malaysia or even the Brazilians here. I might be leaning towards Mirko's side as this matchup is about to begin here. But let's not forget our very first matchup happening here today, as they have mentioned before, and what everybody's excited for. It's going to be ONIC versus ONIC. It's going to be absolutely crazy. But before we even get close to that, we have to thank everybody here for making this tournament even remotely possible. We have to thank Razer, the official gaming gear, Toomey, the official travel partner, Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, Frank by OCBC as our official payment partners, Singtel, our official network partners, MeWatch, our partners in esports, not forgetting the global social network partner, Facebook Gaming. Thank you to all of our sponsors for making such an epic world championship, especially in the Mobile Legends community. Now, back on topic here. Let's get into the dirty stuff here. I shall be your mediator amongst these two heavy competitors because we do know that both Indonesia and as well as Philippines have been the most predominant forces here, especially in the Mobile Legends scene.
You know, I'll start it off, man. I'll start the case here for ONIC Indonesia. Then we can go back and forth a little bit, right?
Okay, all right.
Last time we met, Wolf, it didn't turn really well for ONIC Philippines. So personally, I do have ONIC ID winning this matchup, though I am very open to surprises here. Based on statistics, ONIC, they've won everything so far here in the road to M3. What's your case now, Wolf?
Well, the case is very easy now. You have talked to Coach Mars and some of the ONIC Indonesia boys, and they say that they're only afraid of one. Not Blacklist International, they're only afraid of one Filipino team, not Blacklist International, particularly ONIC Philippines. They have been screaming a lot. And when I asked Coach Yeb, he claims, again, this is a claim, right?
Inside information?
He claims that throughout MPL Season 8, it was always ONIC Philippines winning more in scrims. Okay. So that's spicy. That is a claim, by the way. That is a claim.
I know. I'm hearing both arguments here, but I like to go based on track record. You know, Indonesia, M1, they did a good job, but the Filipino region, M2, happening earlier this year. That's, I don't know. I just like stoking the fans up here. You guys in the comment section, or if you're in the live chat, please let us know, who are you supporting? Is it going to be hashtag ONIC PH or hashtag ONIC Indonesia, because only one team is going to be able to make it today. And that's only the first point here. Remember, the entire format, nobody's going to get eliminated, so really this is going to be a proving ground, a little bit of a taste tester, like a cheese platter.
So, my question for Mirko is, and I'm sorry that I'm asking questions here, Gideon.
No
but
worries.
In the Philippines, ONIC is doubted like a team with mechanical skill. Like if we're looking at Blacklist International, surely that they're good at their whatever role they have. But the players in ONIC Philippines, you can argue that they're like the best in each of their role. Like you can argue that Kyrie is very explosive. Now I don't know how that is translated in Indonesia, because I've heard that it was argued that have the better skills, but is ONIC Indonesia somewhere along those lines?
Look, I mean, before we even get to this, let's introduce the ONIC team lineup. It's going to be Trian, Boots, CW Stance, as well as Keyboy here. The last Kage Stance. Take it away, Mirko.
On that note, Wolf and Gideon, as you just introduced all the 5 members, RRQ, they've been getting a lot of shine recently, right? In terms of their mechanics. Individually, they're insane. But, man, I have to say, ONIC ID in the grand finals against RRQ, not only did they out-macro RRQ, but they out-mechanic them. They out-skilled them in the laning phases, in every step of the way. This is the team, wrecked. The world champion, M1 world champion, said in an interview. Why is it so frustrating going against ONIC? They have no holes in their game. They're good, well-rounded, and they have the deepest hero pools in MLBB, all right? You can take a look at every single one of these players in the roster, and every single one of them has a full sheet of paper to their name in terms of heroes. But now it's time for ONIC Philippines.
Yes, with ONIC Philippines, their team lineup here, it's going to be Hatred, Darsky, Marky, Kyrie, and as well as Bloisky here. I'm kind of sold. He kind of sold me on ONIC Indonesia, but sell me ONIC PH.
All right, so ONIC Philippines, they know exactly what they need to do against ONIC Indonesia. Look at this. Hatred is playing mid, and Bloisky is playing roam. This is a total switch up. Normally, the lineup that ONIC Philippines deployed during MPL Season 8 was Bloisky in the mid lane and BMO. Now, BMO is not seen, at least in this card. And even as we saw the cameras, BMO wasn't there. This also confirms some of the fan theories when they saw some screenshots of their rank games where Bloisky is playing now the tank and Hatred playing the mid. What really is scary about this is that Hatred will be unleashed. And unleash the hate is something in the Philippines. It's a thing in the Philippines, because when you unleash hate now in the mid lane as your explosive mages or your assassin, together with Kyrie and the leadership Bloisky, that is something that I don't think that anybody can stop when it comes to mechanics.
Ooh, tough bargains here on either side. I'm kind of sold on both sides of the ONIC spectrum here. We're expecting to see some of the best Mobile Legends we've seen thus far, and especially since day one. That was some tough competition, especially for people outside of the MPL. Let's see whether the rest of Southeast Asia is able to kind of maintain that level of cleanliness, execution-wise, because I'm hearing from both sides, keyword, mechanics. Right? I'm hearing from both sides, leadership. I'm hearing from Mirko's side, they're like, these are literal doctorates in their own roles. Both very convincing arguments here, but more importantly, it's about the brains, it's about the brawn, it's about the coaches. We gotta look over at Coach Mars. Tell me more about him.
Man, Coach Mars, again, like we said, he has so much to do here in the draft. He has a lot of options is what I'm trying to say, all right? Again, like we mentioned, that hero pool, very, very deep for every single member here from the side of ONIC ID. But one thing that ONIC has really, one of their main success roots is playing for Boots. Boots has had a stellar season here in Season 8, MPL ID Season 8. He was the main star. He was the MVP of the regular season. Why? Because this man is just so consistent. And finally, ONIC has decided to go and play for his side. Getting him ahead in the lane is just amazing. The impact that it has on every single game has been immense here. And that's what I think they might go for here again. But again, not overlooking CW or any of the other players here from the side of ONIC ID, because that's the thing about this team. If Boots fails in his lane, everyone else can cover for him.
I mean, the stonks are seemingly really strong coming in from ONIC, but sell me Coach Yep here coming from ONIC Philippines. This is all you, Wolf. I mean, you guys are tight.
Yeah, we tight, yo. Yeah, I had a chance to actually work with this guy, particularly in the off season of MPL Season 8. And guess what? Coach Yeb actually came from a team that went 0-14 in MPL Season 7.
Ooh, that's rough.
That is definitely rough. But, you know, a lot of problems that happened in there, including the problems that they faced with the pandemic. But Coach Yev, no matter what happens, you'll never hear, you know, bad comment from his players. That's how good it is. So he's very smart, but at the same time, I think that he flourishes more with his leadership as the big brother, or at least the uncle of the team, you know. And he always makes sure that he touches the players up until they're, you know, even with their personal problems, even with how they're dealing, because he believes that majority of how you can perform in a game is when your mentality is super sound.
I see.
Right? So he's more. I wouldn't say that he's more of a life coach. I think it's a 50-50 toss-up within a life coach as well as a technical coach for the team.
No, I totally get you here. I'm hearing a lot of keywords that I absolutely love. Coming in from Wolf, we're hearing a person who's not only the brains, but he's also making sure he's got the IQ and the EQ to keep the team tip-top and sharp. But I like what I'm hearing from ONIC Indonesia, especially if I got to invest some money into this. Oh my goodness, consistency seems to be their key. Is it going to be explosiveness, or is it going to be the go and get rough? Don't worry, we're steady, bro. I'm not entirely sure. And for me personally, I think a lot of it is going to come down to the draft. And we're hearing from Bucks, but I want to hear from you, Wolf. Now that they've kind of switched things up, and especially with the roles, how is this going to affect the draft?
Okay, so I think it is gonna affect it, like, maybe positively in a certain angle. For example, the mid lane. Most importantly, the mid lane. Now, say what you will about Baloyski, is amazing. But when it comes to like a bigger hero pool, you can have that from Hatred. He's willing to play anything. And he is a real role player. And I've talked to Baloyski as well. I think that he's more comfortable now in the position 5 or the roam role. And he also played that anyways before, so he's gonna be really comfortable with this.
I mean, comfortable or not, I can't get excited enough for this. And you guys could be checking out all this action. Catch the M3 World Championship live on MeWatch from the 6th to 19th December and win various in-game rewards while doing that. So, what are you waiting for? Switch on to MeWatch and watch ONIC Esports versus ONIC PH right now. You do not want to miss this game. But, come back to you. ONIC Indonesia, right? These guys are the champions here. And I'm knowing the way MPL Indonesia usually works, you don't usually get multiple champions in a row. What did ONIC Indonesia do this season that was different, that made him worth this while? Yeah, I think if we want to talk about Season 8, we need to go back to Season 7 first. Because it's very similar. For ONIC ID, they've actually stayed very consistent back in Season 7 all the way to Season 8 as well. In Season 7, they actually were the top in the regular season. They were the #1 team. But coming into the playoffs, they weren't able to handle the pressure. They fell, they crumbled under that pressure, and that is where they falter. But with that building block, basically with the foundations that they've laid in Season 7, they just kept on building at it, stayed consistent, and in Season 8, you can see the development, not just by the skills, the teamwork, the synergy, but also their mentality. That is what they need to get those championship titles, and that's exactly what they have right now.
And you know, that is something that I always preach to my Filipino co-casters. When of course, the Filipino fans as well. Whenever I talk about ONIC Indonesia, I always like commend how they were able to recover from that MPL Season 7. They stuck through with the same lineup. Speaking, they developed their players. When I even had a chance to talk to Coach Mars, and it's all about just building that. Imagine like being on top of the group stages in MPL Season 7 and then just losing 2 straight series in the playoffs. Any management or any coach will say, okay, let's dismantle this team. Let's get another player.
Okay.
But they stuck through it. And that's one thing that I always commend about ONIC Indonesia. That championship for MPL Season 8 and the eventual MPLI championship, that is a fruit of them trusting their composition right now. Absolutely.
All right. I like it. I like the way that things are kind of shaping up. We've got like some very interesting storylines between both of these teams already. But talking about the captain, the mid laner matchup, Jangan versus Baloyski. Now, I know a lot of fans are going to get real riled up about this. Talk about hero pools because the draft is about to begin. What are primary heroes we should be keeping an eye out for? For Drian, at least, this is what I can say. You do not want him to get the Farsa or the Yves. He has stayed consistent, 100% win rate here on both of those heroes throughout Season 8, not losing a single game on those two heroes.
Okay, but now, since that, obviously we had to kind of keep an eye out on Bloisy. If it's Bloisy or Hatred, for all we know, they could decide on the draft itself to switch up. What's the hero pool? What are we looking at here?
So definitely the Farsa and Eve is there. When it comes to dealing with ONIC Philippines, they have this strategy that we call the mid-money strategy, where their mid laner is kind of a scaling hero, like your Naden, sometimes your Beatrix, sometimes even the Claude. And Claude actually in the mid lane is something that both of these teams share. So, to answer your question, I think we might not even see like a mage in the mid lane. Or at least we get to see like a scaling hero in the mid lane. Like your Naden, your Beatrix, sometimes the Popol and Koopa even, although the Popol and Koopa will be in the side lane. So really so much to expect.
Your team
Even
is
Farsa,
banned.
I would say, will definitely be banned here. If not stolen.
Well, that's true. If not stolen, I think both sides can utilize it really well. Now, ONIC PH going to be on the blue side with ONIC ID going to be on the red side. It's going to be the Phoveus as well as the Matilda band, and also coming in from Indonesia, it's going to be Ling as well as the Yves. We'll see how this shapes up, but so far, based on what I've seen so far, I'm expecting Farsa and Yves to not even touch not even touch the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, both of the teams, they are going for full respect. Again, both of these teams, they know exactly who their opponents are. They are basically brothers. You can call them brothers. They're from the same parent organization here. ONIC versus ONIC. I think if we can set aside the rivalry just for a bit, Philippines and Indonesia, either way, it's ONIC time. And here we are going to see the final ban coming in from the side of ONIC ID. One more respect ban is going to be great. Hayabusa on the hands of someone like Kyrie. Very, very flashy, explosive. Like Wolf mentioned earlier, they need to take this away from Kyrie. And exactly that is going to happen. ONIC ID picking off that Hayabusa for Kyrie. ONIC, though, with the response.
I love it. I love it. So far, I mean, these are all things that we should have been expecting. And from yesterday's games, we have a lot. But this is what I wanted to get to. We finally get to see on a world stage how an Amon is going to start shaping up.
Okay, the best thing about the first picked Amon is that there's not much counters on it. The Phoveus is already banned. That's a problem for him. And now with the Matilda also banned, Amon might have a free-ish game here. The best thing about it is that this is an open pick. We don't know if this is going to be jungle, if this is going to be a gold lane Amon, or a mid lane Amon. And I tell ya, ONIC boys, the ONIC Philippines boys, they love that. Now, ONIC Indonesia, I do love their response. This is the Beatrix. And then again, another flex pick. You don't know if this will be a mid lane Beatrix or will this be a gold lane Beatrix.
Yeah, but that's the story overall, right? Every single time you are on the red side, you're kind of looking for these bigger flex picks, have something that's a little more straightforward, like the Paquito and that flex pick of Beatrix, to kind of see what your opponents are going to solidify in the second phase.
Absolutely, but there you go. It's going to be the Rafaela to counter the Paquito perhaps right here with the Holy Baptism, adding also a little bit more sustain and mobility here in their composition. But this is one thing that I forgot to mention here. For the side of ONIC ID, yes, Farsa and Yves, those are the two heroes that we've seen from Drian that he's played very successfully. But I do want to mention this as well. I might have to pause for a bit because we are going to see Lancelot on the hands of one of the best junglers here in the world, Kyrie. But yeah, going back to my point before that, Beatrix was and still is at a 100% on the hands of Drian. Again, he didn't get a lot of playtime in Season 8 because it was deactivated, but this man on Beatrix in the mid lane is a problem.
My wish list is that ONIC Indonesia just picks up Eason Jin now. Let's bring out the big guns. Let's bring out your destiny draw as we talk about it.
You want to go, bro? Let's go.
Let's do it. Come on. ONIC Indonesia, please.
We're hoping we can hear the last couple of seconds. ONIC Indonesia, make it happen. Do you want to do it? And here it is. Oh, it's going to be the Kufra, but it's still
Keyboy. My goodness.
Keyboy, yeah. Keyboy, in Indonesia, he is labeled to be the best tank in Indonesia, right? Mechanically, this man, he just performs out of his mind. You need to get him on these flashy, explosive heroes like the Kufra, the Cho, the Jawhead. He does perform well on the Rafaelas as well, but this is where he truly shines.
I agree. Kufra is a deadly hero to give ONIC Indonesia. Now, with the pair up on the Beatrix and the Paquito, there's a little bit of team fight in there. I would imagine ONIC Indonesia will just double down on all team fights. Because if you're looking at ONIC Philippines, that's where they don't shine. Lancelot as well as Amon's more those pickoffs. Rafaela will eventually get a gold laner to amplify with. I mean, Lancelot and Rafaela, sure, it's a good combo, but normally you're looking for a combo with the Rafaela. They always say you can't get Rafaela a la carte.
That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna remember that for next time. But now, looking at the next two bans here, it's gonna be Esmeralda as well as Bane. ONIC PH saying, no, we don't want you to disengage. If you're gonna fight, I want you to commit to it. And Onyx like, you know what? Maybe we could set up for somebody who has peel and has shields. I'm leaning more towards potentially Uranus. Thoughts on that, Mirko?
Yeah, I mean, technically right now with the Bane ban coming in from ONIC PH, again, it's just really hard to ban away the heroes of ONIC ID. We've seen them use literally every single hero, perhaps here in MPL ID Season 8, most unique heroes, in MPLI, most unique heroes, and now it is going to be very, very hard to draft against them. With the Bane ban, it does take away a little bit more, but for ONIC, they still have so much more to offer. They have the Lapu that has just been so consistent for the side of ONIC. The Yutong is still opened up, and there you go. As I said it is going to be banned away from the side of ONIC ID, taking it away from the hands of Larsky. No need for any introduction. This man as well, Wolf. You can maybe elaborate on this, but there is a reason this guy is notorious.
Yeah, Dilar actually is called Dragon, which basically is dragon. Or sometimes his teammates call him Draggy, which
Draggy. Yeah, just making it cute.
Yeah. And so they always tell Dilar that he looks already like a years old. That's how they. But yeah, what really is interesting here is, will ONIC still get the Yi Jin? It still is available. Because I'm not seeing any answer to the Lancelot. You kind of need someone to also match up with the damage output as well as the mobility. I'm also thinking about Roger, perhaps, for ONIC Indonesia.
Potentially.
Potentially. For ONIC Philippines, there are other heroes that can give heal, but it might not be the meta heroes that we're looking for. Something like Blue. I was about to say Ruby, but Ruby is now snatched by ONIC Indonesia. And by the way, both teams, this probably is the longest draft.
They're taking their time.
They're taking their time, right?
Look, I mean, brothers, they gotta make sure that if they win this game, they're gonna hold it over them for the rest of their lives. But ONIC PH gonna be locking in the Lilia this time round with their final pick here to finish off the composition.
My God.
My God is right, man. My God is right. We get the Lilia right here. One of the signature picks coming in from the side of ONIC PH. And to round it all off, it is most probably going to be that XP laner. They are still lacking a little bit of frontline. Sure, they have the utility, they have the sustain, they have the durability in the team fights and the damage, but what they need right now is a proper form of engage. And there you have it. A Thames right here. A strong frontliner, not much of an engage hero. Sure, he can go for some picks, but that is going to round up ONIC Philippines' draft. ONIC now looking for the close out for their draft as well. Now, what I do want to mention here is for ONIC ID, whenever they do pick the Paquito, it's actually never been used in the XP lane back in MPL ID. They've always opted to put this Paquito in the jungle. With the nerfs on Paquito in the current patch, that's not going to happen. That might happen actually. You see, this is the thing. Welcome to ONIC ID's draft. Everything literally can be flexed, but it is actually going to be the Nathan played in the jungle, Paquito played in the gold lane.
All right, boys, the stage is set here. Both compositions ready to go. Man, I did not expect this ONIC versus ONIC matchup, especially since, I drew it, unfortunately. And I was
about to say that.
Yeah, to be fair, I did draw it. It's kind of my fault on that one.
Yeah.
You can thank me for anybody who wanted to see this matchup. I'll take credit for it. But you guys have been extremely respectful for both sides, understanding how both ONICs work. We've got some amazing insight. But the question is, who is going to sit up on top? Is it going to be the ONIC from the Philippines, or is it going to be ONIC from Indonesia? Which one is it? Use their hashtags and support your favorite team as we land straight into the land of Dom for our first match of Group B.
It's time, baby. Let's get it right here. Hashtag PH Pride or hashtag Indo Pride in the chat. I want everyone to go crazy. Show your support for your country. Nationalism at its best as we are going to see these titans collide in the first match of day number 2.
So far, I mean, the game is starting off slow, but Drian immediately trying to punish Bloisky here, and it may not necessarily be a good idea to give them such an early level lead, especially since they haven't hit level 2.
Absolutely. This is the power of Beatrix in the early game. She just does so much from terms of wave clear and in terms of basically fighting 1v1s as well. But it's going to be CW! First blood by Razor. Super sharp, crisp gameplay from Marquis, already picking off the gold laner.
This is really interesting. I am getting the vibes that this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, Hatred playing Amon in that mid lane is strange enough, but it's going to be Boots and Dlarsky, who's pretty much going to be an island on their own here.
Yeah, I agree. That is a 50-50 battle that will be just, about clearing waves at this point. I was actually surprised that instead of going for the Paquito jungle, they went in for the Paquito gold lane. Now they match it up against the Lilia, which is even worse for the Paquito because just of the range and the burst damage. And I think that ONIC Esports might have overthought this. Maybe they are thinking that the Amon will be in the gold lane instead of the Lilia. And Lilia in the mid lane now, it's tricky because you have the Amon immediate burst against the, eventually if he gets level 4, that's a big burst on the Beatrix and Beatrix can't stop that. And on top lane, the combo of the Paquito can be easily tanked up and soaked up by the Black Shoes and Marquis actually winning the battle up top.
Honestly, I think this is just really interesting. Initially, I thought ONIC PH was like, you know what, we have the Amon, we've already got the Lilia as well. We can control the mid lane and maybe help out our Amon. But instead, they're like, no, we don't care about lane. We want to fight for lane dominance. Oh my goodness, Bloisky almost getting one shot there.
Let's go. What happens here? It's going to be Sans popping the entropy. Turtle will be taken away by Bloisky, though. It's going to be Kyrie jumping in. Sans going to be the target. T-Boy gets taken down. It is a 1-for-0 right now as ONIC Philippines have come out on top. CW, he's looking for the gang onto Hatred. A lot of damage has been placed, still stuck at 1 HP and is able to survive. ONIC Philippines right now are still untouchable.
Ooh, really? He survives 1 HP? Alright, I mean, so far, as you mentioned, ONIC PH still with the lead 2-0. They've developed at least a 2K gold lead, 2 minutes as they move into the 3rd minute of the game. CW, he's just kind of stuck in this lane with this Lily. He cannot outpush it for now, but now that he's level 4, he may have an opportunity here. Mid lane, gonna get opened up.
It is going to be opened up. Bloisky again opening up the map really, really well. There's nothing ONIC Esports, ONIC ID can really do at this point to go and target this. Oh, Bloisky, maybe not actually. It's going to be Drian using the ultimate, getting in, and a flicker to finally get a kill back onto ONIC Philippines. And guess what? Indonesia, they're on the board.
Oh, that was nasty. I mean, we had to move that away. It was the kids can't see that. The kids definitely cannot see that. We got to protect them while we still can. But now this does open up the map a little bit more. They should be pointing towards this mid side, and immediately they do find Hatred. Whoa! Where did he go? I was gonna throw it over, but he just instantly popped.
God, you know what? Under to our convention center. We were talking about how the shotgun of Beatrix is not that good when it comes to teamfights, but look at that pickoff. I mean, he just was gone in a second.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's kind of what Amon's biggest weaknesses is. His base HP is really, really little, and the same can be said about Rafaelia, but let's see how they control it, because ONIC Esports, great control of mid lane, they're pressing it onto the top side.
Wait a minute, it's going to be Hatred jumping on. Keyboy still has a flicker and is able to dodge away. Sans now gets caught in the Holy Baptism. Kyrie dashes in with a Thorn Rose. He's going to go for the kill. The Retribution just a little bit more, but Sans somehow still survives. Miscalculations coming in from Kyrie, but it's okay. It is already very good setup for the Philippine side to take this second turtle. CW though, he doesn't want to go for ways. He's going to be able to take that Black Boots away before the turtle fight starts, but there isn't going to be a turtle fight.
I love it. I love this early aggression coming in from ONIC PH, but ONIC Esports, they also know that they want to keep strong. The turtle's slain. Oh my goodness. We got to thank the Singaporean Tourism Board for making this game happen here. ONIC PH and ONIC Esports, like, oh, God bless to the fans, raging in chat for the excitement of this game.
Man, you know, I'm looking at the chat. There are a lot of funny comments, but I think the number one, the most funny one is like, I hope ONIC wins. It's just so...
I do hope that ONIC wins too.
Oh, that's the greatest. That's the greatest. But now the next fight is already beginning. Sand starts the initiation. The CW pushes them back, but ONIC Philippines understand, yeah, 4 against 3, let's chill for a second, boys.
it's the calm before the storm right now, right? ONIC and ONIC, both of them, they're playing it safe. They don't want to really go for aggressive plays before an objective spawns up. Drian going in, trying to clear the Little Wanderer, knows that Hatred is in the bush, instantly just backs away. He has this shotgun to go for the wave clear, to go for this Little Wanderer. But Kyrie is going to jump in with the Phantom Execution, gets the Thorn Rose out, not going to be able to fish. And no, wait a minute, Kyrie keeps on going in. Sans goes in for the entropy, and there you go. CW out of nowhere catches a kill, and now it's going to be Kyrie on the next target. He's trying to run away, but in the end, it is just going to be a 1-for-0 for the side of ONIC ID.
Ooh, fast fingers, but also just a great diversion coming in as ONIC Esports. They're like, okay, ONIC PH is like, we're going to jump to your backline, we're going to try and take out your jungler, but Sans is like, nah, I want to take your support. I want to make sure I'm punishing this Amon, and even Keyboy finally catches this.
Kyrie coming in, he's gonna go for more Drian. He can't go anywhere, and that's gonna be a double kill picked up for Kyrie. Looking for the triple kill. CW is nowhere to go. Will he get it? The triple kill for Kyrie.
That's showtime, Kyrie, that you're looking at. With the 3K, I'm actually wondering why he was so confident in playing that round. But he knows that ONIC Esports already blown all of their ultimates and that he has got the damage. He knows the Lancelot so much, and you know what they say. The last championship in the world stage was off of a Lancelot from the Philippines.
We gotta pay respects where respect is due, and you're absolutely right about that, Wolf. But I have to admit, like ONIC PH, they've got some really sick mechanics on their junglers. I think that is the staple point and one of the biggest factors that Philippines has going for them. But ONIC Esports, you have to admit, their macro coordination is pretty good.
Yeah, Beloyski is gonna get chunked really, really low there, but the turtle is gonna be taken away by Kyrie. San's gonna be the target right now, gets stunned up. Not enough damage to get him down, but ONIC ID, they're gonna try, they're gonna go back instantly, just falling back. Don't want to commit onto a failed objective steal as CW as well, doing the same thing in that top side.
It's going to be a tough matchup from here on out because now as we're slowly rotating into that make it. Wait, Keyboy
going in. He's going to be able to get Beloyski out of the way, but it's going to be Kyrie dashing back and forth. Sans gets chunked really low. It's going to be Boots still running away. A lot of damage has been placed by Drian, and both teams decide to back off once again. 0-4-0.
It's a good call. It's a really good call. But let's pull up the item list so far. Is there anything out of the ordinary here, Wolf?
Well, one thing is for sure. I mean, Marky is so rich right now with 2 items. Ice Queen 1 as well as the Enchanted Talisman. And look at Kyrie prioritizing the Malefic Roar over something like an Endless Battle or a Blade of Despair.
No, I think that's actually a really good idea because I think that ONIC PH have identified that, like, yes, ONIC Esports are kind of strong when it comes down to these bigger team fights. Maybe we can have a little bit of put some points in some split push, make sure to keep things open, look to kind of pick up the gold around the side lanes and maybe to split ONIC Esports apart.
Yeah, one thing that I did notice is that Beloyski picked up the Antikyras. That's why when he was gone upon by ONIC Esports, with the physical, majority of the damage of ONIC Esports is physical, ONIC PH survived that play.
Okay, Belarski is going to get ganked, instantly just taken out right here. No response from ONIC Philippines. ONIC ID will be able to take a turret to equalize in this game. Still, right now, a 2,000 gold lead for the side of the Filipino representative. But Keyboy, he's going to look for Kyrie. Oh my god, what was that? He goes in and gets a kill. Boots is going to be next on the chopping block, still able to run away. Drian, he's got to be careful. Kyrie's hungry, and he's going to jump in. Thorn Rose almost deletes Drian from the Land of Dawn, but ONIC ID will still be able to get out of that one. Not for long, though. It's going to be CW going for the knockout strike, able to do some damage on the Hatred. Still able to run away for now. Keyboy gets chunked pretty low. Drian goes in for the snipe. Not enough damage to take anyone down. It is a 1-for-0 for the side of ONIC PH.
Wolf, you got some apologizing to do. Caster's Curse on Delarcy. You're talking about him and giving like Antikyras, and then he gets dove by 4 people. Exactly. That is just ironic here. But now Turtle has turned into Lord right now. And so far with the energy shape plates already down, ONIC Esports are losing turrets on the sides of the map. So currently, ONIC PH currently up when it comes down to these neutral objectives. But more importantly, it's about that control, right? Whoever breaks mid-tier 1 is going to have a great opportunity at choking out the jungle economy.
Yeah, it's almost a mirror matchup for both these teams. And when you're looking at an ONIC Derby, you always have to look for the minimap because Beloyski, his positioning from the previous clash that ONIC Philippines is able to win was off of him just hiding in there, just stunning ONIC Esports, catching them off guard.
ONIC Philippines, they're taking this actually really, really fast. Boots, he's trying to open up the map, but it's going to be the Lord taken away by ONIC Philippines. ONIC Esports, though, is there looking for the fight. K-Boy goes in for a Towers Revenge. Shutdown has been taken away, but look at Larsky. He goes to the back lines and absolutely demolishes them. But CW, he's doing the same. And look at Delmon! The double kill picked up out of nowhere. CW and Boots, the side laners, all there is left, but Hatred will take the triple kill.
Oh my goodness, Boots, wait, he finds one more. Marky, is he trouble? Is he gonna die
Is
here?
he?
No,
Is
he pulls it off. He does it.
What the heck was that? ONIC Philippines, 4-2.
In the Philippines, this is what we call the ONIC magic. The way that they handle their mages is just so magical at this point. Look at Hatred. Watch out for Hatred. And the way that Kyrie actually dodged some of the skills because of the Thorn Rose. And you're going to see the whole wraparound from Hatred. Both Sands as well as Drian were in the same spot. And you know that Amon, he loves that very, very tight corners. And look at that. I can't describe it. It's ONIC magic at this point.
It's great because both these ONICs, they're playing really similar games. They understand the backline is going to be a problem. They're going to have one player dedicated to go back there from either one of these ONICs. So really, it's about the heroes, and Amon is just great. Now, Boots going to get attacked straight away.
A lot of resources have been spent, though. It's going to be Sans going in and getting the kill onto Hatred. Although, look at the burst. Oh my lord. Marky's damage is disgusting. Almost one-shotting Sans.
They need to breathe here. I think, honestly, if you're an ONIC Esports from Indonesia, you need a little bit of a breather here. You need to be kind of slowing down that tempo against ONIC PH, who is pressing their lead against them. But the lead isn't that far apart. You may be thinking 5K, but that's literally one team fight. Looking at the items here so far, what's the next step for ONIC Esports here, Wolf?
They need magic defense for now. As ONIC Philippines, they see Marky and Hatred. They're dealing so much damage. I mean, carries the threat, but if you combine Marky and Hatred together, they're so strong as well.
Larsky just takes so much damage with a vengeance on him, but it's going to be Kyrie jumping to the backside, still able to deal some damage right there as ONIC ID will choose to fall back from that one. Kyrie, he's really hungry for kills here. The disrespect already coming in, 2 levels ahead of Sans, and you can see the dominance at this point, man. 5 turrets to 1, 12 kills to 7, and that 7,000 gold lead.
I want to say for ONIC Esports, if they hang together, they have 2 marksmen in the late game. And no matter what happens, Keyboy's ultimate will be instrumental. If you're looking at ONIC Philippines, their cores, their gold lane, their mid lane, their jungler, they don't have Purify. And this ultimate from Keyboy combined with the burst damage from Jane as well as Sands damage in the late game, that is something that ONIC Esports might go for.
I mean, we have to keep in mind that Loisky did take the Purify. He understands that with his ultimate, he might be able to save at least some of the key members of his team in these tight situations. Now, as we're coming back to the economy game here, ONIC Esports, yes, they are down by 7K, but they just need to get to the 42K mark so they can get their marksmen online, especially for Sands. He's been farming very, very hard, but it's important that both Keyboy and as well as CW get their own items to really make the difference in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, I think this is where we can actually speak a little bit about the drafts. I feel like if they picked up the Eastern Chin, it would be much better to get that utility all across the board. Getting that vision is going to be crucial, especially in this kind of situations. But let's just see what happens here. Sans will be able to get that purple buff with the help of his team, but 20 seconds left right now for the Lord to spawn, and it is going to be an enhanced Lord. ONIC Philippines, they will have the pressure here. What does ONIC Esports need to do?
Well, I think ONIC Esports, they just need to breathe. They understand that this first Lord is going to be the most difficult one to actually obtain. So if they can defend this out and drag this game out, they know for a fact that they scale much harder compared to ONIC PH. ONIC PH, completely opposite. They want to wait for the Luminous Lord. They want to ensure that they can at least get one inhibitor turret and look to end the game with this lead and give them the best advantage possible.
Yeah, already Dilarsky and Boloisky with the Zona, right? This is ONIC Philippines getting the Lord so easily.
Uncontested, you can say there. ONIC Esports, they didn't know what to respond with. They tried to go for a trade. They tried to go for the contest, but in the end, the zoning from the side of ONIC PH, and they just beautiful decision making to focus in, to commit into that Lord. It is going to come up for ONIC Philippines now with the enhanced Lord marching down that top side.
I beg to defer. I think ONIC Esports, they're seeing that the sonar is already coming up, and they decide it's just not worth the resources to commit to this. And especially since this is the first Luminous Lord, I don't think they're that worried about clearing things up. They just need to make sure an inhibitor turret doesn't go down.
14 minutes to Athena Shield picked up. it is still on time for this next clash, which was really instrumental for ONIC Philippines. Let's see how it goes. The third one.
Holy Baptism connecting onto Boots, going in. Not a lot of damage has been placed to either of the teams right now. It is going to be CW looking for a flank. Goes into the backside, unable to get anything done. It is going to be the Thorn Rose picked up, but the Lord has been taken down. ONIC Esports now with the defense. Will they be able to pull off a miracle here? Maybe even come back against the Filipino representatives. It is just going to be ONIC PH rotating to the mid lane, getting that tier 2 and being happy with it.
Yep, this is perfect. This is exactly what ONIC Esports wants. They know their timings. They know that no matter how much of a lead that ONIC PH has, as long as they are still in this game, they have hope to scale.
And I do agree with that because of the fact now that they have Drian on this Matrix, and you know that there's a ton of wave clear on Drian from long distance. You have the rockets, you have the machine gun as well. And if you're looking at Sans, can also really sit back, go for the ultimate play. Use your ultimate to your advantage is what I'm trying to mean. And ONIC Esports, if they just continuously just defend against ONIC PH, this lead, it will not matter much. Because there will come a point where the lead, even if it's like 10k or 12k, if it's at like 18 minutes, it won't matter as much. You still have your locked items out. And ONIC Esports, I think they have now 4 Athena Shield, which kind of, is a problem for ONIC Philippines because they now have to take the fight outside of the ONIC Esports base.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact plan. Like, now ONIC Esports can comfortably turtle up and just say, hey, it doesn't matter how much of a lead. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. And ONIC PH has to answer the bigger question. How do we break open this inhibitor turret on that top side? How do we get ourselves this big advantage? Because you can see, as you mentioned, Wolf, Drian, he's just whipping out Bennett and it's like, okay, send something. Oh, wait, hold on! They're already looking for the engagement.
Look at that. Actually, Keyboy gets in and gets the Tyrant's Revenge on the 2 members, but there's just no follow from the side of ONIC Esports. They need to be able to defend. Kyrie jumps in, back and forth, trying to deal some damage, but it is going to be the inhibitor turret falling down in the top side. ONIC ID on full defense mode now. With 1 inhibitor turret down, it is going to cut their, their rotations even more here. It's going to be really, really hard for them to look for any kind of plays. It is also the Lord spawning in 60 seconds.
60 seconds, that's more than enough time for CW to get back into the game, but the Philippines just caught Indonesia kind of slacking there. You don't see that very often. And for CW, he's definitely like, okay, I got to be a little bit more aware of the positioning. I cannot afford to give another one of these kills away.
Yeah, that's really the problem with you having so many scaling heroes on your side. You kind of feel that you need to get out, I need to get some farm, and that's what CW try to do. And unfortunately, he's going to meet the brunt of ONIC Philippines. And this will also mean that the dirt up top is opened up. That means that ONIC Philippines will have a little bit of a lane advantage. All they have to do now is to let the lanes flow from both the bottom and the mid lane, and now they can control the Lord area.
I think this is interesting because CW, is he trying to build a Hunter Strike on Paquito so far? Doesn't their team kind of have more than enough damage at this point in time?
Yeah, but then again, if you're a gold lane Paquito, you want to deal the damage. So it's a big dilemma on the side of ONIC Esports. Should you just consider CW as your second XP laner and then put Rian on more on a damage per second kind of role, right?
Yeah, it's tough, but based on what we saw from the TikTok live cam on this Luminous Lord, ONIC PH, they want this fight. They're baiting ONIC into it. It's like, yes, come to us. And CW, he is able to face check it. He gets out of there, no problem whatsoever. But that's what we're talking about. That sonar from the Philippines, making it tough for ONIC Esports to really make a very clear decision about this Luminous Lord.
They are contesting for this, though, Gideon and Wolf. I feel like this is the calm before the storm, man.
Yeah.
This might be the final Lord for any of the teams, right? If ONIC Philippines lose this team fight and get wiped out, it is very possible for ONIC ID to come back from this. But we'll have to see what happens here. Kyrie dashes forward, gets some damage onto Keyboy. Sans is still able to kite away with the entropy, but look at that. They are 1 member short. ONIC ID has had to basically move Drian to that top side to be able to withstand the damage, but it's going to be Keyboy caught in a bad situation on the bottom side. Gets chunked to half HP. Now, the health bars and the resources, many of the abilities have been used up. We'll see what happens as of this moment. It is still the calm before the storm. Both teams just poking at each other.
Yeah, they got to reset. For ONIC Esports, they're at a clear disadvantage here. Drian has to go back up to clear up that waves time and time again. But ONIC PH were hovering around this Luminous Lord for so long that Kyrie was getting chunked out by this Lord, and he doesn't want to be anywhere close to lethal HP to get one shot by ONIC Esports.
ONIC Philippines, they're trying to burst this down with Beatrix coming down as well. It will mean that ONIC Esports have just been split up the map. They need to be doing so many things at once. It's gonna be the damage coming in. Boots gets instantly taken down. Sans jumps in with Entropy. Does not deal enough damage. Hatred jumps onto him. But look at T-Boy! The Tyrant's Revenge gets the kill. The Lord is still up for grabs. Will they be able to take it? It's gonna be the steal! Oh my god! ONIC Indonesia with the comeback. 4-2, and the Lord goes to Indonesia.
Give it to Keyboy. Give it to Keyboy. It was looking so Filipino favored in that fight, but Keyboy turns it around, catching two and helping Andrian, getting the Lord at the same time. Kyrie could only do so much.
My goodness, Keyboy, what a wonderful day. By the way, good peeling coming up from ONIC Esports.
Huge.
Even if you say that Boots, his argument, he might have fed, but that wasn't really the case.
Wait a minute, the dead timers are gonna be enough the predictions! And ONIC ID, they come back, it's over! ONIC ID with the first win here in the M3 World Championships, day number 2. What a beautiful, and I really mean beautiful game of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, that was honestly,
amazing.
It really was amazing. We did get to see two very different styles here. It's not like, oh yeah, we're twin brothers. No, these are just stepbrothers. They're looking at each other. They know exactly what they want to do, but they have very clear identities and different priorities on how they want to play this game. I gotta give it to the Indonesians. They can turn a situation around, but the Filipinos, their mechanical execution is just disgusting.
Yeah, I think that definitely ONIC Esports have got the advantage in the latter portions of the game. All they needed to have was magic defense. And you see ONIC Philippines, you'll understand why they feel this way. But it is what it is. They had a great start. However, the composition of ONIC Esports in the late game was much better. And you know what? They executed way, way, way better in that Lord fight.
Absolutely. And I think, big shout outs to Keyboy there with an amazing catch out there. If he did not pull that off, they had no other engage options. Ruby died so early on. They blew a couple of ults. Amon was regenerating, thinking like, yeah, we did it, boys. We got the win before Keyboy shut down that dream.
That's what I mentioned, right? That's what I said. When you put Keyboy on these flashy, explosive heroes, that is where he finds his jam. That is where he starts to get in the zone, and that's exactly what we saw. Keyboy, I'm gonna make a prediction right here. He's the MVP. He stayed solid all throughout the game. He made the things happen. He set up for his team, and in the end, he was the X factor that came through to get ONIC ID that victory.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's gonna be the MVP. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was looking through it real quick, and like in my head, I was like, man, I really don't know. I think everybody played a really good part and a good hand in the victory of this particular matchup here. But more importantly, to all the ONIC fans, they just benefited. They just literally watch what it's like to play scrims against against one organization, in-house family stuff. And I think it's just been an absolute treat.
Yeah, you can see that even in the last moments, right? Even from the first up until the last moment, everybody was trying to outplay each other. So a show of mechanical skill. In the mid-game, it was a macro battle. In fairness with ONIC Philippines, they were winning it. But ONIC Esports, just one clash was what they needed.
Yeah.
And Keyboy stepped up in the right moment. I mean, you can see that even some of the players from ONIC Philippines, like Hatred, they're trying to do all their stuff, but it's kind of individual in a sense. And this is one thing that I always get when I ask about ONIC Indonesia. The way that they mesh up together in terms of their strategies, right?
Yeah.
Even their small plays as a group is always a sight to see.
Yeah, it really is, but it really just shows, man. I really want to say that one's the older brother, one's the younger brother being like, I'm the flashy, I got the mechanics, I got everything you ever wanted, I'm hot right now. But obviously looking at Indonesia and the way and their history, their track record, they are clearly the more experienced and more so a little bit more patient with their composition, which I love very, very much. Although I am big fans of ONIC PH because wow, some of those engagements and especially the plays coming in from both Hatred as well as Kyrie, get the TikToks rolling and get the clips going, man. It's gonna get millions of views. It's going to get so much exposure.
That was a highlight match, man. The entire game, you can take highlights from every bit of it, right? The early game, the mid game, especially that late game, man. So many crazy plays happen. In the end, it was ONIC ID coming up as the victors. That is I guess what you can say, the good and bad about a best of one, right? But Wolf, we're gonna get into the items very, very soon.
Yeah, I think that we have to thank Razer Hammerhead for this wonderful experience. Our true wireless and cutting-edge earbuds destined to dominate the sound stage, like what we saw from both teams. Designed to dazzle the blaze of RGB glory, the Hammerhead is decked out with active noise cancelling and 60 ms low latency gaming mode for an audio experience like you've never seen or heard before. Head over to Razer.com to learn more. And why don't we head into the post-game analysis, where we first start with the items. And this is actually very important because when we are seeing ONIC Philippines, they did focus on their early game aggression and they were successful at it. If you're looking at the item progression from Kyrie, you will not see it outright, but these first two items were War Axe as well as the Malefic Roar. This is in combination with Hatred's Genius 1 as well as Marky's Ice Beam 1 and Enchanted Talisman. All together, there's a surplus of damage from all of their players in the early to the mid stage of the game. This is them saying, okay, pedal to the metal, we wanna amplify the tempo and overrun ONIC Esports. Now, ONIC Esports, there was a big time around the 14-minute mark wherein they eventually got their Athena's Shield. Apart from that, there were no defensive items from all of their players except Kiboy, who prioritized getting the anti-harass. And if you're looking at ONIC Esports, they really struggled against Hatred as well as Marky's damage output from the 0-minute mark up until the 14-minute mark. That's why in the 14-minute mark, when ONIC PH was getting 2 Lords, they're getting all the turrets, ONIC Esports were still able to hold their ground. And now we talk about positioning. As ONIC Esports, they want CW as well as Boots to just get out of the map, try and get out of the map. I mean, there were times that they weren't successful, but at the same time, they were given a lot of space for both Sans as well as Drians, just sitting at the back, just trying to clear the wave, wait for the right moment to strike, and eventually they did. Our MVP is going to be Drian with 5, 2, and 4 as the KDA. Not that impressive when it comes to the stats, but boy, you have to see definitely the highlights of that last game. Looking at the game items, focusing on the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Wind of Nature, which is perfect against the initiation coming out from Kyrie. But you also have the defense from Magic from the Athena Shield, which is just enough for him to survive and then go for the lifesteal afterwards. If you're looking at both the Lilia and the Amon, they're kind of all in. If they don't burst their opponents, they're gonna be in a bad spot after their initiation. That's just the raw idea of how ONIC Esports were able to deal with it. Now, for the first 18 minutes of the game, in fact, the entirety of the game, ONIC Philippines were leading when it comes to the economy, but then came to a point where they just held their ground. ONIC Esports, what they did was to just, traditionally just turtle their way in the fight. And I know that Gideon knows a lot about this, the way that ONIC Esports handled that early lead from ONIC PH.
No, absolutely. Absolutely right. Thank you so much for the breakdown and analysis of this, Wolf. This has been absolutely crazy so far, but we got to see that one more time. The ONIC Magic, whether Filipino or Indonesian, let's look at it one more time.
I do hope that, we see Marquis play and eventually we'll get to see the turtle fight. I know that eventually we'll see the 3K for Kyrie with the flashy moves, his dashes, there it is. And look at using even the Thorn Rose to dodge that Tyrant's Rage. That was beautiful.
That was really beautiful, man. And as you can see from here, sure, yes, Keyboy did make a lot of crazy plays. I thought he was going to be the MVP, but if you watch the highlights again, Drian, he was always at the center of every single team fight. Even here, when, he got caught out against Hatred, that was the invisibility. His positioning was tremendous, was amazing, but Hatred, man, this was just a beautiful Amon game. And there you have it once again in that top side. ONIC Esports, even though they were losing out in these fights, they were still able to just hold off in their base, and that is in the end what gave them the opportunity to come back.
Oh, look at that initiation coming out from Keyboy. I think the ONIC Philippines did not expect that at all, and Kyrie unfortunately gunned down by this Beatrix, gets the double kill and even gets the Lord.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That was
one-way push from ONIC Esports.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating because once you're so late into that game, it's like a single death could mean so much with the death timers.
Yeah.
And overall, I think that last fight alone is something that everybody can kind of appreciate. There's so many things happening at the same time, and more importantly, things to be breaking down. I love the camaraderie we're having here, coming in from both the Philippines as well from Indonesia here at the casters table here. Both sides are saying like, no, some of these players from the opposite team are doing better, and the other side's like, no, your team is doing kind of better. I don't know where where this Asian niceness is coming from, but hopefully the fans at home... The fist bumps. Come on, guys, you gotta... and I'll connect it just in case. But hopefully you guys are home also understand that despite whether you're from the Philippines or from Indonesia, keep it nice in the chat. These brothers know what they're doing, and there's plenty more Mobile Legends action to be coming at the end of today. But we still have the rest of Group B to go. In the meantime, guys, remember once again that the M3 is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board and powered by Moonton. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action. See you in a bit.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Now nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah.
starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship in Singapore, presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board and powered by Monton. Guys, today has been absolutely crazy, and if you didn't watch that first game, go rewind it and watch it one more time to prepare for the rest of Group B, because they have set the bar, the standard for the rest to follow suit. We've got another exciting game happening in a short bit, but let me introduce to you the casters who will be with me for this matchup. It's going to be Miracle coming in from Indonesia, as well as Wolfcast coming in from the Philippines.
Welcome back to game number 2 here with Gideon, me, and Wolf right here. I can't wait to see Todak and Keyd go at it, right? We watched as the Indonesians and the Filipinos went at it in the first game. Indonesia was the victors there, but I'm also really excited to see what Keyd and Todak can bring to the M3 stage.
Look, I mean, if this is what they call the group of death here, Wolf.
Exactly.
So tell them more about it.
All right, so you're going to be pitting up like the two ONICs, and you saw why it was called the group of death. 20-minute, very close match. Everybody was, thinking that ONIC Philippines will take it. Even in the times that they were winning, it seems like ONIC Esports has still got it. Eventually, ONIC Esports got it. Now, we're transferring into another difficult match to gauge. This is Todak. Known for the... Obviously, Mr. Gideon here knows more of them. But yeah, if you're looking at Cage Stars, some of their fans will claim that they should have won their own MPL. And it was a 3-2. Unfortunately, Cage Stars bowed down to Red Canids. But if you see Cage Stars, they're also a team that might be similar in a way to Todak. The way that I see Todak is that they want to group up together also almost always. And that's also true with Cage Stars. Expect this to be almost always a 5v5 fight.
Look, I think I'm on the same idea as you. I mean, Malaysia and Brazil both have had a little bit of history. Let's pull back time a little bit, -1 to the M3, and during M2, Todak and as well as the Brazilian representatives at the time, 2 players from Keyd actually coming from DreamHack initially got knocked out by Todak themselves as they moved on to the next phase of the tournament. So this might be a little bit of a grudge match coming in from, Luis especially, and as well as Cabral, both of which have tasted what Todak is able to pull off. But before we talk a little bit further, don't forget, guys, that this tournament has a little bit of help from our official payment partner, Frank, by OCBC. Now, these guys, you can be the MVP of both skill as well as style with Frank's debit card. Out of over 60 designs, you can pick the one that screams your personalities or your dream. Have you ever had a card that really tells you that, yeah, I'm really into Mobile Legends, or maybe I'm into anime, or maybe I'm a little more classy? Frank has got you covered. But yes, coming back in towards this game, right? This is where things are going to get a little bit dicey, because Todak doesn't exactly have the greatest track record when it comes down to, unironically, consistency, and that's something that Keyd also, some people have said they can be great, they should have won, but that inconsistency, or some may say consistently, coming towards the world stage is a little substandard, a little bit sweet and sour.
Yeah, I guess what we can say about both of these teams is that both of them are going to be very unpredictable coming into this matchup. Again, from Keyd, we haven't seen, that much from them. We saw them in MPL Brazil, obviously, but now, after the patches, we haven't seen anything from their preparations or anything. Same thing goes for Todak. But Todak, they've always had that kind of energy, right? They're just very unpredictable. Going in for the Mia picks back in MPL Malaysia, and just really crazy picks with Akai Jungle. But now, it's time to take a look at the standings for Group B. ONIC Esports getting a win over ONIC Philippines will put them at the top of the groups right now, with Keyd and Todak yet to play just yet.
Oh, I thought you were getting ahead of yourself up in the bracket. I was like, whoa. What did I miss there? Was I watching the same games? But yes, Wolf, talk us a little bit about this, because so far in the group stages, it's going to be top 2 who make it in towards the upper bracket, and then bottom 2 going down to the lower bracket.
Yep, and ONIC Esports having that advantage over ONIC Philippines, strengthens their stake at the upper bracket. For Cage Stars versus Todak, now this is where it goes interesting, because I think that the more favored, even though this is a group of death, right? People will always go and vote for ONIC as well as ONIC Philippines. This means that both Cage and Todak, this might actually already dictate whoever is like the third or the second place in our bracket. The winner of this will have more confidence heading into their next opponents. Imagine this, they're going to be facing both the ONIC Philippines and Indonesia afterwards, which just was crazy in the first game. So this is very crucial for both teams. I think that this is a must win, no matter what. Even when it's just like literally their first game, it's already a must win for both teams.
Well, that's not the only must that needs to be said. It needs to go to our sponsors of the M3 World Championship here. We got to give it over to Razer, the official gaming gear, Toomey, the official travel partner, Secret Lab, the official gaming chair. We're sitting on them right now, by the way. And not forgetting our global social network partners, Facebook Gaming, to help the players, and us to stay in tip-top shape for the entire day. We would also like to thank OCBC Bank as our official payment partners, Singtel our official network partners, and MeWatch our partners in esports that are here to enhance the M3 experience. Now, so far our M3 experience has been kind of great, and if people haven't noticed yet, the battle passes, people are grinding real hard, just like how these teams are playing right behind us. But if you're wondering about that final score, you can see it right up here. It's beautiful, and it's I've been trying to keep eye contact with the rest of you guys, but my eyes are fixated on this bad boy. Look at it. It's sick. It's clean. Look, it's so.
I want to take it. I want to actually steal it.
Look, they told me not to touch it, but it's like it's gonna be hard.
It's very hard. It's very hard. They're telling us to cast a game with this in front of us. Come on, man. It's a little bit too hard here. Our eyes again are fixated on the prize, but again, look at that, good close up. It's shaking. There you go.
Take a screenshot of that.
Take a screenshot of that.
Take it while you still
behind the Roger figurine. But yes, welcome back again, Todak and Keyd. Back to the topic. Both of these teams very unpredictable when it comes to the draft, when it comes to their play styles. Keyd, unfortunately, both of these teams, they have a very similar story, even in their own MPLs. Losing in the grand finals, right? So they want to come here. They want to be able to basically get revenge, get retribution for that loss in the grand finals of their respective MPLs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing, right? A lot of what people need to understand coming in from Todak, most people, and especially fans in Malaysia, are so curious about their draft. They're like, what's up with the draft? Why is it so strange? Why do things keep changing around? Todak is really, really interesting because they are so good at their own mechanics. They even know that they can get away with weirder drafts in MPL MY because they know that they have some of the best when it comes to finger work. And the same can be said about Keyd as well. Some people would argue they should have won their MPL, but these guys, they are no slouches in any means.
Yeah. What I'm really looking forward to for Cage is that their coach actually played in the previous World Championship, right? Cabral. It was the Luis Cabral show, as we were talking about in the previous World Championship. But now, it always is beneficial for a team to have someone from the professional scene. I'm talking about even like Blacklist International. Bonchan played it. Coach Yeb Meister also played before coaching the team. And so many success came from players who turned coaches because they understand the metagame just much, much better. And of course, the players from the KHRs, they do trust this guy. So I'm really excited to see how they draft now. Especially after like training heavily here in Singapore, because I think that they brought this up yesterday, but the teams actually went in for a lot of scrims during their quarantine period, as well as now heading into the M3 championship. So there's a lot of training that happened. I'm pretty sure that whatever we saw from them during their MPL qualification for M3, it will not be the same as today.
Well, I mean, let's find out as we're going to get into the draft real soon. Let's introduce our first lineup here. It's going to be Todak coming in from Malaysia with Moon, Momo, Formaze, Shiku guys, as well as Yums going to be the starting lineup here. And I'm very excited for this team because this is going to be their international performance on the line. We're going to get a good taste of what kind of flavors we're going to see. Is it going to be an interesting draft? Is it going to be something out of the ordinary? Or are they going to stick to the new, well, I wouldn't even say new, but the consistent Todak ways?
one question I do have for this roster is that who is going to be playing the jungle position? Will Chiku go to the gold lane or the jungle role, right? We've seen this many times, and that just shows the unpredictability, not just by the heroes, but also by their roles. They keep on swapping their roles, Chiku moving back and forth to the gold and the jungle, and that's the question I have in my mind. But now we're also going to take a look at Keyd, Prime, Takashi, Louise, King, and Make.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Mikey, I'm really keeping a close eye on some of the veterans coming back in, but I want to keep and highlight King. Some are calling him the king without a crown, an absolute beast when it comes down to those roamers. And that's something that Todak has been lacking for a while and been looking to try and cover that weak spot, especially since E1 has decided to go into that coaching and managerial role.
Yeah, if there's anything that we can say about Keyd is that they have a straight up chance to win over Todak. They do have this little bit of advantage because of what you just said about the inconsistency we can see from Todak. But at the same time, they need to fix that as well. And interestingly, this is a team that likes the mage in the gold lane. And from what I hear, Todak also does that. So it will be a straight up show match, or maybe a showcase in that gold lane, as mages will be the top priority. But what would happen if they do change it up? I mean, I have not seen Louise as well as the entirety of the lineup of Cage progress or be successful. I mean, in that marksman gold lane roles.
Well,
so far,
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I think that's one of those things. There's no sense of, it's hard to have a good sense of like, what should we expect from this one, And one of the few changes that Todak was able to make, they're bringing in their newly, well, I wouldn't even say newly, he's been helping out the team for a while. It's going to be Hazim coming in from Malaysia. He used to be their analysis, now upgraded to coach here for M3. And hopefully that's going to give them that outside perspective on the enemy teams to really look for the counter drafts. And the more important thing here is the fact that Ajik isn't in this starting lineup. I'm confident that it's going to be Chiku in the jungle, Mirko.
There you go as well. Keyd with Gabriel as the coach. Again, there is a big question for the Brazilian region. Can Keyd perform better than their Brazilian counterparts, Red Canids? They had a very, I can say, underwhelming performance yesterday. We all thought, the casters and analysts, everyone predicted them to be the second in their group, comfortably. But unfortunately, no. Badel was the one to beat them out in that final match. And now, does that show the strength of the Brazilian region? Or perhaps does Keyd have the better grasp in this particular meta and will be able to perform better than Red Canids?
Yeah, that is very difficult to answer as we don't have the data yet for Keyd. When I was able to just talk to some of the coaches, they were talking about how the Keyd, they don't know how to gauge as well whether the Red Canids or the Keyd team is better. Because again, there's so much mystery in them. But if you're looking at their competition, if you're looking at Todak, there's so many things that you can watch so that you can expect what can happen, what we know is that they are very unexpectable when it comes to their picks whatsoever. But when it comes to like having more data on them, I think that we know more of Todak than what we know of Keyd. That's why it's always difficult for me to answer who will be the stronger representative from Brazil. Up until this point, we don't know, but thankfully we're about to find out.
Yep, thankfully we can find out. But if you want to be doing that research, you want to make sure you're watching the games at tip-top, and some may say ultra-responsive. Well, how about you unlock that ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency and get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel's 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. And I can confidently say that is one of the most powerful because I've been watching these games here, and every single time I check out my network provider, oh, it's Singtel, how convenient it is. But speaking of which, this matchup is something that it's going to be a little bit of a spectacle here, because now for Todak, people are looking for like, where's the Todak that we saw during M1, going so much further than anyone would have expected, and then bowing out later on in M2, doing as what people would have expected. Where are they now? And also, as Mirko has mentioned, Brazilian MPL. Where do they stand amongst the power rankings of these teams?
we'll have to see what happens here. Again, we don't have a lot of sample data to talk about the Brazilian teams. What we do have is Red Cannons' performance yesterday, but that doesn't mean anything coming into this because Keyd is definitely a very different team when it comes to everything, from playstyle, from their heroes, and I'm just really, really interested to see what will happen here in this matchup, especially because Todak, once again, both of these teams, even if you do homework on each other, you're not going to get a whole lot of things. You try to do homework on Todak, they have the role swap, the hero changes, the crazy adjustability, and the hero pools are just going to be really hard to adjust to.
Yeah, the Jawhead Kadita during MPL MY, the Mia in the gold lane, all of a sudden they're like, you know what, let's throw Layla in the mix as well. It's pretty annoying. I'm very, very sure some teams who have done their research are like, I don't really get these guys, and I can totally understand it.
Yeah, I want to say though, for Todak, that is to me a little bit entertaining, at least in the theory crafting way, right? Because Todak, whenever I see them like, you go and use the jungling Akai, I said, okay, I thought about this before. I know that it won't work, but some of them made it work, so maybe it actually works. And that always gives you like the element of mystery for your team.
Yeah.
However, this is the World Championship. This is a best of one. It's a funky lineup. Will that actually bring you to the top? Hashtag to the top, right?
Yep. I mean, you're absolutely right about that. I'm not entirely sure whether they want to do something as crazy as they call it in MPL MY, the lower bracket meta. Something that I don't personally want to push for, but it definitely was a very big statement by Todak because they're confident in their own gameplay. However, on Brazilian side, I have a little bit of more faith in them because again, these people are taking it extremely seriously, and especially for some of the veteran players, this is a position they've been in before. A group of death, we've done it a couple of times, you know. M1 wasn't exactly that easy. M2, things didn't get easier as well. And it's that experience and veteranship that I'm hoping is going to help them maybe go far in this tournament.
On that note, lower bracket meta. We say it as a joke, but man, it's been the meta. It's been the meta since M1. M1, where EVO Slayers won, they went through the lower brackets. M2, Grand Esports went to the lower brackets. MSC, Execration went to the lower brackets. Everyone goes through the lower brackets to win a tournament. So if we we can joke all we want. It is a fact though. Lower bracket meta is viable. It's very viable. It's been very successful. So we'll see. Maybe Keyd and Todak, they might just be like, let's just go for the lower brackets.
This is where we say, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home. These are professionals.
These are professionals.
Oh man, I'm looking at Wolf. Wolf's looking back at me, and we're both like, I really hope that like these people don't truly believe this, because it's a lot of pressure. Not everybody can survive this pressure cooker of the lower brackets, especially at a world tournament stage where you've got the eyes of an entire nation on your back with their expectations and hopes, and people just living through them vicariously to get to that top.
Yeah. And now we are going they're just seconds away from the draft. I want to bring up some of the notable picks that both teams can expect, that the viewers can expect from both teams. Lunox is going to be one of the choices for both teams. I think that they share that hero across their pool. Akai is a hero that is not going to be the priority, but will be in there in the same place. I wonder what he's talking about. Can you read some of his words?
Bro, I'll be honest with you, he could be saying anything. But, you know, Chiku, he knows himself. He's confident, and he is very, very young. Not the youngest anymore. He used to be for a while. And, you know, that's something of veteranship at the MPL MY. But he's grown up, and he's becoming better than ever so slowly. And that's the shocking part. But yes, speaking of that Lunox pick here, right? So far, I feel like there's a lot of interesting picks that we haven't really seen thus far. And, you know, obviously Valentina isn't in. I would love to see how that would shake up the meta, but she's a little too new, so let's wait for a second. I want to specifically talk about the Amon.
Yeah, you saw that in first time earlier on.
And not even in the traditional jungle role.
Yeah, traditional jungle, like I said, it's a very flex pick. You can pick it in the mid lane, even in the gold lane we see it. But this time without, I think that when you see a mid lane Amon or Amon, whatever we call it, right? The Amon is, I would say, you know, loosely the term is a double-edged sword. Wherein if you don't snowball, If you don't finish the game earlier on with your snowball, you just don't have it in the late game. We saw that previously. I mean, Hatred was
Your team is
phenomenal with the Amon or the Amon, but it wasn't able to close. It wasn't able to close it one out.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that in the grand scheme of things, Amon should be a snowball hero. Don't try to end the game as soon as possible, and don't let your enemies recover.
Oh, I mean, so far we haven't seen, teams really snowball. I think we've only seen one or two games where teams snowballed out of control and didn't let their opponents really play that game. But now that we're in draft, let's see how things are going. Coming in from Keyd on the blue side and Todak on the red. We're already seeing the first couple of bans come out. It's going to be the Matilda as well as the Estes. One more ban for Keyd before it jumps over to Todak, who has banned out the Hayabusa and the Jawhead.
Yeah, the Jawhead ban, we haven't seen this at all actually in the M3 stage. This is going to be the first Jawhead ban that we've seen all throughout Group A and 2-1 match of Group B. We'll see again what happens. Keyd, they're really focusing on that roamer position with both the Matilda and the Estes being banned out. Maybe they are going to target one more hero for the roamer position, but no, the answer is going to be that Paquito, taking it away from the hands of Todak. So not really going for any of the crazy bans. Like we mentioned earlier, it's a little bit too expensive to ban the Mia, the Layla, the Akai that we've seen so many times from Todak, but they're just going to stick to the normal bans, to the prio bans. Todak, though, with the response now, with their final ban of the first phase. Do they want to take away that Lunox that Wolf has been talking about, or the Yeet? No, it's going to be the Ling taken away. So 2 assassins banned out from Todak.
Okay, so you see, Amon is available and Eve as well. So Eve with the choice. I don't know if Todak will oblige and get the Farsa as soon as possible, as it is like a counter matchup. How about the Phoebes? Is it something that Yuzhong is something that Todak likes?
Yes. Right? I mean, Formace is playing it before, but the big question is whether is it Formace or is it going to be Chiku who's going to be playing it in the jungle. They've switched roles before, and I confidently say it's going to be Chiku in the jungle, but this is Todak, and they like to break expectations. They are the forerunner of science, at Polytechnic Malaysia. They definitely making sure that they are staying on top of things and really breaking the mold when it comes down to these quote-unquote meta drafts.
We'll see what happens here. It is going to be the Ruby, so a little bit more CC here, trying to basically negate that Yves here in the team fights, getting a little bit more pressure, and the Esmeralda as well. Sure, no Yuzhong, but both of these heroes, they're pretty good counters towards the Yves. Firstly, Esmeralda nullifies that shielding. Secondly, Ruby with the CC can cancel out that real-world manipulation if she gets close. Let's see what Keyd drafts here for the last 2 picks in the first phase. They can go for some extra peel, maybe even go for a front-to-back composition. Some disengage perhaps, zoning away these 2 hard engage heroes, hard pick-off heroes from Todak to let the Yves have some free hits in the team fights.
So we're looking for some answers to the Todak. I'm really thinking about Tams here. Maybe an answer for Cage. Get it as soon as possible, as it might be banned out. It's great versus the Esmeralda, decent versus the Ruby. Whether or not the Ruby is going to be in the XP lane or a position 5, it will be good. Instead, it's the Beatrix that we are now seeing.
Yes.
But this means that this Beatrix will be in the gold lane. Since the Eve is already picked up, will be the perfect answer. Now, looking for Todak, I think that the Farsa still is a viable option. Imagine this, all squishy heroes for Cage. And from long distance, you get the Farsa or maybe even a Lilia to burst them down so easily. That is one thing that I'm really recommending Todak to get now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they got a lot of options. Let's keep in mind that this Ruby can also go as just a roamer, the roamer tank support position to allow more engage options to get deep into Keyd's backline and really disrupt that real-world manipulation, or maybe get on top of this Beatrix. Now, let's see what the final pick is. Last couple of seconds. It's immediately going to be Lancelot. And I still don't know whether it's going to be a Chico or Formace, because both Chico and Formace do play Lancelot.
Just goes to the unpredictability of this composition, of this roster, from not just the players, but also the heroes here. Ruby and Esmeralda, both of these heroes can be flexed. Esmeralda going to the gold, going to the XP. Ruby, XP, gold, or roamer. So we really don't know where these heroes are going to go, except for the Lancelot now. With the bans coming in, the Yi Sun Shin will be taken out of the way. Todak, they notice a pattern from Keyd. Keyd wants to go for a front-to-back composition with the Rafaela, with the Yves, and now a Beatrix as well. So taking away something like the Yi Sun Shin can be really good, denying them a marksman, but instantly as well from the side of Keyd, they know they have squishy targets. They know they want to have the range advantage. Taking away the Farsa is a very smart move.
That is absolutely a good move from Keyd. I mean, looking at Todak, what do you get now? There still is Lilia, but it can also be banned down. I'm also thinking about
Your team is banning.
the chance that this will be a Ruby in the roam role and then get the Yu Zhong for Todak. It's going to be great versus those squishy targets, as well as the fact that there's a lot of like marksmen that can be stopped by that Yu Zhong. Another option for Todak is the Lapu Lapu. Not entirely sure if they are comfortable with that Lapu Lapu, but it will be perfect against the heroes of Cage for now. So now for Cage, I think you ban out the Lilia.
You ban out the Lilia? I was thinking more along the lines of like Yu Zhong it's tough. It's tough here because knowing what form Ace Bull is so far. Oh, Selena actually, one of the picks that we actually completely glossed over here. Pretty good at dealing with the Eve if you have the right angle. But the first pick of the second phase is going over to Todak's side. I think they're still going to play a little flexible here. So my guess is that they're going to be looking for their mage role. And honestly, there is a possibility. There was one of the possibilities I'm hoping that Keyd does go for, and especially in the jungle, and that's that Bane pick.
Yeah.
It is.
It is good.
The Bane pick can certainly come through here for the side of Todak, but I think the #1 pick for me right now would be that Yu Zhong. It will actually be the Nathan coming in for Todak, most probably going to the gold lane, but can also be played in the mid lane, right? So it's a very good flex pick for the side of Todak. Again, 3 of their heroes are still flex. We don't know where they're gonna go. For Keyd, we can kind of see that the Beatrix can go to the gold and mid as well. We'll see what they choose here. They might just go for the Yu Zhong as well, just taking the Yu Zhong, so picking it away from Todak, right? Just limiting the heroes from the side of Todak and also getting one for an engage. They need an engage hero, whether it be the Yu Zhong, a Lapu Lapu, maybe even a Thamus like we've seen from the Filipino ONIC.
It is going to be good versus the Ruby as well as the Esmeralda, whether or not the both Ruby and Esmeralda are going to be the core heroes. Roger, obviously, the last choice for your... okay, so the last choice for your jungler, the Baksha. Great versus the Esmeralda in the way that it has anti-sustain mechanics and good frontline for Cage. Instead of just straight up killing the heroes with the Thamus, they go defensively, which is great because they have offense anyways. They have both Eve as well as Beatrix and the Roger. They will have so much damage in the early to the mid stages of the game, especially amplified with this Baksha in the front lines.
Nope, and there we go. That's going to be the full lineup on both sides. The Kagura going to be the final pick coming in from Todak's side. This will be really, really interesting. Now, as we expect, this is going to be a huge death ball composition coming out from Todak's side. They want to run down their opponents as quickly as possible. Chiku going to be inside the gold lane. However, I do really like Keyd's overall draft. It's a very clear idea of what they want to do. Set up that kill zone. Make sure that they are ready to start pouncing and punishing Todak's mistakes if they fail that initial engage.
What we said about Cage is that they want to group up as soon as possible, and this is the composition that you need to in the early stages, the mid stages of the game. You have the Baksha to kind of amplify your front lines, and then you have both the Rafaela and the Beatrix. Just having the Rafaela +1 and like the Beatrix will make it so that the Beatrix can participate in teamfights much faster than it is with just a solo Beatrix, and that coincides with the tempo that Roger wants to play in, as well as the usage of the Eve. This Cage lineup is an aggressive lineup, or maybe, you know what they call the aggro lineup, that they need to control the early to the mid stages of the game.
Well, we've spoken about the drafts. It's time for the execution. Will it be Keyd or will it be Todak? Spam the chat right now with your predictions because we have just entered the Land of Dawn for match number 2 here in the second day of the M3 World Championships. Yums already trying to zone away the members from the side of Keyd, trying to go in, trying to dish out some damage, but it is going to be for Maze getting some damage on, going for the little Wanderer, but damage, oh my god, Moon goes in, one more shot, and the flame shot connects the snipe from downtown to secure the Razor First Blood.
Wow, that was fast. That was incredibly fast here as Yums taking a large majority of that aggression. They were not able to secure the Litho Wanderer, but they find that first blood so fast here. Some good decision making, especially since Chico was doing a great job at pushing out that lane early on. Moon, well played, great stun, great flame shot.
Yeah, the real advantage that they got from the first blood is that this Lancelot will have a better time, because it also means that Cage will now be so confident into invading the jungle of a 4 Maze, and that also means that Todak will have a great time in the first 2 minutes of the match. Maybe even a little bit of an advantage in the turtle fight once it happens. As you can see, this Momo is trying to clear out the wave as soon as possible and maybe transition into this mid lane and help his Kagura.
interesting. You see King, he's already gone down towards the Gold Crab, trying to control this tempo, and Chico understands that he's going to be the primary target, and based on what we've seen from MPL Brazil, they really like to punish these gold laners, knowing that, hey, we want to shut down your scaling options as soon as possible.
You can see already Formay is going in, invading the jungle, getting an extra jungle creep right there, and instantly rotating towards this turtle. They don't have the pressure just yet. It's actually Keyd who gets the mid lane prio, and there you go. Momo jumps in for the damage, going to be able to get the falling star moon onto King, dashing away, and King with the moves, able to dodge away from everything, but look at that! The combos coming in from Todak to pick off one, pick off two. They're going to go for three, but Takashi simply too tanky right now. King trying to go for the Lycan Pounce, will be able to go on to Momo. No damage to be getting those kills just yet, as Luis has also made his way to the top side. Both teams will just be able to trade some kills.
Oh, this is a really interesting strategy coming in from Todak's side. They're using these neutral objectives to get bait Keyd into fights where they know they have a little bit of an early game advantage as long as Beatrix doesn't make it to the fight in time.
Yeah, they are fishing for Keyd at this point, right?
Yeah, they are. Kind of ironic because Todak's the swordfish is here.
Exactly. So it's totally different right now, and also such a nice decision from Todak. That's why they're leading by 1,000 gold. Not even getting the turtle just yet. At this point, they will eventually get it, but they know that the ultimate from the backside is just cooled down. King as well, the other members of KHRs, they're not ready to position themselves around this turtle.
You know, I do have a question here for Gideon, perhaps, because I pointed out this question earlier on when we looked at the rosters, but now it has been confirmed. Chiku in the gold lane. Formay will be the one playing in the jungle position, as the turtle has just been slain by Singapore Passion made possible. Singapore Tourism Board right here. But yes, Gideon, what is the specialty of Chiku in the gold lane? What does he bring to the team with this roster swap?
Ridiculous mechanics. I mean, he is, I wouldn't want to say this kid anymore because he's grown up, he's matured quite, he's had a lot of time to kind of mature. And I think, you know, now that he doesn't have to worry about anything else, he can focus on purely his talented mechanics. He is indeed a well-rounded overall, and most people would agree, marksman player. And Formay, he loves those assassins. He loves to engage. He loves to make that outplay. So it's easy for them to switch depending on that situation. But let's have a look on how Momo is now becoming a more dominant force in Todak's side, pushing for control on top side of the map.
Now you can see Formay as well going in. Holy Baptism will be able to connect. Real world inflation has been popped. Formay will be able to get away with the Phantom Execution, as both teams will just choose to disengage. King will be able to secure his own purple buff here and, you know, fend off for himself from that invade.
Yeah, very nice recovery from Keyd, as we saw. By the way, Momo opted to go for the Enchanted Talisman as his first item, which is interesting because you kind of need to tank up, but at the same time want to make sure that you keep that lane always pushed. And that's what he's trying to do now. Look at how aggressive, how far forward he is. What he does is just to cut the minion wave, clear it as fast as he can, and then participate into mini team fights. So maybe look for plays around the map. And this is proving to be good for Todak because they're now keeping Takashi up top.
Yeah, look at that. Wave clear comes in. Luis is going to get pulled back in. Yums will be able to get that damage and get that CC off, but it is still Keyd defending really well from that play by Todak.
I mean, Todak is making sure that they're one step ahead, and a lot of this is just controlling the tempos of the waves itself. Momo, what he's doing so far is keeping them in lane. He knows he can get out of these situations. He just has to buy a lot of time. Momo quickly flickers on out of here. He might be in some trouble, but you know it's Esmeralda. She can tank for quite a bit, especially since King doesn't have his second item.
Let's see what happens here. It is going to be Keyd again, trying to get some pressure. Already starting up the turtle here. Momo trying to open up the map for his team. It is going to be the Rafaela coming in as well, trying to do the same thing. Takashi now with the shield unity, trying to open up the map. Falling Simon connects onto Mikey, and is being him running away. Phantom Execution tries to go in for the turtle, but it is actually going to be the turtle taken away by Keyd. An all-out brawl is going to happen right now. Formay jumps in, but King dukes the entire team, and Mikey's there for the healing. Crisp, clean gameplay coming in from the Brazilians.
Love it. I love it. That's what you wanted to see, because now this is the trading of mechanics. Todak relies so heavily on their mechanics and have grown to start playing these strong macro games. But Keyd really wanting to go for that hard ego challenge. I love it.
You see, this is the Roger with just only one dash. I mean, at least 2 dashes, but just juked it with just pure positioning and movements is pixel perfect coming out from King. And that wasn't the first time he did it. He actually did it before, where he tried to dodge some of the skill shots from Todak. And now I see why he's being called the king without the crown.
Oh, and there you go. Another good play from Keys. They're just so good at running away, getting out of these sticky situations. And that's what happens again. Luis gets out of a 3-man gank in the bottom side.
What was that?
It's great identification. Wait, hold on. Formes, he's going really deep.
He is going really deep. He actually fails on the puncture right there. Forced to use the Phantom Execution to run away, and Momo is caught in a 1v3. Forced to use the falling star to get out of that one, and that is another good, trade-off in terms of health and resources for Keyd. They managed to get the orange buff. They managed to do everything in their own jungle and, fend off once again against Todak's aggression.
Yeah, I think it's really great identification, like especially for Luis. He sees 3 people show up to go for this big old gank, right? He immediately identifies who has CC, and in that situation, it literally was only Moon. Everybody else really couldn't do much about the situation, so he just timed it, wait for the yin yang overturn from Moon, and then he knew he was going to get out scot-free.
Yeah. Oh my god. Third turtle has spawned in this game. King now trying to get... he was able to get the purple buff. Now rotating to the top side where Chiku has just been munching on that top side turret. But it is actually going to be Todak now with the pressure. They've done the lane swap. Now with Nathan up top, they will be able to get the clear. And that's going to be Mikey opening up the map. But he's going to get taken down instantly right now with Todak having the pressure. It is going to be Keyd trying to go in for the steal. Moon is going to be caught in the midst of it all as Todak tries to back away. They have the turtle. They have the kill. So far, they are going to be able to walk away with the lead, but Keyd, they're looking for more. Chiku jumps in with the entropy, trying to buy some damage, trying to buy some time, but it is going to be Takashi looking for a re-engage. I'm afraid it has going to be able to connect. Takashi now just so tanky with the turtles of poisons in a 1v3, gets out.
Yep, and then in this entire time, let's keep an eye on the map. That was a 4v5 situation, and Todak, they traded, they were able to lose one, that's fine, they didn't really get the turtle, okay, no big deal, but look at the amount of pressure that they were able to get on the bottom side of the map, and eventually evening out the score to 1-2-1 in that overall trade.
And in fairness for Todak, they have been winning the economic battle as we are seeing it. Those little moves, they pile up, and now they're leading by 2,000. Of course, they're leading when it comes to the kills, and they're keeping Keyd at bay. And the fact that Luis, as well as look at that. So the fact that they are famished when it comes to the farm, it piles up so slowly. But after 9 minutes of game time, we're seeing it in full fruition.
Yeah, there you have it, man. We were mentioning this. Todak, with the aggression, they haven't been able to actually get some pickoffs, but now you can see completely with the map split up already, with the pressure that they got in all of the side lanes. This is Todak at their best. Playing it clean, going for the pickoffs, and one by one, Keyd members are falling like flies as Todak look for the pick once again. I'm afraid connecting to the backside. Prime's going to be the target right now. Still able to run away, but a Phantom Execution comes in. Formes with a mistake right there. He goes in, overcommitting a little bit, and Keyd might have a chance to turn this around. But no, Todak gets a turret, moves away, and lets Formes just, that's the only thing we're willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, and immediately you can see the response from Todak. They know that, okay, Formes dying kind of bad because in about 9 more seconds, Lord is about to come up. It depends on what Keyd wants to do. If they want to take this Lord early, they absolutely can, and Todak will try to slow them down, or they can wait longer for the Luminous Lord. But let's see this fight one more time. Where did it all go wrong, Wolf?
Well, definitely the positioning of Luis was there. However, it's just that so many corners have been covered by Todak, and actually, the real highlight for me for that play was the overall macro and the overall position of Todak across the map. That's why they got so much gold out of that just single play.
And Keyd going for a very smart decision. They don't have to get Lord right now. It means they want that Luminous Lord. They're going to go for global gold. Let's break that top tier.
Oh! No way! Moon goes for the kill, but is actually turned around with the healing that Mikey has here. Keyd is able to turn around a pickoff, and just like that, they have one pick-off in this stage. The Lord is up. The setup is there. Will Keyd force this Lord?
Egypt's just working. Yeah. I've seen this before.
Oh my goodness.
This happened so many times. In the Philippines, we call this 1v1 against 4.
Really? Honestly, this is what we call limit testing.
Testing.
Yeah, like Moon is trying to stress testing, and same goes for Takashi. He's in trouble. Oh, and Formes manages to pick him up.
Oh no, this might be a disaster for the side of Keyd right now. Losing their tank, their front line right now, and the Lord will be taken away by 4 mages. There's gonna be Chico picked up all across the board. In the midst of it all, Luis still able to kite away, still able to deal some damage, but in the end, Yums shuts him down. VK, King is trying to run away now. With the light gun bounce, it's not gonna be enough, and that's 4 members taken on the board. Todak are looking for the wipeout. Prime fighting with his last breath, and he survives. What is going on? But the falling star moon in the end to seal the deal with the Lord. They might go for the end right here, right now.
No, I don't think they can actually go for this. Luis is coming back up in about 6 seconds, unless they can speed this up right now. And Takeshi is going to try as hard as possible to keep it under the turret. He goes down. Mikey and Luis is back to hold strong, and Todak identify, all right, let's take all the inhibitors. Let's take them for every piece of gold they are worth for.
Holy moly, man. That was a crazy fight. We saw Keyd. They had the advantage, but they didn't play as a team. One person alone playing in that bottom side. Takashi, maybe he thought he was going to be able to distract those members for a little bit longer to take the Lord. But man, I feel like that was a little bit too much.
I don't think it's too much, actually. I think Todak, this is one of their specialties. They're great at the scramble. They like throwing people off balance a lot. By even if they have to sacrifice a member, they know that they have the damage to actually sustain through. However, I will say that if I was King, I would be fuming at this Lancelot, who only got away by the sliver of his teeth thanks to the Cobalt in the jungle. That one extra dash bought him a full second.
Exactly. And Todak, they also bought about, what, 8,000 gold because of that the string of events. And what I will say about Todak is that was a really good macro play from macro recovery from Todak. But Keyd, they tried to go for that cheeky play wherein they went over for Takashi to buy some time for the Lord take, and they also have that Eve ultimate. It makes a total sense, but it didn't work out in the end.
Again, it's going to be Todak collapsing on the way to the backside, but it is only Takashi with a Tortoise's voice is still able to buy a lot of time, but in the end, it's going to be Chico picking up the kill, going in for more. A 1-0 right now as Todak are looking for the siege to end the game. They have been able to get these crazy picks, but will they be able to shut them down and take the game right now? That is the question that we want to see answered. Right now, it is still Keyd able to defend with that high ground.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Todak understands that, yes, we do have the pushing power, but, you know, so does Keyd at this point in time. They've got a Beatrix and as well as a Yves that can easily clear these waves from a safe distance, and Todak is just trying to extend their lead as much as possible. They could look to freeze these waves, but they understand that the next wave pushing might allow them to get a pick and, more importantly, break open an inhibitor down on the bot side.
That was beautiful by 4 maze, man. It was unnecessary, but it was cool. It was cool, man. It was a flashy play. They got an inhibitor, so technically it was a good distraction.
Unnecessary, but beautiful. I love
style
that.
points.
Style points. But I do agree with you. I think that actually made a little bit of sense because Todak still got the inhibitor because of it. I mean, OK was focused on trying to look for an opening to take down 4 maze. They weren't able to make it in time. And at the same time, Todak is able to get an inhibitor. So it is still Todak getting the better economic advantage. Or that, in fact, they're leading now by 9,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, Todak is really good at identifying where people kind of like avert their eyes to. And Yunus right now in the middle of everything here. He's got Chico nearby, but you can see that Keyd understands there's a potential that our backline might be exposed if we delve too deep onto our orange side of the map.
We'll see what happens. Again, right now, as it looks, Keyd will need to defend another enhanced Lord from Todak. I don't think they will be able to go and contest this, man. Look at the waves. Look at the way that Todak is playing. They have the gold lead. They have the turret. They have everything in their arsenal to win this game. What Keyd needs to do right now is try to look for a desperate play, I believe, because if they just let the enhanced Lord get taken away, I think Todak might just be able to end off of that.
No, they just need a rubber band here because Todak, they understand that if they are stuck and clumped in one place, especially for a neutral objective like the Luminous Lord, it's actually more beneficial for Keyd, who has a lot of strong AoEs to collapse on top of it. You can see they're positioning aggressively and pick off Mikey.
There you go. Mikey's going to get picked off. He goes in, but the damage will be enough. It's actually going to be Chico running in and dealing a lot of damage. It is just 2 members for 1 right now, but Keyd, they're losing out. Prime trying to run away. Chico, actually, it might be him taking down. He finally gets the kill, and oh my god, he turns around and gets another. Takashi, the only member left standing. He can't do anything else, and Chiku picks up the triple kill to end the game with a bang. Todak will pick up one match here at the M3 World Championships.
Oh, they have done it. GG, well played to the Malaysian representatives. Todak here. The mind games work well, and they know how to avert people's eyes. Whether it be flashy plays, you may think, hey, they're kind of trolling. Nah, every move is intentional. They know how to recover, and their mechanics help them back it up.
And totally understanding the nature of their draft, as well as the fact that they drafted well. They went in for the Ruby and Esmeralda to straight up answer the Eve, at the same time make it so difficult for that core pickup coming out from Keyd to not work, basically speaking. If you're looking at both the Beatrix and the Rafa, they're so effective when it comes to like going for the early game power spike together with Roger and the Baksha. But what they did was to make sure that they have all of their bases covered, have this Lancelot in a good spot when it comes to the farming, use the Nathan in a more economic way that you just farm and farm and farm, just don't die in the gold lane, and have the Kagras, their last pick, to be that dampener when it comes to the damage output in the early stages to go with the Lancelot. The overall understanding of Todak with the draft against K-Stars was phenomenal, and that's the reason why they were able to take this game.
A good draft indeed, and I think, that really sets them up for a great advantage overall. 16-minute game though, let's keep in mind, especially after yesterday's three-way tie. I don't think anybody wants to get into that situation and give everybody else a chance. You want to get into the upper bracket as soon as possible and secure your position.
1-0 right now. Todak and ONIC ID are tied for first place. We will see as well we're going to see a lot more matches here. There's still 4 more matches to decide who gets to the upper bracket position, but this group certainly is looking very, very entertaining. The group of death labeled by many of the analysts, coaches, casters, even the players right here, right? Both ONIC, Todak, and also Keyd. We'll see what happens throughout the day, but right now, I want to know your thoughts on this game. We saw in the early stages, it was a bit close, but in the later stages, Todak, they managed to get that, that slight edge. What happened to Keyd?
Well, I think that that's the right term, slight edge, that Todak was able to accumulate. The way that they're trying to do it is getting all of those kills and make sure that all of the trades go in their favor, right? So, for example, there will be a kill. If it's a full-on skirmish, it will be a 2-4-1 in favor of Todak. Or at the same time, if they get a kill, they also get a turret in the other side of the map. It's all cross-map play. And those little things, they pile up. And then eventually, there came a point where there's like a 3,000 gold lead that Todak had, and they used it perfectly well. Those small items that they have when it comes to advantage makes it so that they can finish faster when it comes to those kills.
Honestly, I think what it came down to is making sure that trying to show that even though that Roger, the staple here, and especially for those of you who are wanting to get that delicious figurine in front of us, Todak was trying to make sure they could try to hold in all of its power, because honestly, that was a great match. But did you know that you can actually get the M3 pass level 40 for free? And with that, and up until January 2nd, you can grind and earn the first ever prime level skin in MLBB for Roger. The one, this beautiful figurine is showing right in front of us, and you can see it on our lower third. Oh, delicious hair, beautiful looking anime character, really trying to show how luscious this skin actually is. You'll also get to cheer for your favorite team, but supporting them in the game on a daily basis by obtaining their M3 emotes. Your favorite team might earn the title of Team of M3 based on how much support they gather. So buckle up and rise to the top with your favorite teams.
Delicious hair.
Delicious hair.
Lush. Look at it. Oh my goodness.
It's majestic,
It's majestic. By the way, just so the viewers know, we as Five have been grinding our M3 pass.
We have.
Yeah, we're trying hard.
We're trying hard.
We want
20 games per day. No, just kidding. But you know what? One thing that we have to digest now is the matchup that went in favor of Todak. This is a 16-minute game that went in favor of the Malaysian squad, and it's not just about the items that they picked up, it's the overall composition that they were able to understand and the way that they dealt against Keyd. If you're looking at Keyd, they want to snowball early on. However, they weren't able to find the good items because they weren't able to find the farm. If you're looking at Todak, they doubled down on early game damage as well. Formase, just like what Kyrie did, went in and prioritized the War Axe. But instead of going for the Malefic Roar afterwards, he kind of waited a little bit and went for the BOD. This coincided with Momo's Enchanted Talisman as well as the first set of defensive items with both the Oracle and the Radiant Armor mixing perfectly well so that this Eve will be ineffective in team fights. So that is already done and dusted. Not only that, Yums was phenomenal with his way to disrupt the ultimate of the real world manipulation, of Prime, and that meant the world for Todak because right then and there they were able to fight. There were a lot of like anti-heal coming up from Keyd, which is understandable, versus the Esmeralda and the Nathan, but it was rendered useless because they were kind of separated in team fights. And Formase, with a 72% kill participation and a very stellar performance of this Lancelot. So far, we have seen 2 good Lancelot performances from both teams. I'm excited to see Todak go up against Kyrie eventually. And maybe we'll see a Lancelot showdown, although it's just the best of 1, so we might not see it, but that would be so exciting. However, this is not just Formase giving carrying the team. In fact, this is an overall team effort when it comes to the macro and the micro side of things. Obviously, for Formase, you can see the micro management for him, the way that he showed up and showcased his mechanical skill against Keyd. It gave so much space for Todak that the Nathan had so much farm because everybody from K was busy dealing with this Lancelot, and they weren't able to do so because of the help of both the Kagura and the Ruby in the early stages.
Speaking of a potential Lancelot versus Lancelot battle between Formase and Kyrie, both have like some really clear differences, Formase is a little what we call flashy. Formase is really, really flashy. But Kyrie, there's a little sense of, I wouldn't even say it's the most flashy in the world. I think he can be, but every decision he makes, it's very clear, very precise, like a scalpel when a doctor needs to perform surgery. Don't you agree, Mirko?
I completely agree with that statement, man. He is not as flashy, but he's efficient there.
Now, let's check out these highlights. Wolf, what do you think about this?
Well, we are going to feature Formase anyways, and you see how he manages his punctures. And this is always the case when you're looking at the Lancelot. But the next thing that you look for a good Lancelot player is how he uses the Thordos, be it defensively or offensively. We saw Kyrie use it defensively. This time, it's Formase using this offensively with all the burst down, using even the Phantom Execution together with Steam. And what I do like about Formase is that he almost always goes with his team, apart from that the overcast that we saw.
Except that one time.
Except that one time. And this was also phenomenal because he was able to get the Retribution play to get the Lord. Slowly, Todak were taking control of that Lord area, but because of that clutch usage of the Retribution to get that Lord, that really spelled the doom for Keyd. And see one last showtime play coming out from Formase eventually when we see the push. That is already over, but look at him go, looking for the right targets. Looking for the Beatrix at this point with just looking for the right target. That's one thing that Formase really showed us in this particular game.
I personally love it. And one of the few things that I missed from M2 was the Paquito 1v1s. Can we get a Lancelot 1v1 going on around here? Come on. I wish they brought it back for M3.
Me too.
Honestly, it could have been Roger. It would have been pretty cool, especially with the new skin. That would have been really, really nice. Who is the true Prime Roger? But even Lancelot would have been an exceptional spectacle here.
Exactly.
Now, Mirko, you have any final thoughts on this game?
Honestly, not that much, because again, that was just beautiful by Todak to end the game off. Again, they looked quite shaky in the early stages. It looked like actually King was able to outplay them a lot of times actually. Keyd were able to get out of the 1v3 gangs, or were able to get out of the turtle fight unscathed, getting the turtle as well. So there were a lot of great moments from Keyd, but overall, man, Todak, they stayed consistent, they stayed chill. The experience really did shine through. Good moments by Keyd, but more consistency from Todak.
Well, that's not the only matchup that we have to keep an eye out for. We still have plenty to go. Two teams have already gotten their win, but it doesn't mean the others are out for the count. We're going to see whether or not who is going to be making it in towards this upper brackets. In case you don't know it yet, M3 is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and most importantly, powered by Munton to make it all happen. We're going to be catching you back back right after this break to continue the group of death. This is Group B, day number 2.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go.
Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah.
my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has been legendary!
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline, cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline we go.
Let's go.
Down, down, down. Down, down, down.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live here for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championships being held at Suntec Convention Center here in Singapore. Hopefully you guys have gotten all your popcorn ready, gone to your bathroom breaks, because we have got more of the group of death to get into today. Now, let me present to you everybody who have made this possible here. This entire tournament is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and most importantly, powered by Moonton, making this all happen here today. My name is Gideon Q, and here with me today for our broadcasters rotation, it's going to be Wolf as well as Leo from the Philippines.
Feeling good. I'm we are with the animals. I know they're excited about that, Leo and Wolf. But you know what really is interesting is that we get to see like a little bit of ONIC and a little bit of difference when it comes to like the playstyle already of the teams, because now they're facing a different opponent, and I'm pretty sure that they're prepared with something else. So far, we've only seen 2 matches, and we've seen a lot of hype. A 20-minute match, and then followed up by a 16-minute match, all true to the fact that this is called the Group of Death.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping that the tiebreakers don't actually happen, but Leo, I need your thoughts on this ONIC Esports versus Keyd situation here. What are you feeling?
So far, this being the third match of the day, we're slowly seeing what the status quo is all about. Yes, we keep calling it the Group of Death, but really, is it so impossible to see an upset? And right here, right now, maybe after that harsh wake-up call that Todak served up to Keyd, maybe they can come back with something else. But the same is true for ONIC. ONIC ID, they came back with a comeback victory in the opener for today, and that was really close, honestly. But that just means we can't count anybody out just yet.
I think that's the scariest part here, right? It's really, really hard to figure it out, and especially for Keyd, they've taken their first loss, and they took 36 hours to get here in Singapore.
That's
but
right.
We can also, honestly, if you guys are going to be spending 36 hours in a plane just to get into Singapore, you gotta let us know when, or more importantly, what are you looking for when you're coming here to Singapore? Use the hashtag Visit Singapore, and what would you want to do a little bit differently if you've been here multiple times? Maybe, you want to spice things up, check out Marina Bay, Gardens by the Bay. In fact, they actually shot a couple of shots of Crazy Rich Asians at Gardens by the Bay and Marina Bay Sands. It's pretty crazy what they do here in Singapore, but everything is lush and beautiful. Most importantly, this game is going to be extremely important for Keyd to at least get some points and some form of momentum to possibly qualify for the upper bracket.
And that is very true, because for Keyd, it's definitely a wake-up call. And what's really scary here is that what if it is also a wake-up call for ONIC? They didn't start hot in their first game. They ended up well. Pretty sure that they're happy about that. But that's scary, because if you're now Keyd, are you going to be facing an ONIC Esports team that's like really wanted to secure the game as soon as possible because of what they faced in the previous round? Or will it be the ONIC Esports that really is a little bit lax now? Because now for Keyd, I'm pretty sure that they are pressured against this team.
I think more than just pressured here. Now, let's have a look at the current standings so far. We saw an incredible match here with ONIC just having one of the craziest matches we've seen so far between ONIC as well as ONIC is the joke will continue to persist. And immediately after that, it was Todak versus Keyd. With our next upcoming matchup, top of the list ONIC, Indonesia versus Keyd coming into this. Leo, I need some sort of ideal. How is Keyd going to be moving forward with the amount of information in your analysis, more importantly, on how they're going to have to take out tournament favorites?
Keyd is so far from home. In this case, currently, it's Indonesia and Malaysia on top of Group B. And for Keyd to actually come back around and show ONIC ID something that arguably the strongest team in the world currently will be afraid of, they have to dig deeper. I saw earlier that they were capable of presenting a threat of a solid draft. Their game against Todak was not bad. Honestly, they had the fundamentals, they had the good coverage. But this time around against ONIC Esports, they have to be all the more stringent. They have to be all the more tight. And even when it comes out to little item picks, when you get it, how you get it, that's gonna matter as well to even come close to making ONIC Esports sweat.
Well, it's about optimization here. I think that's the hardest part. You need to be the tip top. You got to be hyper efficient, just like our sponsors here at M3. We are not forgetting about Raise the official gaming gear, Tumi the official travel partner, Secret Lab official gaming chairs, global social network partner, Facebook Gaming to help the players and us to stay in tip top shape for the entirety of the day. We would also like to thank OCBC Bank as our official payment partner, Singtel our official network partner, and finally, MeWatch, our partner in esports that are here to enhance the M3 experience. With all these sponsors here together, it's like we're watching Voltron here. They're coming up to the big Zord, and all of a sudden, boom, you are having one of the greatest tournaments live here for your viewing pleasure. But this brings up the big question, right? Brazil. Do they have what it takes here? And I think a lot of people are questioning because they are very new to the MPL family. There's a high expectation for them. Is it valid, or is this something that we need a little bit more time to kind of brew upon?
And unfortunately, the answer is the latter. Like, I think that they need more time. I don't think that it will be enough, especially after seeing ONIC Esports like that. I mean, they definitely want to secure their upper brackets. That's why I feel that ONIC Esports will not be hiding or anything. It will not be pushing over. I mean, their competition right now. Unfortunately for Brazil, they need to develop more. And we did not see that in their previous round. Like I said, like Leo said, I mean, they need to dig deeper. And let's see, hopefully they get something up their sleeves against Titan of the team, the strongest team so far heading into M3.
That's a really good point here. And I mean, obviously I am scared for them, but I don't think they need as much time as what people are expecting out of them. I do think when you're playing against a team, especially like Todak, they have a different style. They know how to kind of avert your eyes. However, when it comes down to teams like Indonesia and the Philippines, they have a little bit more readable strategies because the whole world has put this big spotlight on these two regions.
And that could work both ways, right? We put the spotlight earlier on Brazil, on Keyd, and just yesterday, Red Canids. It's slowly coming to a conclusion that maybe they don't have enough time. But my question is, it's not even about time. What if it's a matter of space? Ooh. What if in South America, there's just not enough of a stimulus, there's not enough of a sample size to find out and to hone these players to be what they are? Because again, they're coming from a very young MPL, and they're coming in from, I don't know, I'd like to say a very isolated part of the world wherein MLBB Esports doesn't get as much action as we do here in Southeast Asia. So it's not just time we're looking at, it's also space.
You know, I've been checking out Twitter a lot more often these days, and also, you know, trying to see what exactly everybody is so hyped up about the Brazilian and Latam teams. And I would beg to differ. I think it's absolutely huge there, but the competitors here today with the team lineup, ONIC Esports from Indonesia. It's going to be Drian, it's going to be Boots, CW, Sant, and Keyboy, the last Kage here to stand and to show them why he is going to be the leader of the Konoha.
Oh yeah, this is such a strong lineup because of how they developed it. We talked about it in the first series, how the lineup and composition stayed together from MPL Season 7 up until MPL Season 8, and now they're reaping all of the benefits. Imagine losing by as much as 8,000 gold in their first game against a very strong team, backs against the wall. They were able to pull through because of how they were able to just feed off each other's energy, the way that they managed to defend, the way they managed the map, and Keyboy was phenomenal with the Cooper in the end, and the rest of the gang just followed suit.
ONIC Esports just took down the King of Kings in their MPL just last season 8, right? And the reason why is because all of them are capable of being alpha. But this team right here, Keyd from Brazil, they are a close rival to their current reigning champions in Red Canids. Yesterday we saw the Canids did not pan out for them, but Keyd, I've heard and I could agree when people say there's so much room for them to grow. I don't know if the room and the time is now here in the group stage of M3.
I mean, this is what they need. I mean, their players, Prime, Takeshi, as well as Luis, King, and Mikey. These guys are going to be the forerunners here for their region. People are going to be looking towards them to be tempered like steel. They're going to be folded time and time again in the forge until they can get a polished product.
What I love about Keyd here is they really have this formula of new and old down pat. 3 of their members are long-time friends, long-time teammates in Luis, Mike, and Coach Cabral. The other 3 are very young and talented players, and I want to spotlight on King. King, I could not say it enough, he's a king without a crown. Reminds me of Kaltizi from Bren. He's got that smug, cocky, but just as well talented vibe when you see him play. He's MVP for his back-to-back grand finals performance. Did not win those series, but again, he's given the award, he's given the nod for a reason. And today, I'm hoping that he sheds that. I hope he sheds that chip off his shoulder and shows up strong against ONIC Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to take a game off of anybody in this group, it definitely has to be ONIC Esports.
Shoot for the stars,
Indonesia.
I definitely agree.
Exactly. If they can go above and beyond, then it could be like that match against Todak. That could just be an outlier. Todak is just one of those different teams playing a different style, and I think that would just be a huge statement for the region.
It's gonna be a tall order, but like you said, shoot for the star, shoot for the moon. Maybe you'll land the stars. Or was it the different?
The other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Shoot for the stars, maybe you'll land the moon.
Nah, they definitely have to go for the stars. They tried to shoot for Luna the last time. Didn't work out too well.
And for moon.
Twice in a row.
Twice?
And moon as well, I mean.
Oh yeah, literally.
Like, from moon from Todak, that's what I mean.
Yes.
However, now looking at the side of Keyd, what really impressed me is the way that they managed to like show off some of their skills, especially with their jukes. I was kind of hoping more of that, and it kind of makes me wonder, maybe there's a lot of talent in Keyd that they might not have shown yet.
Well, I mean, a lot of talent. They gotta show off a little bit more, like how you guys could be showing off in your games, because we prepared exclusive battle emotes for all 16 teams, and each battle emote has its own voiceover. So get them now and support your favorite team. From November 29th until December 12th, you can cheer for your team by adding support points. Now, log into the game and get a free chance to support your team every single day. And after the event ends, the team with the most support will be presented with Player's Choice Team of M3 Award at the official site of the M3 World Championship. However, due to contract restrictions, MVG Battle Emotes is not for sale at this point of time, but you can still support for them. So everybody, if you think, hey, you may be thinking that you have a small region, no, you do not have an excuse this time round. Get the support of everybody. Show them that they are the team of M3.
Prove otherwise. Again, I'd love to see all these Southern American. Tomorrow we'll see more parts of the world show up in the group stage of M3. Get all the emotes. I'm halfway there.
You're halfway there?
Yep.
Whoa, that's a lot of diamonds there, Wolf.
That's Leo, by the way. So his mantra is swag.
Swag is forever.
Swag is
forever.
Yep.
Swag is forever. Yeah.
Talent is now, swag is forever, huh?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. But we got to do a little bit of comparison between both of these teams.
Yeah.
Fun fact, interestingly enough, let's talk about some of the contrasting things between the teams. Now, I'm talking, this one is a little bit outside of the game, but did you know that Indonesia is home to 400 volcanoes, 127 of them which are active?
What?
Yeah, I didn't know this until like literally just now.
Okay.
I think you could say the same thing about their MLBB scene. And that's what makes, ONIC Esports such a diamond. It's the fact that everyone's gunning for them. They stuck together throughout Season 7. Now in Season 8, they have the last Kage behind them. A good chunk of young players. And their shot caller, their anchor, in the form of arguably the best XP laner in the world right now, Boots.
Yep.
There's so much there. And again, it wouldn't happen if it weren't for all these volcanoes, all of these hot spots, all of this lava. The floor is lava. All of this that they have to dodge and fight through. And that's what I was saying about Spaceman. That's what I was saying about Keyd. It's always just been Red Canids, it's always just been 3 Max, the team that once Luis, Cabral, and Mikey were a part of, that's in their way. That aside, they're like, where else do they find the challenge? So that might be what unlocks their growth.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I'm always looking at Indonesia as a region where there's so much competition in there.
Much.
Even the 8th placers can take games out from the 1st placers. This is how strong they are. And this really groomed on ONIC Indonesia. The way that you look at this team is that they're always super duper fine with their decision making. And this is off of the fact that they're always in good competition in their own region.
You know what? You're right. I've been living by this simple mantra of adversity breeds greatness, and that's what Indonesia is, a living embodiment here as Brazil is trying to catch up to that level to breed absolute monsters in their own region. But let us begin with the draft. We've got Keyd on the blue side as well as ONIC Esports on the red. Starting off the bans from Keyd, it's going to be the Eve, the Esmeralda, as well as the Farsa. 2 big mages already being taken out. ONIC, on the other hand, has banned out 2 assassins, Ling as well as Hayabusa.
Here's what I like about Keyd's drafting. They understand the fundamentals. They know that they don't want these heroes on the board because they have a clear plan. They learned a lot, I believe, from their first game earlier against Todak. And by taking out these 3 main heroes, you kind of give King a lot of space. That's what I noticed from their earlier outing against Todak. King did not play like King. So now they're trying to open that up.
At least I'm not gonna. Hopefully, it's not gonna be one of those same situations where ONIC is going to get Lancelot and then King gets the Roger, and it's just gonna be ring around the rosies all again. It's gonna be really frustrating.
What really surprised me is that ONIC Indonesia still banned out both the Hayabusa and the Ling, despite the fact that they used that so well for their squad. But now, if you're looking at Keyd, knowing that there's no assassins available, they're gonna bring up something different. We expected you want to go deeper, Leo, and now we're getting an Estes first pick.
Yeah, I can see the huge smile on Prime's face. I'm guessing if it's going on Prime, then Mike might have to pick up something else. But there's so much open for ONIC Esports. There's so many possibilities. Jawhead's still out there. You have the Lancelot free if they want to use that. Beatrix, a recently unlocked hero that's just taking over the group stage. Don't get me started on Yu Zhong. I mean, Yu Zhong not gonna perform so easily and so well against Estes so soon, but again, it's free reign for ONIC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be really interesting because now Florin is coming up. We've been wanting to see this, and I know LaFell is probably on the sidelines just thinking, why am I not on the table right now? I need to know what's going on with this. But more importantly here, especially for MPL Brazil, a lot of priority, even when we saw the games from Red Canids, on this Estes. So I want to see what it's like. The MPL Brazil with Estes in the lineup, is it going to be a make it or break it, or are they just a little bit behind or just so far ahead?
And when we see Estes, you always think about what we paired up with. This time it's gonna be the Paquito. I'm thinking of heroes like Aljus actually for Keyd, or maybe a marksman to match up against this Beatrix. So we're looking at Clint, we're looking at heroes like Nathan that we might see from Keyd. It's the damage dealer. This time it will be the priority on the Phobius. Not much dashes on ONIC Esports actually.
Literally just one. Literally just one. I think Keyd is using this as a deterrent. They're setting up the Phobius. They took out the Esmeralda. That's one way to make sure that the demonic force does not work against you. And now ONIC, they're a very smart team. No way Coach Mars is going to try to treat this like a blunt object and just hammer it through. If they pick up one more dash, that's fine. But I'm sure they're able to build around this Florin. Kiboy is in good hands.
I think we also have to remind ourselves that, the demonic force also procs off of flickers here. And with Estes in the lineup, he kind of draws a line in the sand saying, you shall not pass, and you will not get to our backline because you will have to be pushed back by the amount of healing he gives. People who flicker back into safety will get punished, especially once the Ice Queen wand is purchased on this Phobius. Maybe they can make something happen with it. But ONIC so far, they lock in the Lilia. It makes sense we move into the second phase.
Sorry, because now, in the absence of both Farsa and Eve, there's no big artillery mage from long distance that you can get. And the next best thing is the Lilia, which, is one of those schools of thought when you're dealing when you want to deal against the Estes. You want to go, you know that they are going to group up, you know that the Farsa and Eve-esque hero might be good against the Estes, and that's the answer side of ONIC. For so much damage on their side, by the way. Not entirely sure if they can they can match up against this beefy lineup from Kato because they're very
Your
switching.
team is
Even
back.
with good amount of damage from ONIC Esports, you still need to think of a frontliner on this side.
Yeah, ONIC does not have peel just yet. They have their solid damage. They can, I guess, just weave in and out. Recently, Florin got a buff to her healing properties. Not much damage anymore, but you've got it covered. That's one thing I think ONIC is playing with here. Great coverage. They have Beatrix for physical. They have Lilia for magic, and both have solid burst. An ult from Beatrix from at least half of her arsenal would just shred through Estes even with an ult. So Keyd, that's a problem that they have solved.
Oh, that's true. Don't forget the additional item that Florin's able to kind of give over to the Beatrix if things are going tough.
Yeah.
And once she stacks that up full, it's going to be a huge amount of stats that she can earn.
You know, with the bans that we can see from ONIC Esports, I'm thinking that this will be a mid Lilia and a Golden Beatrix, as both the Nathan as well as this Brody might be good against I mean, when it comes to the matchup in the Gold Lane. That's why I'm thinking this Beatrix might be the Gold Laner. Kind of means as well that this Lilia and Florin will be the duo in the mid lane. If you're looking in that direction, you might think that Sans' hero will be more on the playmaking side, more the physical side. I'm actually looking for the Yisan Shin now.
Oh yeah, you said it, the Yisan Shin. And that's going to add to their overall strategy. And Kay just read into it.
Yeah.
Cabral is onto you.
Yeah.
Godman Cabral is onto you.
Just makes total sense here.
Yeah.
Look at the Lilia and Florin. You need that extra objective taking hero, and that will be perfect. Wonder what will be the next pickup. Looking for an XP laner now for ONIC Esports that might deal with against the Phobias. I'm looking at heroes like Thams that don't really necessarily rely on dashes. Maybe a Yuzhong.
I'm thinking maybe not Yuzhong necessarily. Like, yes, he can get into the backline, but against an SS, it's a little frustrating
right.
to deal with. So I'm thinking along the lines of like Ruby
Or the Barat.
the Barat.
Or a Barats.
No need for dashes. Yeah.
He actually doesn't want. He'll actually just welcome Tekash on the Phobias here. But now Keyd, I'm thinking they might want to get the Clint here. They want to win that gold lane matchup between CW and Luis. That, or they pick up a mage and then they give Mikey something that can go toe to toe, something that can peel to help out with possibly a support type Estes. But if we do that, if we think that way, who's gonna be in the jungle?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm thinking maybe along the lines of like potentially Roger here, which I don't think is not that bad for Keyd.
Or a jungle Paquito.
Or a jungle Paquito.
Yeah, maybe get the Clint, or maybe just percentage damage to at least answer this Ruby. I like the Ruby. So what happens is now if the opponent doesn't have dashes or Phobius, you now rely on the Ruby because Ruby literally has got this all of the pools and all those mini displacements, which is a combo that we already saw before. Phobius and Ruby, it just they just amplify each other. So that's a nice pickup from KJ. And as expected, it will be the Clint for ONIC. What they're looking for now is their jungler. And it's going to be the Bay.
That's really smart from ONIC. That's really, really smart because yes, we're seeing Keyd. They've got initiation, enabling tools for this Phobius, who's going to be a majority of their damage dealers later on to the game because Clint can only shoot one person at a time, but that demonic force is literally forever. Works off of the KO punch, works off of the I'm offended as well. A lot of ways to start things off, but it is shut down by the deadly catch if the initiation works.
Yeah, and something tells me the fact that you had to name a grocery list of things that has to happen for the Phobius to actually pay off means it's just so much more difficult for Keyd to execute. There's so much that they need to do to make ONIC Esports just hurt. It's not even a sure kill because again, there's a Florin, Monkey Boy here.
Yeah, it is, but again, it's really like trying to figure out, is the healing going to be enough? Whose healing is better? Is Florin going to be a little bit more effective in the later stages of the game with that extra item? Or is S's raw power of healing going to be more than enough? It's time to get right in towards this game. It is going to be Keyd up against ONIC Esports. Only one of these teams will be getting a point at the end of this day. Is it going to be an upper bracket run? Only one way to find out.
One thing that is for sure is that this Florin will be perfect for the composition of ONIC, as its healing abilities will not be stopped by any anti-heal, which is great because you can now give it to either CW or Sidrian. But interestingly, this will ONIC Esports gonna get some. They're getting a little bit of a little bit of a page from their brother's notebook as they do deploy this Golden Lilia.
Yeah, I think this is really smart here, but Sans was able to get the Litho Wander for himself. A little sad for King because he would have liked the extra EXP, but overall, I think it's a smart play that they throw Drian in towards the mid lane, they put Beatrix in towards the mid lane and send Lilia up top because at least there's consistent wave clear with the Beatrix.
Yeah. What really happens now is that your Clint, which normally has got the advantage when it comes to a marksman versus marksman matchup in the gold lane, will not have that because CW, it's always a threat. That's the thing with Lilia, right? You don't really need a level 4 to be a kill threat in the lane. Just having 2 skills, belt like unlimited amount of damage and poke in the early stages.
Yep, and looking at ONIC Esports, the threat that they're putting in mid, it's so sustainable. Not talking about life, I'm just talking about the amount of damage that they have. And look at this, they opened up the jungle.
Yep, Mikey now in some trouble. He's trying to get on it, but Dream flickers right on top of him. Prime can only do so much with the well. That's going to be the first blood by Razor.
And exactly how this happened is because Keyd, the kind of jungle, the kind of mid that they have, is so soft. There's no threat here between the Ruby and the Estes early on. But what they do have is burst.
Yep, yes they do. They've already taken out Keyboy so quickly on, and that's the thing. Florin, she doesn't have a lot of HP and cannot give a lot of pressure, and she scales so much better for the late game. But now Prime now into a little bit of trouble as Drian dashes forward, and Takashi gets him with a Divine Force, finds the Aspharos Eye, locks him down, and gets the initial kill as well. They have full control over the turtle.
The trade-off now for ONIC Esports is a death on Drian for the purple buff that they were able to steal away from this Paquito. And interestingly, Keyd, you're gonna give up the turtle control that I thought that they will be that they will be finishing. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case in ONIC Esports. Even after the death of Drian, they are gonna be happy about this trade, specifically because they have a buff advantage over this in this Bane versus Paquito jungling matchup, and they now have recovered their control of the turtle area.
I think this is great. Keyd is playing a really smart game by saying, hey, we know you want to get this turtle, but more importantly, we want you to kind of group around it, right?
Exactly.
We want a place where we can engage on you and play for our gold lane. But now here comes King and Takashi holding back. They see what's going on. Estes is there, but wait, Boots has already found an initial catch. No, he doesn't catch him with his ultimate just yet. King and Takashi walk away. Turtle slain by ONIC Esports this time round. We've only got SCB to thank for.
Despite all of the rotations that Keyd had, again, also as surprised as Wolf that they did not take the turtle priority, ONIC Esports just bounced back. Again, they gave that free kill onto Drian, but just the same, they got back into a position prime for them to take down and pressure Luis here. No pun intended. Prime is all the way back in mid. It's very difficult for Luis to get away with this.
ONIC continuing to pressure this top side. They're going to get the entire... Ooh, no, wait, hold on. King going right on towards Keyboy here to look to punish. The KO punch doesn't connect. Quick flicker makes quick work, but Mikey, he needs to quickly get on out of there. No, he wasn't able to pull off the I'm offended in time. They get punished here as the Shadow Dances is coming on strong. They find another one. Sans almost actually getting towards that back line. Doesn't... Ooh, drops down the ult as well, maximizing and forcing Keyd all the way back, stopping the recalls as well.
It's the outer turret energy shield or the expended up top lane, and ONIC Esports do the surprise play once again. Drian in a perfect spot to really catch Keyd off guard, and Keyd did not expect that at all. That machine gun coming out from Drian, dealing so much damage just now, almost with the Blade of Despair on a mid lane roll, on the position for roll. That means that damage in the early stages of the game, around the 5-minute mark, the second turtle, that is going to be scary.
Here we're seeing the effects of the switch up. CW going at the top first. It was definitely a good idea, but now,
oh, they finally catch Demonic Force comes on through. The Black Shoes is going to make sure that he manages to walk out of that entire fight. Boots needs to get Takashi. No, he doesn't find it. Takashi is in the back and now has full reign and full damage to allow King to start jabbing through the enemy lines here. A good play coming out from Keyd to punish ONIC Esports.
This whole time, Drian was just pushing up top, and this is what I was saying earlier before that fight broke out. CW with the switch up bought time for Drian to just become a threat, a walking artillery, just a wrecking ball of a marksman. And early on, you add that up with the Bane, just having prime position, just having priority on almost any objective. And you have the situation right here. Bottom lane, this is one of the few times that Keyd can actually find something.
Yep, CW quickly using the black shoes. He just gets the kill and just walks on out.
Style play of CW, I think he's not done. As definitely Boots is here. But you can see the moves coming up, the footwork coming up from CW.
The movement, as some may say.
I was about to say that sometimes ONIC Esports has this mood wherein instead of putting all the core damage per second or DPS role was given to CW, it's transferred sometimes to Drian, but CW just showed up the moves.
Yeah, I mean, these moves are going to be locked down quick. Oh, wait, Mikey finds the I'm offended, allowing Takeshi to get into the back line. T-Boy now in some trouble. Astroside does not connect, but he goes back to try and protect the rest of the team. CW's in trouble, but they've already taken out Mikey in as well as King. It's too late. Takeshi needs to resolve the situation fast. Prime is going to help him out, but Takeshi does a good amount of work to open things up for Louise. Louise wanting to go a little bit more, does not find Drian. He manages to flicker on out.
Oh, very good movements coming up from Keyd. Specifically, Mikey going for that pullback, and it was Sands that actually was caught off guard. I mean, ONIC Esports, they were doing a great job trying to manage against this ultimate coming up from Takashi, the Popis, and we're going to see it in the replay for sure. Managed to get out with the Florin. The Keyboy managed to stay alive long enough, but eventually they were punished because they wanted more kills. And Takashi just popping that that last jump at the right moment so that he's going to be able to sustain himself for quite a long time. As the overcommitment from ONIC Esports makes them say goodbye to Sands just one time in there.
It's a mix of overcommitment and something that Keyd just saw first. But yo, what's up? What's surprising?
Look, that snipe coming up from Drian. Did you see him? Like maybe take off maybe 30% of the health.
Oh well, I mean that's not all. But they find Boots initially with the I'm offended, but he does use Dakota's welcome. He finds it. He collides into the deadly catch. This might be the play that breaks the camel's back as Drian finds another immense kill. That's 3 double. Give it to them. It's going to ONIC Esports. What a Nibiru's passion coming out of Drian, and what a setup from Boots.
Beautiful ML. That's what we call in the Philippines. Beautiful execution coming out from ONIC Esports for the longest time. I mean, Boots. That I think was the first Daytona's Welcome that was able to complete, right? But that was a very flashy one. Instead of pulling the hero back to his teammates, he actually went forward, flickered forward, so that he's gonna be able to chain it with the deadly catch. And then ONIC Esports just destroyed the competition with the ultimate of Drian. My goodness, beautiful ML.
I love it. I love it so far. The plays have been really, really good from ONIC Esports. They don't always work out, but when it does, now the oppression is getting pushed on as Takeshi is forced backwards. He doesn't have anybody to really initiate for them, or they're too low to make it happen. Most importantly, they always play for their gold laner, it seems, for MPL Brazil, because you can see that Luis, if without him, ONIC, they don't want to contest ONIC too much. They have the initiation, and yes, they have the damage, but even King can understand without Luis and without him going forward, it just ain't worth the time.
At this point in the game, 9 minutes, it's going to be between Luis and Tekash finding the perfect window. It's Luis right now who's easier to get that. We haven't seen him actually burn a flicker in quite a while. It's still up, but here's a pull in by Mikey.
They've already set this up. Drian, he's making sure he is making Bennett as useful as possible. Nibiru is whipped out here. CW is trying to zone them off. He knows he's got the black shoes, so he's very confident as Mikey taking the brunt of that damage. Nibiru's passion gonna chomp him down at the edge. Pixel frame perfect as Drian whips back the sniper rifle and continues the pressure.
In the efforts for Keyd to find this perfect window, it's Mikey and Prime who's actually suffering the most. It's because it's these two, the mid duo, that has to set it up. If they can't, then King can't even clean up house. But look!
They find it. They find the initial setup. The demonic force is already coming out, but CW is drawing a line in the sand. Takeshi goes down! A killing spree for CW, who flickers on out of the way as they continue to pressure mid-side. Mikey, he walks up forward. They take control of the orange side. They don't break open mid-tier 2. However, look at the difference in terms of structural gains.
Yeah, looking at Drian, I think he really missed this hero. I mean, for the first half of MPL Season 8, he's playing that in the position 4 role, and it was, it was banned out. It was automatically banned because of some bugs, and now in M3, they're really flexing this Matrix. I mean, he's using almost all of the important weapon of choice in the right moments.
I mean, you can only have two
Look at that.
a time. Oh my goodness, that was 2K.
2K!
That was half of Luis's HP. 2K in one shot.
Out of nowhere.
Oh, that's not fun. That really does feel a little oppressive, but now they're going to be contesting for the Lord. It looks like a storm is brewing here as Keyd looking for options. King looking for the backside, but Sans already sees him for it. Drops down the deadly catch and almost one-shots him with the ROM. CW as well. Drain taking good amount of damage for Takeshi, but Black Shoe is going to be topped back up to full. Key Boys healing as well as achieving the favor more than enough, and Sans wins the 1v1.
Misplaced.
Jungler diff.
Yep, that's King getting cornered and didn't even need the rest of ONIC Esports. I'm feeling for Tekash though. Tekash here, he's built his Clock of Destiny. He already has the Ice Queen wand, building up into an Oracle if I'm not mistaken. And these fights, he's not even ready to take these, but they get a pick-off.
Okay. They find the pick-off indeed, but now Mikey is just trapped. He's going to get hit by the Daytona's welcome here, even breaking his immortality. Nibiru's passion to finish him off real quick. I mean, Keyd, they wanted to get the revenge. They heard the jungle diff and they're like, no, we'll show you, we'll punish you for this.
Yep, it definitely did show up. Oh, look at that. Well, he proves it again.
Yep, they're just treating 1-for-1 each and every time, but now Drian, he's allowing Boots to get hurt here, but here comes Takeshi. It's now Demonic Force again. He cannot proc it a second time, gets it onto Drian. Somebody needs to make it happen, and it's gonna be King with a KO strike to knock him to his feet. BK finally on top of the Lord.
And look at this. This is perfect. 12 minutes in. They are going to take the enhanced Lord. So lava skill.
No, they can't
just
steal
as
it, right?
soon as King, just as soon as we said that it's a jungler diff, King eventually he gets angry. What are you talking about? And then he gets a 2K. Eventually gets the Lord for the team. My God, they're awake.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about Keyd. You hear they make that one initial mistake, and then they determine they don't need to say a word. They don't even need to speak the language. They speak the language of Mobile Legends, and they're like, nah, that was a one-time thing. Let's show you how we really play.
They picked up. I mean, it's non-verbal. It's ONIC Esports opening up, and they got messy. They got messy back to back to back. They thought they could trade 1-for-1, and now it equated to some farm on Tekash, some farm on Luis, and Mikey understanding now how ONIC approaches team fights.
Yeah, it's really identifying these problems and making sure you have a solution to them. Luminous Lord going to be breaking open that tier 2. You can see that Keyd is trying to corner them, opening it up, or trying to open up the map as much as they can. Have that space, but that mid-tier 1 is starting to become a bit of a problem here. Takeshi taking the crab cannon damage. His Boots is going to be clearing up that wave. That is going to be end of that Lord power play from Keyd.
I can see that this is the time where K wants to group up. In the Philippines, when Blacklist International uses the Estes, we have this Ube time where around the 7-minute mark, they will group up and just take objectives one after the other. It's quite late here for Keyd, but it doesn't matter. They're still as strong. They now have the items. They now have the firepower. They have the sustainability as well. Maybe they want to just steamroll over ONIC Esports now, especially because there is just one Barats, which doesn't have enough stacks actually in his big guy passive, and now you can feel the strength of Cage's lineup.
Absolutely, look at that. Oh wait, hold on, they find a 2-man. I'm offended, allowing Takeshi to get into the middle line, hops over the deadly catch, but that's just not enough. Key Boys healing with the help of that favor is just more than enough, and now they're gonna start pushing back against Keyd.
Wolf mentioned the Ube strat from the Philippines. This is looking like Indonesia's own take. To be able to get back into the lead, now currently 2,000, they just stuck together. They stuck together, made sure that the Lord that Keyd got did not equate to much, and now they're back to just take in these resources, threatening King's Orange even. And look at this, Drian is just all the more confident. He's going to be alone, and Keyd would respect that. They would know that Kiboy or even Boots would be just around the corner.
No roamers, especially when their heroes are initiators or setters in nature. They always fall to the trap where if they see a bunch of heroes from the opponents, it's very tempting to go for that initiation, for that AoE initiation, right? And that's the I'm offended from Mikey. Although it landed so well, it looked good on paper, the highlight reel is there. It wasn't the right decision for Cages. ONIC Esports were far too ready. Yes, they did land the I'm offended onto 3 heroes, and that allowed for Tekashi to start the fight, but the rest of Cage were ready for that initiation, and that rendered Tekashi in a spot where ONIC Esports easily took him down. Even under the turret, nobody will survive against 5+1.
I think the most frustrating thing of all when you're dealing with this ONIC Esports lineup is the fact that the deadly catch, they can hold on to it. That's like their nuclear warhead. They're holding democratic power here and letting the rest of the nations know, you do something, you try to make it a single attempt, we're dropping the deadly catch. You have to respect it. And unfortunately for Takeshi, he wants to go for these bigger fights, but if his team cannot follow up, it's not going to matter. But ONIC Esports now starting to disrespect the borderlines here as they walk up in towards purple buff side, giving it over towards ONIC.
Actually, it's Takeshi who secured it.
Wow, the answers I didn't know.
Exactly. That's crazy.
I think you can chalk that up to his arsenal, which is maybe 1/3 defensive, 2/3 magic damage.
Yeah.
So they kind of want to make these demonic forces count. And I think the word you were looking for, Gideon, is a deterrent. It's not even an engage tool. It's something that, okay, yeah, Mikey might get a nice 2 or 3 man, I'm offended, but the answer is always going to be the DC, the deadly catch.
That's exactly the word I was looking for here. But now the most important thing for either one of these teams is to close out the game. It's 16 minutes and now the Lord is under ONIC Esports' control. They've got the entire side completely covered here. And Boots, he's walking up to Mikey trying to look for options. Mikey, can he find it? He finds Keyboy here, but it doesn't matter. Daytona's Welcome is going to be locking down all towards Mikey for now, but they can't get into the middle of the fight. King, he wants to go in. Takashi has to force the situation onto CW, who already used the black shoes early on. ONIC may have the Lord, but Keyd have the fight, and now they have to make this work. ONIC needs to figure out how to work 4v5.
Yeah, I think they're going to lose the Lord this time, unless, of course, they will try to fight. But Mikey, as well as Prime, they're kind of ready with this. King, as well, is catching up.
Oh, they find it. It's going to be booked. Deadly catch is already out. This might be a great opportunity, but Drian, he's coming back in towards this side. It's like, okay, yes, ONIC Esports did have a Lord, but we can wait it out.
Oh, just a little bit off. Just to cancel the teleport. Unfortunately for Cage, they initiated under the turret, and ONIC Esports really obliged that the turret that you were talking about, that counter initiation, courtesy of the deadly catch, really stopped that aggression from Cage. It still is a pretty even game at this point.
It's true. They really need to breathe here. They really need to find some kind of footing against ONIC Esports, and I think there's only a few situations where they can actually take advantage of neutral objectives, if I'm correct here, Leo?
Yeah, it's exactly what ONIC Esports did earlier to Cade's first Lord. So taking that fight underneath the turret was exactly what Keyd needed to do. And right now we're back to square one, but Mike is in trouble.
Yep, he's going to be losing his immortality here. His team cannot bail him out of this situation. And that's going to be one of their biggest engage tools gone down into the gutter.
A massive opening for ONIC Esports, because it also means that the Phobies will not be as effective. The lack of Ruby means this ultimate is going to be much harder to execute.
Well, let's pray that King is going to be able to find multiple as the deadly catch comes on through. CW abusing the fact that with his deadly shoes, he initiates into that fight, trying to get an inhibitor somewhere across. Drian continues to punish that mid inhibitor once again, and yep, he finds it. Once again, Bennett, absolutely effective weapon at destroying these turrets from afar. They have taken all inhibitor turrets away from Keyd, and now Keyd will have to play at a significant wave disadvantage.
In a snap, they are able to clear out all of the inhibitors for Cage, and this is off of just the kill onto Mikey, an immortality kill at that as well, which means that that's about 2,000 gold for Mikey that's thrown down the drain, especially now heading into 20 minutes where 80 seconds in, we're gonna see the Lord. ONIC Esports' wave will always press against Cage. It means that ONIC Esports will have a better time controlling this Lord area should they feel the need to wait for that.
Thanks to the Demolition Man, aka the Las Kage, Drian with his Renner, taking down all the inhibitors. As Wolf mentioned, this is permanent damage to Cade's economy and wave management. There's so much that they have to commit to try and not let minions from ONIC's side take down their base. And what does that mean for their whole strategy? Again, we've seen throughout this 20-minute bout that Keyd wants and needs so many parts and elements of their lineup to work out to win team fights, and now that they have to send 1 or 2 people back to the base every now and then to clear, it's going to be all the more difficult.
It's about that timing, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Earlier I was mentioning about Bennett, but yes, you're right. It was Renner actually giving him that extra bit of rage. So far, we haven't seen Drian actually whip out Bennett just yet, and I don't think he needs to at all. He's got more than enough damage, and more importantly, he's got the extra item coming in from Keyboy, so he's going to be doing even more physical damage with Renner alone.
And that's percent-based damage, by the way. That's 10% in late game. That's why I think Florian is very strong in the late game. You have that healing. You saw that fight where Cage was able to deal the damage, but ONIC Esports just stopped up, just plainly because of that ultimate from the Florian. And this is one of the few times where I completely agree with Armand Dafel.
Yeah, it's, oh boy. I mean, Florian is really enabling this Beatrix, who used to be like, yeah, she doesn't really scale that hard towards the later stages of the game, but now with that extra 10% worth of damage, holy.
It's this same point that makes Beatrix such a beast, even in a lineup like this, wherein she's the actual last stand. She's the last bit of damage that you need over the Lilia and the Bane, because she doesn't need her kit. Her ult is a one-time, big-time thing, yes. But her basics, as we mentioned, just hits like a truck.
Yeah. They really do. But you can see that ONIC, they understand that if they sit on top of this load, they might be in a little bit of trouble, right? And yes, they have the deterrent sense, but if it's baited out too early, Keyd has an opportunity to get on top of them so far. And that's where you see the juggling and fluctuation starts to happen. Oh, wait, Deadly Catch actually already being used. Sans might be in some trouble as King is going to chase him around the clock, and Keyboy finally going to top Sans off.
Would have been a perfect catch for Cage. But now without the deadly catch, are they feeling confident this time? I'm not sure if this is the right decision for Cage.
I don't think so either, but you're already seeing Boots. He finds it again! The combo of the Daytona's welcome into Nibiru's Bastion is going to end that quick, but they've gathered all together. CW finds his initial kill, but Takeshi coming in hard with his damage. They stole the Lord. Louise has pulled through, but they cannot survive longer than this as ONIC Esports have no more ult, no way to push back the fights. There you have it. It's going to be Keyd, and Louise gets his double killed. The base is wide open, but Ruby is going back to go and get a Keyboy, and as well as CW finally get back. But this Luminous Lord is huge, so big for Keyd.
Let me just say, this is Keyd getting so much out of this trade. Takashi, worth it to take down 3 plus the Lord. Yes, a little bit of a mini heart attack there with Mike having to go home and defend, but let's look at that fight one more time. We could have sworn that it was going to be ONIC, especially after Boots got that Daytona's welcome, but here we see, we thought Louise was late, but no, Louise was just on time to be able to rain down the damage on a majority. 3, 4 members now down from ONIC.
Oh my goodness, somebody's died! You have it! Here you have it! Your Brazilian representatives here! It's gonna be Keyd! GG! Well played!
Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reality of M3.
You are seeing correctly, guys. Your screens are not broken. Cage, they just destroyed or won over the tournament favorites.
Oh my goodness. One decision, one moment in time. They've pulled it off.
How fast do you have to evolve to take down and counter Boots' ultimate finishing move, the Daytona's welcome to your face?
My God!
It was off of that one move alone that ONIC Esports, arguably the strongest team in the world right now in MLBB, just folds in the group stage.
Mind blown. I can't believe it.
Wow, they lost Takeshi so early on into that fight. They got a literal perfect combination of a deadly catch with the collision stun coming in from the Daytona's welcome and the full length of Nibiru's passion coming in from Drian nonetheless.
That's all the rounds landing.
Everything. Oh my goodness, well played.
It's okay, so the main difference from the previous fight is that Estes was taken down first. But in this case, in the last fight, Estes was able to just heal them all up. And the big thing is that Drian was caught in the center. We were talking about how it is important for both CW as well as Drian to be right at the back of the fight. And that's what they're trying to do. But this time, Mikey was on top of both Drian as well as CW. And that's the brunt of the damage from ONIC Esports down and out.
Oh my goodness.
My God, I can't believe it.
I don't think anybody can, but this is great to see that Keyd has taken their first win here at M3 from nobody else other than ONIC Esports.
You lose one to Todak, you come back stronger. If this isn't a statement, I don't know what is. Welcome to the world stage, MPL Brazil. This is something else. I gotta say, Wolf talked about placement. I gotta talk about timing. Luis and Prime coming in from the west here of the map is just an amazing decision, amazing call.
It really is. And honestly, for everybody out there, it is time. We've prepared exclusive battle emotes for all 16 teams, including Keyd. And each battle emote has its own voiceover. So get them now and support your favorite team. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely crazy. But don't also forget about Tumi, a luxury brand for you gamers out there. You want to travel anywhere, and especially for Keyd, who spent 36 hours on a plane to get here for that performance. Nonetheless, thank you so much, Tumi.
I was gonna say, it's gotta be the luggage. They came equipped.
They really
whatever
can.
they brought, it was effective, and they want one of that. I want one of that.
Let's go ahead and break down this game. Let's start with the items. I've been keeping an eye on what Tekash was building. His sacrifices all throughout the game were what made this count. And again, he came through with that. About 50-50 split here. He built the Divine Glaive, built the Ice Queen Wand, built the Clock of Destiny, and then built a little chunkier. Tried to survive as long as he could. Maybe just enough for Prime here, who is just all-in tank. This Estes, he lifts, bro. So the way that this Estes survived in the late game is just helped all the more by that Oracle. Looking at the Clint here on Luis, it's your basic Clint, but there's one change. It's a barefoot Clint, the BFC as we call it in the business. There are no boots on this guy. He knows that he is a walking artillery tank. He picked up on what Drian was doing, but it came to the point where Drian still kept those boots. He did build the Wind of Nature, so that's why maybe some of the engages early on in the match were not hitting for Luis, but when it mattered, when it counted, that's when Keyd came back strong. Mikey just built a good coverage of tanky items, again, to help Prime keep him in check, even if the ONIC Esports members were collapsing onto him. And of course, King just built the standard Paquito. King was such a role player, I gotta say. King, the way he came in and fought Sans when he needed to, tried to dive in CW, hit a knockout punch on the Black Shoes expended Lilia. It was perfect, but I gotta say, Boots, the way Boots played was more in worth than XP and gold all put together because he was answering so much from the side of Keyd. If ever the demonic force came in, even if he was dodging deadly catches, Tekash would come into Boots' belly, get thrown in. That's essentially what was happening throughout the important team fights we'll be seeing in the highlights later. But we got to award an MVP in this 23-minute bout, and we got to give the nod over to our man Luis, not conceding a single death. He is untouchable in his local MPL. In MPL Brazil, he's known as Luis Nox, but now he's known as Cluint.
Oh my goodness.
Someone take this hero away from him.
Yeah. It's disgusting how well he played that, despite the overwhelming amount of pressure that ONIC put on him. I'm still at a loss for words. I'm getting sponsor reads wrong here, man. That's how shocking this is.
I was so shocked that I don't know how to react to what Leo just said about Luis's Clint, but this is I will not try that. You tried it once, I did not notice it. Now you tried a second, man. You're pushing your luck too much.
He earned it. He earned the nickname. It's
oh
so iconic.
God, I can't believe it. This is amazing because we were talking about how it's difficult for Keyd to overcome ONIC and how ONIC was able to get like their Beatrix in the middle for Drian, their Bane. Everything is working in their favor. But that one, Cash, you know, they had a taste of their own poison from what they did to ONIC Philippines.
Yep. But we're going to see in the highlights exactly how this happened. It was a back and forth. Early on, we see here, it was actually CW that gave Luis a hard time, but he never died. And there were these messy scrambles that, partly went over to the side of Keyd, but just the same, ONIC Esports, we mentioned this earlier, they know how to get back into the driver's seat. They know how to control him. And look at this. Tekash go in for the demonic force, barely surviving and getting a kill here and there. And that's how Luis slowly built his empire. He saved a penny here, maybe $1 there, and then just became the barefoot Clint that he was meant to be. And here at 17 minutes, we could still say that it was mostly ONIC. Look at that! They were winning these team fights, but this is right here, the turning point, the pivotal moment when the whole Brazilian population that loves and plays MLBB shouted, Keyd, taking down ONIC Esports. It's gonna happen here, and it all came out because of that one huge decision. And again, the way that they positioned themselves. There is one more thing I must notice and must say. Keyd is not lacking in killer instinct. They know a lesser team would have said, okay, let's try to reclaim parts of the map and recover. But Keyd, they understood. Mikey, okay, take out the base minions. We're finishing straight up.
And this is also the time where I say I want to apologize to King for actually saying jungler diff at some point in the game, right? Because he really woke up, and I would say bravo for King, because as I look back, the moment he woke up, the clashes afterwards was phenomenal, because we saw how he was able to find the right targets. Even in that last clash was also instrumental on how Luis was able to just clean up. King dealt the damage first, and King was untouched on the side of ONIC Esports. Even you can say that unnoticed. He managed to use the Pakiro in a very confident and offensive way so that the rest of the gang will just clean up after him.
He was like a hitman. He reminded me of how these XP lane Paquitos would just cut into the back line and just threaten. That's exactly what King did here. He was such a role player. Opened up the floor to Luis and the rest of Keyd.
Bravo, Brazil.
It really is. Brazil, honestly, if Keyd is going to win the entirety of M3, we know what skin that they're going to go for which hero, baby. You know it. And fans out there, you should be proud of your representatives here. But we're going to go on a short break. We would like to tell you that M3 is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and most importantly, powered by Munson. The Group of Death will continue right after this break. We'll see you in a little bit.
Stop me, I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we got to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we got to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby,
game starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree!
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, on the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championships. It has been an astounding day today, but we would not like to forget that all of this is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and powered by Munson to create this one epic event here. And so far, the group of death has not disappointed here today. My name is Gideon Q. With me is going to be Leo, and as well as LaFell, as we will be taking you through and holding your hand between Todak versus ONIC Philippines.
Honestly, Gideon, I have to say, I've never felt so Brazilian in my entire life. I'm still reeling from the results of the previous game. Ladies and gentlemen, the group of death is not just for those teams that are in threat of being thrown into the lower bracket. Everyone here is an actual threat. And now here, between Todak getting already one victory and Team Philippines in the name of ONIC trying to get back into this bracket matchup. Oh, I don't know what to expect anymore. The status quo has been shifted once more.
Look, I need some form of security or consistency at this point because it's just been shock over shock over shock. But we're bringing in LaFell here today. It's good to have you on. Sorry we couldn't have you on for the Florin game, but hey, you know what happens.
It's okay, Gideon. I've watched all the matches, and right now, I'm happy for two reasons. Number one, I'm actually on the desk. This feels good. But number two, at least for about 5 or 6 more minutes, Todak is the best team in Group B. Because technically they defeated Keyd. Keyd defeated ONIC Indonesia, and ONIC Indonesia defeated ONIC Philippines. So by proxy, 5 more minutes, they're the best team in Group B.
Yeah, this we gotta savor these moments. We don't get this very often here, Leo. You have to understand. It's
yes.
It
Thank
makes
you very
sense. It makes sense. But you know, overall, this is going to be the time for especially ONIC PH fans out there, because it's like they've seen every other team play so far, but now it's going to be ONIC Philippines' turn to maybe turn the tables and maybe secure their spot in the upper brackets. Guys, I don't know about you, but I think this is an absolutely perfect time to bring up the fact that LaFell's from Malaysia, Leo's from the Philippines. What are your M3 guesses? We'll ask you in a little bit, because now we are midway through day 2. We want to know exactly you at home. What did you predict the scores? And honestly, what are they going to be? As much as we do, we love doing it here, especially with the M3 guess coins. And you can do exactly that during the M3 guess. Now, make your predictions today to level up your M3 pass, most importantly, and unlock a whole lot of wonderful goodies. Maybe if you do it well enough, you might even get the Prime Roger skin here. Predictions!
We're halfway through the day, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are regretting what they put in to the M3 guesses. It's fun, yes, but you're not always gonna be correct. It's fun, but it's gonna be a long way to this prime skin if the groups behave the way they do today. Even yesterday, it was so hard to read.
Leo, in MPL Malaysia, people keep saying that I'm the guy that always gets the prediction wrong. Now I feel more secure. I feel like the rest of the world is wrong. Right now, I have a lot of friends right now.
You were just ahead of the curve. You were ahead of the curve.
Right now, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. In fact, let's look at the standings between the groups. And again, I would be so disappointed if... Come on, production! Just put Todak on top. Like, this is a prime position to put Todak on top. But anyways, let's look at this. This is why we say it is the group of death. Because Keyd, people are like, okay, they're probably the underdogs coming in. They're really strong, but against ONIC Indonesia, ONIC Philippines, and Todak. But Keyd just showed that ONIC Indonesia can be defeated. And more importantly, they have shown that Estes should be respected because the moment Estes is not banned, first pick, it became a problem.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more interesting things because like we've been seeing like what's up with this Estes? Why does everybody think Estes is so good? And I think Keyd has showed exactly why with some good positioning and enough time it makes a significant difference. But we got to talk about this upcoming game here because it's going to be Todak against ONIC Philippines. Fun fact about both countries, did you know, and I just learned this. Did you know that all the highways combined in Malaysia is more than the circumference of the earth?
All of the highways, really?
I'm not joking about this.
Okay.
I am just as shocked as you are.
Well, I know this my whole life. If you spend any amount of time in Philippine highways, it'll feel like you went around the world.
No, I mean, that is very true. I've experienced it once before. But fun fact, I'm pretty sure you know this already, Leo, but did you know the Filipino flag is one of the only flags in the world where depending on which orientation it is, you know whether it's at peace or at war.
Yep, the blue and the red. If you switch it up, then that means something is up. But we haven't seen the red on top in a while, and we want to keep it that way.
Yeah, the thing is, what people don't really realize is that if you flip the flag the other way around, you might actually see the sponsors of the M3 World Championship. Starting off with Razer, the official gaming gear, Tumi, the official travel partner, Secret Lab official gaming chair, Frank by OCBC Bank as our official payment partner, not to mention Singtel, our official network partner, MeWatch, our official partners in esports, and our global social network partner in Facebook Gaming. Thank you so much for making this event because this has been an absolute shocker so far here in Group
I have a question for you, Gideon. Are you not tired? Because twice already today, you have played a mediator between two casters who are just representing the two teams playing. You've done this earlier for Wolf and Mirko.
That's true. And my response to that, I'm a Libra, so I like sitting on the fence, so this is the perfect situation for me. I've never felt so at home in my life.
Yeah, Gideon likes to be in the middle, let me tell you.
Yep.
He likes to be between two guys. But anyways,
okay, hold on there.
We have to talk about the game. We have to talk about the game, all right? Because right now, we're going to look at ONIC Philippines going up against Todak, where both of these teams, they're very flashy. They like the assassin plays. In fact, Kyrie and Formace both using the Lancelot earlier. It's definitely one of those things that we do have to see because they like fast-paced game. In fact, the reason why ONIC Philippines lost against ONIC Indonesia is just that they drive the game into the late game, and ONIC Indonesia, they capitalized by having two marksmen. Now, the thing that I do want to see is the pace of the game. Todak, they won their game in 60 minutes, right? And ONIC Philippines, they lost, and they lost in 20 minutes. And why we're looking at a minute is because, again, there is a possible three-way tie over here.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
Oh, I welcome it. Bring it on.
You manifest it.
He's that guy.
Okay.
I'm that guy that likes to see the world burn.
Okay.
And I like to burn my calories by casting more games.
I love it. I'm with you. Let's burn some calories. Why not? You brought up the assassin, the jungle matchup, but there is something I want to talk about here, and that's the support role. We see here Hatred playing the current support role for ONIC. It used to be Boloyski, but now it's Hatred playing those lethal mages. We saw him rock the Amon in mid. But on the other side is another man that I am also just a big fan of, Moon. Moon has just impressed me forever since I started watching him in MPLMY. And I gotta say, between Hatred, who is more of a follower, and Moon, who is more of a leader, I just gotta say, my heart is torn.
Honestly, that's one of those boom, bang, bada bing moments because honestly, I thought you were going to go for a low blow there. Going to target E1 not being part of the squad, having no supports or tanks and roams, but I totally get you here. Let's look at the team lineups, starting off with ONIC PH. Honestly, Leo, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, by all means. I just mentioned this young man, Hatred. Dilarski from the XP lane, Marky playing the gold, Kyrie and Baloyski. This is a foreign lineup from those who are fans of them from the MPLI, from MPL Philippines Season 8. It's because they benched BMO for this lineup, and it's because just how the meta has evolved. And Baloyski is no stranger to the roaming role, and he's currently their leader. He's their shot caller here, and I do believe he can lead from the front.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Boloyski as well as BMO. It hurts to not be able to see him kind of play on the world stage just yet, but hey, maybe that's something that they're, setting up for. Maybe it's just one of those things where the going gets tough, bring in BMO to change the day.
Yeah, and later on, we will be seeing Team Todak, which just like what Leo has mentioned. However, I'm going to almost betray my own countrymen by
Excuse me,
saying
what?
that Moon, I love his play, but for today, it's looking very rocky. But right now, let's introduce the team. Moon, Momo, Formace, Chikugai, and Yums. Over here, I have to give the highest of respect towards Momo and Yums. They've really stepped up for Team Todak, because one of the main existence in Todak is that they do not have a very strong front line. But right now, Yums as well as Momo playing almost a flawless game. And Formace, as we saw, he's a comeback player. He plays towards the objectives, but he also doesn't care about his own HP. If he can go to the backline, if he can go to the troublemaker and kill that person, that will really change the game. But Moon, unfortunately, I love the guy to death, but we have to look at facts. He missed a lot of his yin yang overturns, and he misjudged his own damage. So coming into this game against ONIC Philippines, I do not want to see those kind of mistakes.
Okay, I'd hate to just continue this role on Moon, but yes, he tried to face check earlier, like 2 dudes, and then he paid the ultimate price.
Yeah.
But just the same, I'm looking to him switching it up. I'm a big fan of his Cho. The way he plays the Cho, especially from the MPLI, they were a first round exit, yes, but it was so creative. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, and they can learn, they can roll with the punches. They won their game.
That's true. They can roll with the punches here. All right. Now, I've heard arguments and sides from both sides. I'm still not 100% convinced here. Maybe you need to do a little bit of research here, and maybe I could unlock that ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency and get the edge while you need, while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. You can get that leg up, and honestly, abusing the fact that, you know, these players are having the lowest ping that they will ever get in their lives here in Singapore for the biggest competition in the world, it just makes sense. All right, now it's time to sell me your teams. We're gonna start things off. Leo, you gotta convince me. By the end of this, I want to be speaking Tagalog.
Oh, are you not already?
How did you know?
No, but speaking of, I was about to say, it's very odd that we're actually praising the other's team, right?
Exactly, it's making me uncomfortable.
Yeah, me too. So let me just say, I think ONIC Philippines, they're going to use their loss against ONIC Esports earlier to pick up. And one way to do that is to have a better draft coverage. Right now, they're led by Coach Yeb. And Yeb is one of the most stand-up guys I've ever met. He's such a sweetheart. He's a good friend of mine. And I know that Game 1 against ONIC Esports, they tried to go fast. I honestly did. Honestly, they tried to finish sooner, but ONIC Esports, ever so clever. So now, I'm guessing once they get that fixed, the mechanics, the macro, the decision-making, led by this man on screen right now, Alan Jedrick Baloyski, he's gonna get it all settled. He's gonna lead from the front, clean up house, and I think that's how they're gonna take this game.
I'm not gonna lie, ONIC PH going fast, it kind of feels a little bit on brand here, but sell me Todak here. I mean, I've obviously had a little bit, so maybe I'm a little bit biased towards it, but maybe there's a bit more because Leo put a very good argument here.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I am an honest salesman.
Okay.
I'll tell you the good.
Oh, I
the bad,
like this. Okay.
The great, the amazing.
Oh,
so
wow.
let's start things off good. Let's look at something new. Yums into the lineup. He's really growing into the role of a roamer. He knows his responsibility, setting things up for his own team, protecting the back line. And I love the fact that he does not play scared. He respects, but he doesn't over-respect. This is the guy that you want on your team when you want plays to happen. Speaking of making plays, Formace over here, it doesn't matter what level he is. It doesn't matter what kind of goal he has. It doesn't matter the items. He will play with just the mechanics. He will go for that kill, even though it doesn't make sense. He will go to the back line. He will take off the gold laner.
Okay.
So I'm gonna see how Formace will fight against Marky over here. Chiku, guys, he plays the marksman like an assassin. I personally don't like it, but you know, it's a very dangerous play. And what else?
He wasn't lying. He is an honest salesman.
Yeah, I'm an honest salesman. I love the dude, but the position can be a little bit better, Gideon.
All right, here's my one question. This is going to really sell me on either one of these teams here. Dolarsky versus Momo. Who comes up on top here?
For me, Momo. He's been very, very consistent.
Really?
His Esmeralda looking very good. Gideon, look at me in the eyes. The eyes, higher. Yes, that one.
Sorry,
yes.
your chest was just like...
I
been working
get
out.
it. This is a very good tie. But anyways, yes, the eyes. Momo, he did not die going up against Keyd. And Keyd just took down ONIC Indonesia.
That's a good point. That it's a hard sell.
It's undeniable logic.
It's undeniable
It's
for the next
facts.
2 minutes or so.
We literally just saw it. But yeah, as true as that is, Momo versus Dilarski, I gotta say, both of these players, the world stage, not a stranger to them. Like they call this home. Dilarski was built in the amateur scene, developed throughout, and he's one of the greatest in Southeast Asia right now. He's behind Boots, behind a lot of them other, but I don't say behind Momo. I think he's above and beyond. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I the only person on this table that actually believes that Dilarski is better than Momo?
No, he's not.
Ever so slightly.
He's not behind. He's not behind Momo. He is ahead.
Okay,
The way that Momo plays is based on my studies of Todak. He's an anchor. If people are gonna go crazy, he's the one who's like, all right, let's rein it in, fellas. Moon, no, don't face check. Dude, don't. Momo's the one who's like keeping his head straight on.
You know what?
But Dilarski, the way Dilarski plays is, he's the kind of crazy, but just the same, he's crazy just 1 out of 10 times. 9 out of 10, you expect him to do good XP lane things, and then that one time you're like, did not expect him to be there. We lost. That's it. It's over.
Ooh, that one really sells me. I'm not gonna lie though, that is a good argument here, and he's got the backing for it. I do believe that Momo has grown so much. I've seen him play in the support role initially, not do so well, go in towards the EXP side, hold his own as tanks, and all of a sudden he has become a phenomenal, if not a world-class level player in the EXP lane. But Dilarski, that 1 out of 10 times really changes my heart. But let's bump up the stakes. Dilarski versus Formaze.
Yeah, Formaze is just one of those players where it's kind of weird that Todak does bench him a few times. And I feel like one of those reasons is because he's uncontrollable. Because again, just like I said, he goes for that outstanding plays. Like, it doesn't make sense for him to do that. Most of the times, he makes it work. He makes sure he gets a kill, but usually he will trade his own life.
Okay.
In this case, it looks good because Yums and Momo are at the front. So even if he did make a mistake, they can bail him out. That's why Formaze is looking very good right now. And that is why I'm trying to sell you that even though we've known Todak for the 3 Musketeers, right? Moon, Chiku, as well as Formaze. Right now, I present to you the other 2 guys, Yums and Momo. They are really enabling the other 3 to do well because really, for me, it's so weird to see that Moon was not the standout player. Chiku was not the standout player.
It seems like LaFell, his to-do list today was wake up, get breakfast, get dressed, sell Yums and Momo. It seems to be.
Todak, if you need a salesman, I'm here.
I mean, they've got it. They've got their marketing brand manager at the table.
Just raising the stock of these under the radar players, and I appreciate it. But just the same, based on my studies, again, I've been keeping eyes on MPLMY, bro.
I know
and
you have.
The ceiling of Todak is a calculated blacklist-like team that is just tunnel vision on certain heroes. I think LaFell mentioned this to me earlier, and it made sense. On a good day, Todak just targets 1 or 2 heroes. Every single team fight wins all the way. It's just a surgical extraction of the key players on the opposing team, and then it's over. But again, the reason why I'm with you, the reason why I'm saying it's Dilarski over even Formaze is because Formaze is crazy, man. You can't control where this factor goes. So what if you need him to not trade? What if you need him to not do this thing that Momo said don't? Right, so that's it. Like, I rest my case.
I'm getting you, but there's always a time to trade. I'm sorry, I love Formaze to bits. He's my favorite because he's a little crazy and I'm a little crazy too. So let's see how this draft is going to be panning out. Who's going into the jungle? Who's going to be in the EXP lane? Only one way to find out, as Todak is going to be on the blue side, ONIC Philippines on the red side, and finishing off that first phase. 3 assassins. It's going to be the Amon. It's going to be the Ling. It's going to be the Hayabusa. ONIC PH going to be finishing off the first phase of the bans with the Paquito, the Yves, as well as Lancelot.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say this band has been very fast. Looks like both of these teams know exactly what to do, what to avoid seeing. Todak taking out all of those assassins, looking like, all right, we know what's gonna go, what's gonna happen. And right now they take the Matilda as the first pick, which is pretty standard for Todak. Basically, whenever it's up, they're gonna take it. No issues there. ONIC Philippines, a lot is still on the table. Brody is still there. Estes has not been banned. Are we going to see another Estes in the game today?
Personally, knowing ONIC Philippines, they're not an Estes lineup. You want to put Estes on Baloyski, you're wasting a lot of his mechanical skill.
Yeah.
A lot of his shot calling from the front. You want to put it on Hatred? This kid is a damage dealer. This kid just wants to fight. So I don't think they're going to pick that up. Instead, we get the Nain and Esmeralda. Safe. I love it. That Nathan, more likely going to go in the hands of Marky, might even be in the hands of Hatred in mid. But yeah, this is definitely a Delarski hero in Esmeralda.
Absolutely. I think, the amount of flexes that we can see on the different players on the side of ONIC would be really, really useful. And especially for Hatred, if he needs like, I need a damage dealer, boom, you've already got it in the mid lane. And more importantly so, denying Momo off of one of his bigger comfort picks is going to be extremely important. And it's going to force Todak to dig deeper in towards their pool. There's still Ruby, of course, and there's still plenty of other heroes. But now we are seeing the Brody being locked in from Todak.
Yeah, Brody is a definitely good pick right now because they need someone to go to the back line to deal with the Nathan, but first they have to think about the Esmeralda. The Esmeralda will use the Falling Star Moon onto themselves, and right now this Luna pick from Moon, I feel like it's good. But looking at the draft right now, this is a pet peeve for me personally, right? What I want to see from Team Todak, now that they have a Lunox, now that they have a Matilda, if the Lunox want to stay in the mid lane, just want to farm up, totally fine. I want to see the Matilda actually going to the side lanes and help push either lane's advantage over here. Because the thing that I don't want to see from Team Todak is making the draft super complicated that they end up playing in the hands of ONIC Philippines.
So overcomplicating situation, is that what we're trying to get at here?
It is something that Todak has been known to do.
Yeah, they're the ones who did Gold Lane Rafaela.
That's
so
true.
How crazy would side lane Matilda be? But I'm guessing against a team like ONIC PH, they want to rein it in. They want to rein it in. If I may say, Beatrix on ONIC Philippines, that's safe. But for Todak, that's a little too much damage in the first phase. This is a majority of their damage already picked up.
I mean, I suppose when I'm looking at the ONIC side as well, they got the Beatrix as well as the Tan. That's like way more damage than I was expecting within the first phase alone.
And this is kind of telegraphing the fact that ONIC might be answering to Todak.
Yeah, and just to clarify what I mean by the Matilda is that the Matilda will be playing the roam position.
Yes.
Yes, he will be playing the roam, but what I want to see is not staying there, not staying in the mid, but actually going to the gold lane, going to the EXP.
Babysitting.
Yes, I don't want it to be a situation where he babysits the Lunox. I want the Matilda to babysit either the Brody or whoever the EXP lane is. I'm not saying that the Matilda is going to be a side laner. I'm saying from being in the mid, let Lunox do it. Lunox things. Go to the side lane. That's what I mean.
I love how every single time we talk about Todak, it's just like, are you sure it's not going to be a side laner? That's always the topic of conversation, which I find hilarious every single time. But now, ONIC PH, they're going to be making sure that Aldous isn't going to be touched. Karina already been taken out for the side of Todak and now on their final ban. So far, the way that I see it, ONIC PH, as of right now, they've got a great lineup here. They just need the added bit of utility. Like Matilda is great and all, but Esmeralda is just going to be stealing everybody's shields from the guiding winds. It's kind of counterproductive.
Yeah, and as of right now, we're looking at the draft. ONIC Philippines, they actually have a lot of range here, and they have a lot of wave clear. And Team Todak, they still haven't shown their jungler. I don't know how Formace is on the Roger. So right now, both of these teams, maybe they're looking at the Lancelot. I'm not so sure that ONIC wants to take it early. So now that they've taken the Rafaela, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of sustainability. This is, in my opinion, a very annoying comp, especially trying to end the game. So right now, Todak, they need a clear initiation style as well as a way to really finish off those team fights.
Bet, Boxia, Lancelot. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
And so basically XP lane jungle.
Thoughts, Leo?
I'm
not
with
against
you.
it.
I actually like that it's so perfectly settled into those two heroes because you want the Baxia against the Rafaela, and then you want the Lancelot on Formace to be able to dive the Bea and the Nathan.
And the Boxia deals pretty well against the Esmeralda as well,
Yep.
you know? It's just it's chain upon chain upon chain here. And instead, we are seeing the glue. And this final pick from Todak to finish off the lineup is going to be Alucard instead!
Okay.
Alucard on the world stage. Of course, Malaysia had to bring it.
Okay.
Go, Brady. Go.
Is digesting his thoughts. I was just gonna say, Todak understood the assignment. Todak was like, okay, so it's like that. All right, so let us pick heroes that nobody would have expected. I get the glue though. I must say, the logic behind the glue is solid. You want to make the lives of the Nain and the Beatrix hell, and even force Baloyski to play around that boundary that I'm guessing Momo will be putting up. It has to be an XP lane glue here.
Right now, Gideon, I just hope that Alucard just becomes a Malaysia thing, because Fredo starts off and then Orange, and then right now Team Todak bringing in the Alucard in the world stage. We keep saying Todak always brings in the
What? You thought Malaysia was crazy, Philippines? They're looking down, they're like, bring it, bring crazy over.
The word for crazy in Tagalog or Filipino is baliw. This is baliw draft.
This is Gila.
Gila.
Right now the pyramids just counted the glue, so I don't know how to feel about this, Gideon.
Right? Either it is. Yeah. It's just it works. This is one of the very few situations where the stars have aligned for crazy to be real, and I love it. And I can't wait to get this game started. It's gonna be Todak from Malaysia versus the Filipino representatives in ONIC PH. Who is going to get on top? Because the winners of this, if Todak is able to win this game, they are almost securing that top spot, and more importantly, getting to the upper bracket. ONIC PH, they need to be competitive contenders. If they can get this win, the snowball and momentum will be on their side.
Of course they have to face off against each other. So now we see it's Marky going up against Momo in the XP lane. If you thought the shuffling was done, well, not quite so, says the Malaysians and the Filipinos. Dilarski moved over to the gold lane.
Oh, interesting.
It's a switch up.
Formaze is actually going to be the one playing the Brody, and Chico is going to be in the jungle with the Alucard. Kind of interesting. Thought it'd be the other way around, but let's see, as Hatred already attacking Yums, forcing out a very early flicker here. Moon can only do so much. Naturally, the early stages of the game, it's going to be ONIC PH's mid laners who have more control.
I can already feel how some fans might be struggling to keep up, but yes, Gideon has already laid it down. There's a few layers of shuffling on the side of Todak, but for ONIC PH, it's really just that. It's just Dilarski and Marky switching up their initial lane, and we saw in the game prior that it kind of works. Maybe in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes before the third turtle, before things turn into, active team fights left and right, you kind of want to buy time for your gold lane and your XP lane. So now, Dilarski, he's going to have to face the music here. It's a tough laning matchup against Formaze. He's basically losing this 70-30.
Absolutely, but at least when Kyrie is pathing his way up towards that top side of the map, making sure that, if anything were to happen, they don't want the outer forces to make a difference. They trust that Dilarski has the experience to hold against his own, even in a losing matchup, and especially when it's Brody versus Esmeralda, it's really not a lot of fun.
Looking at the bottom lane and the top lane right now, there's a mirror happening, and Yums going to be seeing Dilarski over there, Baloyski dispersing. Going to try to put some pressure on Moon.
Yep, hopefully it's going to be enough as Moon now in a lot of trouble, gets pulled by the guiding wing just in time to allow Chico to jump on towards and starting the pursuit. Does he have enough? Yes, he finds the initial first blood by Razor, and now attacking Baloyski, the superposition coming in from Kyrie, going to be more than enough to push him away.
Is it just me, or the stacks on the Alucard passive look kind of like Todak's logo?
Actually, that's a good point here, right? That's a very good point. That is true and accurate. The turtle slaying here by the Singaporean Tourism Board as the mid lane gets absolutely demolished. That wave didn't even stand a chance against Hatred's power, but now Formaze actually losing his matchup a level up on this Esmeralda, as well as the rest of ONIC PH continue to push their advantage up towards the top side of the map.
We just left that matchup for what, a minute, maybe less? And Dilarski has bullied Formaze away. I'm guessing that's just because Dilarski needed to get those hits in with the Avarice. And yeah, I said 70-30. Maybe I was being very generous. Maybe I was a little more optimistic for the Brody. But right now, fight breaking out.
Yep, Yums now taking the full damage. Circling Eagle is going to get pushing into Dilarski and straight into the raw damage. But Yums manages to survive all of it with the help of Formaze. I mean, this is an interesting dive coming in from ONIC PH. I'm surprised they weren't able to get it, but well played to Yums for surviving.
Yums getting away might have been the last straw for ONIC PH. For what? 2 or 3 team fights back and back, ONIC couldn't finish the job. ONIC just put in the right amount of damage to make him go back, but not kill anyone. And that being said, 500 gold ahead, Todak is... I'm feeling that Chico guys might actually start invading here. He might, with the help of Momo, and even look, they're about to collapse. They're sandwiching the trio from ONIC Philippines in mid.
They're trying to bait something out here, and Chico realizes that as long as their supports open up the map, it's going to be a little difficult here, but Circling Eagle going to get on top of Beloyski here. Kyrie having a fun time. He doesn't mind. He's just going to drop down. The entropy is hatred. Finds Nibiru's passion. He flickers forward to trade the kill, and Chico guys takes him out, but just a little too slow. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Now Beloyski quickly flickers on out of there. Alucard unable to get the second part of his ult out.
2-for-1, I'd say that's worth it, especially given that ONIC PH, when it comes to the rotations, are falling behind. And this is why I'm talking about when I say Dilarski is such a great XP laner. Now technically a gold laner, he's so good at these isolation plays. He's keeping a Brody at bay. He's keeping a Brody at bay, and with even Yums threatening the Circling Eagle, Dilarski's like, okay, make my day. Come on, I have a flicker. You might even regret it.
Yep, throw something at me. And Yums, he's got to play this very, very carefully because every single time he uses... Wait, hold on. Dilarski now respecting Moon, but unfortunately, Turtle is going to be taken away by ONIC PH here. So the rest of the team pulls on back. Shiku is going to have to continue and get some kind of snowball somewhere. He's got a little bit of it down, but the team fight coming in from ONIC PH is looking good. They want that mid lane. Yums goes in at the wrong time. The Circling Eagle punishing him and throwing him into the hands of ONIC Philippines as now they chase down Momo, who goes in with a split swing, gets on top of Marky here just to reset his life for a little bit, but Kyrie invading the jungle as much as he can. They finally go for the reset.
Small camps taken by ONIC PH. This is the best thing that they could do right now, especially since they've equaled the kill count, maybe even got one up, and slowly building up this advantage. Now Beloyski facing off against Chico Guy. Gotta say, love the mechanics on Chico Guy early on. He used the tail end of the ult and Momo goes down, so does the turret. He's gonna try to look for a small camp as well, try to bait out a face check from Kyrie.
Yeah, but you can see Kyrie, he's got the whole posse with him, and yes, the super position reveals Chico Guys' position, and quickly with the guiding wind, they had an escape plan ready, and it works out. And as you mentioned, Dilarski still having a pretty fun time with Formaze on that top side, completely isolating him from the situation because now he's way too tanky, and even dropping the falling star move, he's winning out this trade very heavily, but Formaze, he trades back as quickly as he can. He gets to regenerate as the rest of Todak as well as ONIC continue to path towards topside.
Yums has just been visiting here. He's everywhere, just the same as Dilarski is, but now Kyrie and Hatred coming up. Oh, it's 4 men!
Well, they want it, but I don't think it's not gonna happen. Wait, Beloyski actually flickering forward to try and pick it up. Formaze flickering out, dies straight away to the immense burst damage of Nibiru's passion with the help of Kyrie at the same time. This is top tier 1.
ONIC Philippines is putting up a mobile fusillade. It's essentially just a walking phalanx, and it's Beloyski who sets it up like a spear. He uses that holy baptism, stunning 1, maybe 2, resulting in this kill squad of 4. Right now down bottom, there's another 2v2. It's a tag team match.
Yep, they're going to find Farmus straight away. Chico doesn't really want to continue this fight. Farmus has already dropped his ult. Any other spells being wasted on him really doesn't matter, but you can see that ONIC is having a great time. They even get another turtle for themselves. That's going to be 2-1 turtles in favor of ONIC Philippines.
There's a good amount of Uncanny Valley coming in, but here we go again! The Fusillade Assault! It's going to be Beloyski with that surprise holy baptism, putting it in for ONIC PH one more time, 3-6. I was about to say, I'm liking how the lane swap has gone for ONIC Philippines, because look, now Dilarski can go down, and it's a much safer lane. Todak is forced to keep Formaze safe. He just did not have a great early game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, despite being the level up on, honestly, on Delarski for the largest a good amount of time, I'm surprised that it is turned out this way for ONIC. I thought at the very least not Esmeralda, but, you know, maybe the Beatrix as well, as just Kyrie will start controlling this game. And yes, it did, but not in the way that I thought. But so far, it's not looking good here for Todak as they desperately try to hold on towards their tier 1, managing to get the Fissure down to clear up that way. Beloyski will take the damage, but honestly for me, I think Beloyski is making a significant difference here.
Yeah, he earlier on was trying to help ONIC confirm kills, and I guess this is more of a lethal Rafaela. It's less the Rafaela that just tries to save you this whole time. That's why I think Todak was ahead in kills, is because it's ONIC who was also on the assault. It's also ONIC who understood that they might have to be the beatdown. Now, my next question is, where's Marky gonna go with this Faramis? He's always just been going one-on-one against Momo, and so far, they've just always been playing an isolated matchup.
Yeah, I think it's about scaling, possibly? What do you think, Lafel?
Okay, so here's the problem with Team Todak. They should have gotten more kills earlier in the game because we can see that the damage from Chiku is very strong. Alucard is a very strong early game hero, but right now engaged on to Team Todak.
For Maze, he gets hit by the Holy Baptism, but luckily takes a guiding wind. This means that mid-tier 1 is going down. You force the flicker on out of there. ONIC PH continue to exert pressure and control over the map.
Yeah, and just as I was saying, Team Todak, they do have scaling heroes. They do have the Brody as well as the Lunox, but they really should respect the Beatrix as well as the Nathan. They skill even better. So if they had a better engaged hero, maybe swap something out of the Matilda, like something like a Cho or something, but right now, Marky is getting attacked.
Yep, they just have to farm him as much as they can because he is going to be the weak link because he is directly designed for team fights and to counter glue for a large majority of this game.
Yep, and I'm looking at Chico Guy. I'm wondering if he understood what his actual role is. Earlier on, I agree with Lafel. They should have made more of that opening. They should have made more of the fact that Chico Guy can bait out these team fights wherein ONIC thought that they could win, but right now, obviously, that's not the case. Look at this, Chico Guy is out of position. He's so deep in that they couldn't even contest for Lord.
Yeah, I think at this point of time, we have to understand that Chico... Wait, hold on. He's going straight on to Marky once again. Is he going to secure the kill? Yes, he does. And he's going to get out with the help of Yumsa's guiding winds. But down on towards the mid side, towards that Tribe Rush, we're seeing that Marky is getting held hostage here. As Moon wants to get out. Brilliance is already popped in there. Just going to run him down. Beloyski doesn't want to continue any further. Calls the team to pull back. Focus on what's important. We got Lord. We don't have to force the situation.
Because of that whole pull by Todak deeper into their jungle, a turret was taken down up top. I think that's a small Requiem, a small Recluse for Todak. Like, that's a lane push for free. Another one down bottom too, but yeah, this is a huge push by ONIC up top.
Yep, they have to try their best here. I don't think they're going to force. Here comes the Falling Star Moon coming in from Delarski. Momo tries to get in the middle. Nibiru's Passion has been baited out and split. You can see even the tiny little bit of glue is not enough. Delarski, whoa, that's a lot of damage coming in from both Chiku guys as well as Moon. We're seeing the scaling starting to come into effect here for Todak.
I'm slightly frustrated with Momo. I think he should be diving Nathan and Beatrix, but he just couldn't find it. I don't blame him. It's just the way ONIC PH is playing. Beloyski's not giving him a chance, and again, Chico Guy is isolating Marky, finding him the weak link. But just the same, I think he's still playing his role.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Keep him distracted. Whoa, that damn Moon nearly exploding under the damage coming in from a fire miss. I wasn't ready for that one. That kind of, that shook me to my core. It's not going to be easy as Delarski and Beloyski. Oh, they find it. 2 ults already being used, Falling Star Moon as well as the Holy Baptism. But this is Yums we're talking about. He's building full tank. He can eat it now.
Yeah, right now what we can see that Team Todak is doing, they're actually separating their own team, trying to play the side lanes, trying to slow down the game a little bit more because they want to take something from the ONIC ID way of beating ONIC Philippines. Wait it out. They will eventually make a mistake around Lord and try to capitalize on that.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Beloyski now getting attacked, falling in straight into the Nibiru's Passion, but no important members getting caught in the fire against it. Hatred, I mean, he's doing a really good job here overall with these Nibiru's Passions, but so far, what do you think, Leo? Can ONIC PH, what they should be looking for as Chiku now can't seem to get out of this situation. He's so deep into enemy lines and a great superposition coming in from Kyrie to ensure that Chiku is going to be slain.
That's one way of doing it. Chiku guys got away with the whole, okay, I'll bait you out, surprise my old son. That's why he's gone 5-0 and X so far. But this one time that ONIC just collapsed on him, he got punished. And that's a lot of gold, honestly. You shut down someone with 5 kills straight, that's a lot of gold. So that's explaining this 5K gold lead still by ONIC despite going 7-7. And Delarcy's gonna catch Circling Eagles.
Circling Eagles already views the same goals for the Darkening coming in. Split fast coming in from Momo. They realized that after the position from Delarcy flickering out of that was done, they couldn't get back on top of him.
ONIC PH, the name of the game for them right now is lane management. They just need to keep this in check. And just like the way that I'd say Keyd drafted their victory against ONIC, they had good coverage. Now they have much better coverage. I like how LaFell referenced how ONIC ID defeated ONIC PH earlier. That's what they did, but now I think it's on ONIC PH's side, actually. There's 2 marksmen there. For crying out loud, 2 marksmen, and it's so much easier to force out these long fights, especially with Rafaela.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the positions that they're playing from. Mid is getting pushed out. We have Formace down on bot side clearing up those waves. We're seeing that, Todak, they cannot look to always hard face check this because there's such pressure coming in from ONIC PH's side. They want to play for this Luminous Lord, and I think it's going to be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. 39, Holy Baptism on towards Yum's side, forcing him back. That's 2 ultimates down. This might be an opportunity for Todak, but no, they're going to completely give up this Luminous Lord.
That was honestly faster than I expected. Did not notice that ONIC PH was clearly present in bottom lane. That 2-man fusillade attempt was just enough to make Todak think that ONIC PH was going to commit. And then poof, right from underneath their noses, Luminous Lord.
Yeah, it's still pretty shocking here. But LaFell, now that before Lord gets anywhere close towards Todak's space, what can they do to turn this around?
Right now, Moon has to step up. He can clear the lane very, very well. Same with Formace on his Brody. Right now, we're at 40 minutes. This is their time to shine, but we do have to see how Momo or Yums will try to set things up. I want to see more from Moon and more from Formace, and actually, Chiku just waiting just to get at least the Beatrix, and then they should be able to defend this.
Bennett's Rage already being used as they're looking to try and open up another inhibitor here. They clear up the waves relatively nicely. They still have bottom side and top side pushing in, but it's one lane not to worry about here. But look at the damage coming in from ONIC. They should be able to shred it relatively fast. They're not getting too much so far, and TQRS being purchased by Kyrie is now looking to try and catch on Chiku, guys. The Holy Baptism does not connect. Marky maybe in a little bit of trouble. He goes down to Formace, and now the initiation has begun. Yums trying to get in towards that backline, gets on top of Delarcy, but it doesn't really matter. This Chiku, guys, hops on towards the wrong targets here. He cannot kill that backline. Moon, unfortunately, cannot get deep enough. Flickers away, giving up that position to ONIC PH to start walking in towards the base. Momo has to do his best. He was already in the split quickly at the last second, gets onto Delarcy, pushes him out, and now Moon with the targeting takes out the rest. Hatred is down. Beloyski walks away, but Delarcy does not care. Is disrespecting the enemies, knowing that they cannot deal with how tanky he absolutely is, as Momo trying his best to hold on with anything. Yums will be able to come back up, but he cannot clear that wave. That this should be it here, and they know it. Yums can only do his very best, and ONIC PH will savor these last couple of seconds. GG. Well played to the Philippines, ONIC PH.
Back to back, there were moments there where the crazy call, the play to stay and say, we're going to trade, we're going to force this, either on the defense or the offense, could have paid off. But in this case, ONIC Philippines were all the more aware of what cards they were able to play and how much of a threat they were in that situation, which led to their victory.
Right now, I would say, unfortunately, Todak felt the wrath of the revenge from ONIC Philippines. By right, they should have won against ONIC Indonesia. And right now, Todak was the one on the receiving end to say, like, the world is not fair, and you will feel its unfairness.
I mean, truth be told here, the way that I feel, the circle of life,
the circle of Group B.
Yeah, the circle of Group B.
It's a three-way tie.
It's a strange game of rock paper scissors, man.
Four-way tie. Oh my God.
It is, right? Everyone's bled.
Everyone has bled indeed. But honestly, in this particular game, you gotta give it up to the support here. Beloyski, my God, he made such a difference with those holy baptisms.
Yeah, and speaking of that, after this, there's a few points in the highlights that I do want to point out where Team Todak, they have made some mistakes. where it was very uncharacteristic. But as I said, before we started the game, Moon has to step up because in this Lunox game, he did not look that well as well. He does not look clean. This is not the Moon that we know of to be the king of mages.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel the Lunox either. I have to agree with you. As much as we talked up Moon here, it's just that the Lunox did not do enough. It felt, honestly, it felt like the mid was supposed to be the Lunox and the Matilda, right? But as Lafel requested, Yums actually did visit the side lanes quite often. So that left Moon just wondering, what do I do with all this EXP? What do I do with all this gold in mid? And he didn't do much with it. That's what I'm curious
He was
about.
supposed to be the one to kill the Esmeralda. He tried. Don't get me wrong, he tried. But it did not work out.
I mean, Delarsky did a really, really good job here, but you also have to give it's a combination of both Delarsky and as well as Beloyski. And the skis are, making a huge, significant. Yeah, they're making a huge difference overall. And I think, I figured it out. I've cracked it. I know why they're better than everybody else. It's probably because of all that RGB to really make a gamer what they are. The Razer Hammerheads, true wireless. My goodness, this is some cutting edge technology earbuds. Destined to dominate the soundstage and, designed to dazzle, you know about dazzling, especially as gamers. The one thing that we love more than anything else, including skins, is the glorious RGB lights. The Hammerhead is decked out with the active noise cancelling and is 60 ms low latency gaming mode for an audio experience like never seen before. So head on over to Razer.com and cop yourself a pair while you still can.
Yeah, the noise cancellation is great because while they're playing, they're not distracted by us casters. But right now, let's talk about the itemization between both of these teams. And just like you say, Gideon, we do have to look at Beloyski and Delarsky as of right now. In terms of items, let's look at Esmeralda is really going towards that sustained, tanky Esmeralda, not really focusing too much on the damage, but at this situation, it doesn't need much. In terms of damage, he has the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Ice Queen 1, just slowing down the enemy team and making sure that he can spam a lot of his own skills. The Dominance Eyes, making sure that no one can heal up, and the Oracle, just making it that much tankier, especially when Beloyski with the Rafaela coming in and healing him up. Now, Lunox, this is why I say it's weird, right? Let's look at the items. He has the he has the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Holy Crystal, as well as the Divine Glaive. This is the ultimate items for mages to destroy anyone. Doesn't matter if you're a squishy hero, doesn't matter if you're a tanky hero, but he still could not make it happen just because Esmeralda is really showing up to be an extremely difficult hero to fight against. But right now, let's look at the MVP from ONIC Philippines, and it is going to be Beloyski on this Rafaela. 0-1, 1-1, 92% kill participation, making it oh so difficult for Todak to do anything. And actually, later on in the highlights, Beloyski is the one that I want to point out.
I mean, honestly, I gotta give it to you. Like, Beloyski really made a significant difference. He kept Yums in place constantly. He has bailed Delarsky multiple times, and like 4 out of 5 situations, they get away with it.
Yep, and he was also babysitting Hatred and Kairi the whole time. He was basically the angel bringing the 2 harbingers of death, the 2 marksmen, and saying, okay, I caught one, all yours.
Oh, it's brutal. It's so brutal here, and I can't wait to see the highlights to really... I want to see what you want to point out here, especially with Beloyski, because I feel like we've seen everything that he is capable of, and even a little bit more from that game. And at this point of time, like, it's a little concerning for me, because as you mentioned, because Moon, he's got that full item build, right? And I feel like he had an interesting role where he had to make a decision on, do I destroy the rest of the team, or do I get rid of the biggest problem on the side of ONIC PH? Let's jump over to the highlights. Lafel, take it away and teach them where did it all go wrong.
So even analysts, we have our own style. Unfortunately, my style is to point out mistakes. So let's look at the mistakes from Team Todak. Chico Guys has been playing well. We've definitely seen that he has the damage, but the fact that they do not push this advantage really slowed down the game for themselves, which is not what they wanted to do. Especially when we look how Chico Guys keeps getting the kills. Looking at all of these highlights, it's all in the Riverside. It's rarely on either lanes. It's always in the jungle. It's always in the river. Look at every single highlight. Every single time. I could count every single time that he is in the riverside. And then it becomes a problem when in the later stages of the game where Formis and Moon cannot deal with the damage. And this is the point. I want everyone to focus. Tiku guys went for Beloyski. Hatred was just there. He was right next to him. He blew every single skill on Beloyski. It is a misplay, and it's also an outplay where Beloyski, as the roamer, he forced Chiku onto himself, and that's why I said I want to see Beloyski in the later in that particular highlight, because Chiku, if he went to the right target, if he actually got Hatred, they may have able to actually stall out the game a little bit more and potentially win the game with Brody carrying the game, but Beloyski taking all of that damage on the Philippines closed out the game against Todak.
I want to give a potential bailout there. I want to give a potential bailout because he did use the pursuit and it did connect onto two people when he did hop over. There is a potential that I could say that Hatred could have potentially had a Winds of Nature, and that's why he had to switch targets. It could be one of those situations. It's really, really hard to tell, especially when you're looking at such a split-second decision. But that's the only thing that I have to say, honestly. This has been a great game coming in from ONIC PH, regardless of that one micro overall.
Three-way tie, let's go.
Three-way tie. I mean, it could be a four-way tie, honestly, but somebody has to lose at least twice here, or for a three-way tie. But if they, if it's 1-1-1, we can just keep the scores nice and I like symmetry, you like symmetry, you get what I'm going with here.
It's clean, this victory by ONIC Philippines, but the scoreboard is far from it. Honestly, there were a lot of upsets. There were a lot of things that happened today that we did not expect. I think we're also just throwing under the rug the fact that there was a Faramis here in the winning lineup.
Oh yeah, that's also true.
Right? Marky was such a role player. I gotta say, Marky, business, he was up to that this whole game, because the team fights he was a part of should have swung to Todak, but it just turned around.
I don't know. Group E has astounded me multiple times. It could be with the major upsets. It could be with just the draft. But my God, this is truly the group of death, and I don't think anybody was expecting Group E to be this exciting. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break and continue on with Group E with the rest of today. Remember, everyone, that M3 is presented to you by TikTok Live, supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, and most importantly, is powered by Moontun. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action. Catch you back then.
Wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Now nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
starts now. Light, to my aid.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fire.
Let's go.
Down, down, down. Down, down, down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Group of Death. Group B here. It is still right here, match number 5 of day number 2 at the M3 World Championships. Joined today by Mirko for your 5th match, as well as Leo and Lofel. How are y'all doing? Crazy matches so far, man. Firstly, I think it's safe to say that the Group of Death has lived up to its name.
A little too much. I was not expecting that the Group of Death would be also the death of logic, because there were some crazy things that happened today and we're not even done yet.
Absolutely.
For me right now, I'm so happy that this has really shown to be World Championship. It's not Southeast Asia Championship, right? Because as of right now, let's be real, let's talk about the facts. A lot of people has always looked at Philippines, Indonesia being at the top of the game, but right now really representing all over the world. In fact, Brazil has dropped the game for ONIC Indonesia, and right now for the World Championship, seriously, when everyone guesses for the M3 coins, it's literally a guess. No one can clearly say who will win and who will lose.
Absolutely, man. That's the thing here for the Group of Death. Sure, it's labeled as the Group of Death, but many of the players, most of the players predicted that both of the ONICs will be able to get pretty easy group, you know? Man, we were all wrong. It's a 4-way tie. Yesterday, we had a 3-way tie. We were like, man, no way the Group of Death can beat this. Turns out, it is the complete opposite. But, ladies and gentlemen, what brought you guys this immense, amazing experience at the M3 World Championship? Obviously, this is all powered by Moonsun, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented to you by TikTok Live. Go ahead, check it out, because we are, again, all ready to get into the next few games here. On that note, man, if you guys want to watch it as well, we're open for playoffs. Tickets are sold out, but for the next events, so on and so forth, if you guys want to go and visit in, when you visit Singapore, what new experiences are you looking forward to, man? Follow at visit_Singapore, and don't forget to hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share what you're looking forward to do in Singapore.
Earlier this year, M2 was held in Singapore, and there was so much that happened there, but if memory serves me right, nothing as crazy as what we've witnessed so far in just the first 2 days of group stage here in M3. And I think the leaderboards will also show us and explain what's going on. If not, just show us at least what the scores are. That's one step to try to figure out this madness.
As of right now, who would have thought? See, Keyd #1. But like Leo has said, everyone has bled in this group. There's no God here. Everyone will fall down. Todak, ONIC Philippines, ONIC Indonesia, Keyd have tasted victory, but also have felt defeat.
This is very interesting, man. I think this is the first time in M World Series history that this has happened, a 4-way tie right before we enter the 5th match here, right? So, even crazier stakes at the next match. Match number 5. It is going to be ONIC ID taking on Todak. Now, both of these teams, we've seen what they can do. Todak taking down Keyd. Keyd took down ONIC ID, but ONIC PH, they took down Todak, and ONIC did the same to ONIC PH. So, again, a very, very competitive group. Nothing is predictable here. The stats show it.
Yeah, this is the circle of life. Speaking of circle of life, Mirko, we want to thank someone right now.
Of course, we would like to thank our sponsors for, again, immersing us, giving us this amazing experience at the M3 World Championships. Our official gaming gear, Razer. Our official travel partner, Tumi. We have our official gaming chair, Secret Lab. We have our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming, and official payment partner, Frank by OCBC, official network partner, Singtel 5G, partners in esports, MeWatch. Go ahead, check it all out, because without them, we wouldn't be here casting for the greatest tournament of all time. The M3 World Championships continue in the most competitive group thus far.
Yep. Essentially what this circle of life, or the Group of Death,
or a square. There are 4 teams, so it's kind of like a square.
Sure.
It's a square of
or
one.
a rectangle. Right? There's still 4 angles.
Sure, a cube, if you might even say, if it's a 3D figure. What I'm saying here is the last 2 matches we have, possibly the last 2 matches we have, are suddenly a reset. Because again, the status quo has stated that they're all equal. Say what you will about the MPLs, say what you will about the other regions, say what you will about Southeast Asia or Brazil, but the fact remains they're all equal at this point. So anybody can pull out an upset.
Anybody can pull up an upset. At this point, it's no longer an upset. Everything has been done here in the groups. We've seen the unlikely fall. We've seen the unlikely win, and now we are going to take a look at ONIC ID. Before this group, before getting into today, I mean, this was the team everyone looked at being the tournament favorites. This was the team that had it all, man.
Yeah, and right now, as a Malaysian, I'm actually very, very scared right now, Marco. You want to know why?
Why?
Because ONIC Philippines has just unleashed their wrath on Todak after losing to ONIC Indonesia. And now ONIC Indonesia is probably looking to channel their wrath from losing to Keyd. So I kind of feel like Todak we're kind of the punching bags right now. Like, I hope they win, but at the same time, I feel like, we are playing at very bad times right now.
Yep, Todak is at their most vulnerable. They're at the worst possible place in terms of mental state. And they're facing off against a very angry ONIC Esports, right? You have Drian, Boots, CW, Sans, and Keyboy. This squad right here, this championship squad, just lost to historically #2 in MPL Brazil. What does that say? Where does that put you mentally?
Honestly, that puts me nowhere mentally. I am just so ready. It's a neutral at this point, right? Again, all the expectations that all of us had before this day, before the matches started, it's been completely shattered. And now, I do want to put one thing out there first. Keyboy needs the flashy, explosive heroes.
Yep, being at neutral, resetting is the ideal. But truth be told, I think they're very angry. I mean, I acknowledge Lafel's fear.
Yeah, but right now, like, even Mirko, even though he's the Indonesian, he has stated himself, like, right now his mental is 0, right? And shout out to mental health. That's a boom, bang, bada bing over there. But right now, let's look at Team Todak. We got Moon, Momo, Formis, Chico guys, as well as Yums. As of right now, again, I don't want to beat that horse, but we have to talk about it. Moon.
Oh.
This is his chance
Yes.
against ONIC Indonesia.
Yeah.
If at any point he tells his team, right, it's like, okay, I've not been performing well on the Kagura and the Lunox, but we all know I have that one particular hero that I can do well with. Now the question is, right now, what is that hero? Is it the Eve? Is it the Farsa? Is it the Selena? But either way, right now, Team Todak, they have to draft in a way that actually let Moon play what he wants to do, and hopefully that is enough to beat out ONIC Indonesia.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
As the president of the Singaporean and Filipino chapters of the Moonatics fan club, I'm afraid for our idol
Can you
here.
say that again? Moon what?
The Moonatics fan club.
Moonatics
I
fan club.
established it just this morning.
Wow. Can I get a card to join that fan club?
We'll talk about it when Todak wins.
Amazing.
They need to really gather their marbles, because not just their last chance, like right here, but today, this is their last game in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I have so much respect for Todak. Again, domestically, we don't need to introduce this team. They have been through it all. They've won it all. They are probably the most successful organization domestically in Malaysia, but internationally, they haven't been able to reach those highs like winning the Emerald Series Championship just yet. And that's exactly what they want to do here. You can see the difference when they played in the MPL Malaysia Grand Finals, and now they are showing it all here. We didn't see the actual Todak back in NMY. Now they fully shown in here. And for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, catch the M3 World Championships live on MeWatch from the 6th to the 19th of December and win various in-game rewards while doing that. So what are you waiting for? Switch on MeWatch and watch Todak versus ONIC Philippines right now.
Yeah, ONIC Esports.
ONIC Esports.
Yes,
this is ONIC
it's
Esports.
okay, Mirko. You know, scripts, they can change either way. But right now, I do want to full focus on the game itself. Let's talk about in-game, right? Because we have seen ONIC Indonesia win and lose games. And the similarities between both of those games, it goes over 20 minutes, right? Now, Todak lost to ONIC Philippines because ONIC Philippines, they really pumped up the gas, switched to second gear, and really sped up how they play the game, and they could not come back for it.
Ran out of steam.
They ran out of steam. So right now, looking at this game, Todak against ONIC Indonesia. If it goes to the later stages of the game, then it's really going to look at who has the double marksman setup, if there is going to be any double marksman setup. But either way, both of these teams, Todak, they like to play fast, but they lost against Philippines when they played faster. Right now, on Indonesia, they have played both games really, really slow. Will they keep it up or will they switch it up?
I hear it. I hear you. You're talking about tempo. On the other hand, I'm gravitated towards your point of who can pull off the double marksman, because there's something I learned from the last game we saw between ONIC Philippines and Todak is they have to shuffle. They have to switch. I don't know if it's a matter of Chico Guy not being as comfortable, but Formaze as the Brody, that could have been so much better. That could have been so much better. And now against, still, I believe, the strongest team in M3 right now, up there with Blacklist International, they have to pull all the stops. They have to play everything right, make all the right decisions.
On that note, we touched on this a little bit just now, but yes, Todak just came after a loss. They're playing again instantly. That break was very, very short, only 10 minutes break time for Todak. Is it enough time for them to reset? Going up against ONIC ID, a team who has gotten quite a bit of time to relax, to chill out, to work on those mistakes before this game. Now, that's a double-edged sword, man. For Todak, they can say it's a good warm-up for them. They can come in here hotter, or it might just be tragic. Maybe they didn't catch on to the mistakes that they made against ONIC Philippines, and that is exactly what might lose
right now,
the game.
if I'm part of the media team, that is quite a statement. It's like, oh, Todak had a warm-up game against ONIC Philippines.
That's the most expensive warm-up game.
That is very expensive. But speaking of expensive, we got to talk about goal. When we talk about goal, we talk about marksman. When we talk about marksman, I think of Beatrix. And when I think of Beatrix, I think of should be banned. I really feel like in the first rotation, Beatrix should be banned, because so far anyone has gotten Beatrix has been so annoying. Even if you're losing with the Beatrix, you can still clear the lane very, very well. Oh, you have a Luminous Lord? Well, too bad, I'm Beatrix.
It seems to be a paradox. Even if you're losing with Beatrix, you're winning with Beatrix.
Yeah, honestly, Beatrix was such a dominant hero for so long, up until they disabled her. That basically, she wasn't used not because she wasn't good, because literally Moonsoon had to disable her,
Because
and
she was
right
too
now
good.
she is too good, and she is still too
Now
good.
she is three
currently 3 good, maybe even 4 good, because we're in a 4-way tie here, Rafael.
It's at M3, so it's 3 good.
It's 3 good.
3 good.
Sorry, Marco.
All right,
You've been outclassed here by the Filipino and the Malaysian.
M3 good. Let's get into the draft right here for ONIC ID and Todak. Let's see both of these rivals collide. It is going to be the Ling and the Phobius coming out from the side of ONIC ID. Todak respecting that Beatrix. You mentioned it. They caught on and they are going to follow the SEA Games coach.
Hey, thank you for the shout out, Marco. But yes, as of right now, the game has started, and Todak kind of likes the ban coming from ONIC as well. Taking out the Esmeralda as well as the Phobius. Todak just lost to an Esmeralda, so I feel like, hey, for them, this is actually pretty good. But right now, Todak, they are the second pick. What kind of hero that they do not want to give over to ONIC Indonesia? Mirko, you are from Indonesia, so in your opinion, what would be the best ban to have right now that will make ONIC like, we wanted that hero?
Yves. Honestly, it's either the Yves or the Forester. Just getting one of that out of the way is going to be good, but they might just leave it open, because if you ban one, ONIC is going to get one. Todak won't have a lot of response for that. Actually, going for the Matilda, so leaving those two opened up for ONIC Esports. Having a lot of options here. They can go for the Yves. They can go maybe for Sans' comfort pick. The notorious Yi Sans Shin might make his debut here in the M3 World Championships.
I like the Sans, Yi San Shin, the Yi Sans Shin, but I'm thinking it's got to be the Eve. It's got to be the Eve, and then they trade one for the other. Farsa plus something on the other side. Farsa plus Ruby. Oh, that sounds nasty.
Oh, that sounds
I
nasty.
really like the Yuzong
as well. Yuzong.
There it is.
This is Telegraph.
Yeah.
This is Telegraph, right? And right now for Todak, I want to see how confident they are. Like, maybe they're thinking, oh, they've already got their mid laner. We don't have to take the Farsa right now. I would say that is a mistake, because I'm pretty sure ONIC Indonesia to be like, yeah, we can just put Farsa on the gold lane, and then let's see how you handle that. Like, we really don't care who you put there. So right now, Todak, they do have to take the Farsa. And right now, what is the other pick? Yums has played very well using the Ruby, and looks like Ruby, yes, Paquito, yes. Farsa, no. So it looks like they're thinking, oh, they already have a mid laner. We do not need to take the Farsa right now.
Honestly, this is very dangerous for ONIC ID, man. They got the Yves, and again, Yves, she is a very good hero in these skirmishes, in the long ranges. If you are able to play it front to back, play it neatly, she is probably the best hero. But that's the thing Todak is trying to do with the Ruby pick, with the Paquito pick. They're trying to destroy and make it messy, man. They don't want a clean fight. They want it to be messy, dirty, grounded. You know, just go slugfest completely out. ONIC, they need someone to go for the peel. They need hard peel. They need to be able to play around this Yves. And there you go, Yi San-shin and Keyboy Selena, a flashy hero for Keyboy and that Yi Sun-shin, baby.
The way you put it, Mirko, it feels like I need to sanitize, but
I like all the adjectives that he just said.
Lovely.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
He
Boom,
ran
bang, bada
ran
bing.
out of them. You can put the thesaurus away now.
Say that as well.
Boom, bang, bada beam. Words just come to my head. But looking at the lineup of ONIC, they're owning the map and they're owning mid lane. They are willing to trade this much and spend this much investment so that their side lanes are going to be okay. And if you're talking about the side lanes of ONIC, that's CW and that's Boots. One is their anchor, the other is an unpredictable gold laner. Real quick, did you know that when I asked Luis of Keyd the other day, like when we were in quarantine, I asked, who's your favorite gold laner? Who's the biggest threat to you? He said CW. He said CW of ONIC Esports. I asked why. He said, because he's so unpredictable. And here, with throwing no caution to the wind, we don't know what he's playing in the gold lane. It's still out there.
Last time I saw this composition, Leo, Lofel, Yves, Selena, and Yi Sun-shin. Usually they top it off with a Popo and Koopa, getting that early game dominance with that Selena, getting Popo and Koopa ahead, basically sieging every single turret, taking every single turret gold is going to be their plan here perhaps, with the Lancelot ban, that basically kind of, pushing towards that narrative as well.
Yeah, and right now, again, it looks very, very scary because before we looked at the draft, we did talk about tempo. So far, ONIC Esports, they have played a slower tempo, but right now, looking at the draft, it looks like they do want to speed it up. And Moon, on this Lilia, I am very, very interested to see because I'm not so sure how he will perform on this hero. I like what Lilia has done throughout this M3. A lot of damage, good survivability. So far, for the world stage, Lilia has been solidified as a meta hero. I just am not so sure with Moon's performance today. If he does it well, then we might look at a very, very long game. But if he does it, looks like ONIC ID all the way.
Yeah, that's going to be the question right here, all right? Moon, he's been shaky here today. Will he be able to pull out his best? Coming in with the Lilia pick, a hero that has a lot of potential. High skill ceiling here. Let's see what he can do. But Todak with the first pick here in the second phase of the draft. They need to pick maybe a jungler here, depending on where that Paquito is going, right? If the Paquito goes to the jungle, then it is going to be an XP laner picked up, or maybe a marksman for the gold lane.
This confirms that it is indeed a jungle Paquito. So we're gonna be seeing, hopefully, Momo on that Lapu-Lapu, and then Formaze on the Paquito. Lofel, do you agree? It's gotta be Formaze on the Paquito.
As of right now, Toda, they're looking back and they want to go with their original style. This is Toda Langar, using very, very tanky heroes that can charge from the front. This is the kind of composition where they say we're going to initiate and you will not stop us. And when we initiate, either you die or I die. Either way, we're going all in, and let's just see who wins the mechanical gameplay.
Sounds like they're Malaysian Vikings. It's just, this is our fight. Regardless, we go out in a blaze of glory. But ONIC, they pick up heroes that say, no, you don't get to do that.
Yeah.
You say we say how you do it. The Yu Zhong and the Cho are such great answers because the Cho here, this is going to be a side lane Cho.
It is going to be a side lane Cho. CW has played it. That was the hero that he used to beat Blacklist International in the MPLI Grand Finals final game.
More flashbacks.
More flashbacks. Yi Sun-shin, Selena. We got the Cho as well now.
Unfortunately, even me, I'm the Malaysian. I'm supposed to be biased. It's kind of hard right now. Looking at the draft from ONIC, I'm like, I don't know what to say. Like, I still believe in my boys. I still believe in Toda. Go with the Todak Langar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings. In for the win. 1-1 is coming in. and Chico guys on this 1-1. There is potential to win in the late game, but let's see whether ONIC will actually allow that to happen, or again, they will show the wrath of the yellow porcupines.
We'll have to see right now.
Are
The draft.
porcupines angry?
Porcupines are very angry, but so is Todak. They're looking for revenge on the yellow porcupines here. Let's see what happens. Both of the drafts have been locked up. So far, I think we can all agree that ONIC Esports, they have the more multi-dimensional draft right now, but it's all gonna come down to execution. We've said everything about the draft for every single game. We've been wrong every single game. So, Todak, will they be able to break the code of ONIC Esports right here, stealing from another team's motto?
Yeah, you just gotta mention Blacklist International. It's not their group, but they still make a cameo here.
They're just so dominant. But on that note, let's get in straight into the land of dawn. This is the battle for first place. Let's see, will it be ONIC ID or Todak for Malaysia? Spam in the chat right now. Go and support your teams because they will need it. And it's actually the Cho in the mid lane. CW playing the Yiv in the gold lane. I mentioned this. The flex picks are insane for ONIC, but I didn't expect this levels of craziness.
First up, chat, hashtag Malaysia Bole, hashtag Indo Pride. Who do you support? But I gotta say, let's lay it down, all right? What does the mid lane show bring? It's a lot of damage. You can treat it like a lane bully. Has a lot of solid CC and a surprising amount of damage. What does gold lane CW bring? It's basically an artillery tank. If you put the Cho there, he's gonna be miserable facing off against Chico Guys 1-1. But if it's CW, you can put up a fight like that. The Void Crystal just puts Chico Guys in such a weird position.
Absolutely, and the good thing about the Yiv going into that gold lane is that wave clear isn't going to be a problem. He is going to be able to wave clear really, really well, but Keyboy is already waiting inside, going in for the Abyssal Arrow, will not be able to connect onto it. He's actually still going to go and commit under the turret. Keyboy going and backing up. Drian is there to help him out though. Goes in for another Abyssal Arrow, tanked away by Yums.
Yums just blocking it for his brother, Chico Guys. Again, we talked about that matchup. Let's go down the bottom lane. This is the XP lane matchup. It's between two fighters that have just such great sustain, the Lapu-Lapu and the Yuzhong. I've said this yesterday, an XP lane matchup that's between two chunky fighters like this that might lead to nothing is like a dance-off. It's just no violence, just life bars going up. Moon in trouble.
Moon is in trouble right now, but maybe it might be Drian here as Yums has joined up in the mid lane trying to help out his mid laner as well. But San, he's waiting in the bush. He's going to go in. Black Boot's not just ready yet. Drian gets a very good Jeet Kune Do onto two members. Will be able to disengage out of that one for now as Todak have the resources. Don't really have the resources to do anything. They will just recall ONIC Esports with the initial engage on the objective. Chiku and CW in a 1v1. Chiku goes in and oh my god, clutch gaming from both of the gold laners as CW gets out with a sliver of health.
I love the confidence that CW has, but it may have been misplaced. Railroad manipulation taking him down on the way out. First blood drawn. Brought to you by Razor, and it's still going.
It is still going. Drian actually goes in for the flicker, gets the way the dragon, picks up another, and that's going to be a 2-for-1. Maybe not for long though, because Moon has joined up in that top side, looking for some fights. The turtle though has been taken away by Sans in the bottom side. This is what ONIC Esports likes to do. This is them at their peak. When they are able to just split the map like this, very similarly to their Filipino counterparts, they will be able to secure most of the objectives.
I kept trying to keep it back, but as soon as the team fight happened, it had to be said. The power spike for ONIC Esports has come. This is when they want to take these fights, especially with now the ult on Drian, the last Kage able to now find the way of the dragon onto the perfect target. And a lot of scrambles like this in the mid-river is going to happen. You can expect that this is going to happen, but ONIC Esports will not fall for it. I think ONIC Esports has superior map control, and so far we've seen that, despite top lane being Todak's fortress, besides top lane being Todak, for Todak to lose, it's because ONIC Esports knows exactly where people are. It's because of that mountain shark and because of those traps set in by Keyboy.
Yeah, but look at this actually, Lofel. Now we are going to take a look at the items, but I have a better question for you. Yiv and the Cho has just swapped their lanes. Was it just initially they get that gold up top and then rotate that mage into the mid lane with a significant power spike over the other mid laner?
Yeah, I definitely feel like it is one of the situations where they're just trying to buy time, but it looks like another fight is going on here, Mirko.
Yeah, another fight is going on. Yums forced to flicker away right there as there was also 1v1 by Keyboy and Moon right there. Again, both teams now just going for the back, but it's going to be Moon actually targeted instantly. Sans picks up the killing spree, and this is why he's so lethal on this hero. The Yi Sans Jin coming in super strong in when it matters.
Infinite knowledge coming through, and that's exactly what led to this 4-1 lead. I'm guessing if that lane switch was just temporary, I guess it was just a rotation. It's just what set up Drian for more success. He picks up the antique cuirass and now comes in, joins with this Lord Turtle take, that is. They're going so fast, it felt like a Lord for me. And again, it goes to Sans Turtle's lane, brought to you by the STB. And now top lane is slowly becoming where ONIC Esports answers. Look at this, Drian with the way of the dragon!
Yeah, Drian with the way of the dragon, instantly with the follow-up coming in, the missile arrow will be able to pick up one kill. It's going to be Yums now targeted. The real world manipulation will be able to lock him down, and that's going to be another kill picked up by Keyboy as they secure a double kill. But Keyboy, he's hungry for more. Drian goes in for the G2, no flicker, unable to connect. Chiku still able to outplay for now, but now he does have the crossbow of Tang. Not ready, not popped just yet until now. Keyboy still able to tank all that damage. Chiku, he's making the outplay, and he's done it! What is this? Chico going for more, dodging everything, and oh my god!
Malaysian Vikings! The Malaysian Vikings!
What was that? But now Sans comes over as well. Moon's gonna be the target. Drian trying to go in, but it's gonna be the base from Malaysia. Todak, Drian going for the way of the dragon. Sans in 1v3, still able to kite away, but the damage is gonna be enough for Todak to get the shutdown.
This is exactly what Todak wanted. LaFell set it up so well. Yep. I forgot what the term was. What is this playstyle called?
All right, so here is the thing. In Malaysia, we say, Chiku is not afraid of death. Death is afraid of Chiku. He will refuse to fall down. And here is the thing about Todak. They have the Viking spirit. It looks like they're losing, but they are the comeback kings. And right now, they're looking like they're having a momentum over this Chiku play.
Oh, it's beautiful. That opened up the rest of the map for them. ONIC Esports spent too much time there trying to kill Chiku, guys, and it led to quite the lead for the bottom lane here, giving it all to Momo.
My goodness, man. You know, in this tournament coming into it, there was a lot of names. CW, Zin, Ohem. Put some respect on Chiku's name, man. This guy has shown what he's got in the M3 stage when it matters the most. This is the battle for the first place. They might have just done it here, all right? The gold lead just now was huge for ONIC Esports, but now it's Todak turning the tides instantly. Chiku, he's not scared of anything. He's actually gonna go dive under the turret and the crossbow attack. What is this? Chiku is going Ultra Instinct.
I love when Chiku doesn't care. He's just like, am I a late game hero? I kind of feel like I can go right now. And he just goes right now. And Team Todak, they have this lead. But again, they can't just fall on Chiku. Right now, Yums, he has to play the tank very, very well. He has to, one word, and I'm going to say it twice, helicopter, protect Chiku at all costs, especially the later stage of the game. Bing, bang, bada boom.
You had to do it. You had to do both in the same line. But, all right, Chiku, once again, he's going to get caught out, actually. He's going to be taken down, and there you go. It only is going to cost you a lot. Boots now going in for Yums with the help of Sans playing in the passive, getting the second kill of this trade. Todak forced to back away. Only 3 members strong. Will they still force a fight? Moon going in, trying to deal some damage, but Boots will be able to go for the Furious Dive. Raven's Fighter has been popped to the backside, gets a stun on the 3, and that's going to be Momo looking for the kills. Boots still able to survive for now, baiting a lot of damage coming in, and that's going to be Drian going for Flicker the way the dragon onto 4 mace, and the damage will be enough. Sans now jumping in, back and forth, playing the passive, gets another, and that's a 4-0.
Just like that, Todak has turned their short-term advantage into basically ONIC Esports' base. They gave so much in that fight, and they were scrambling. And to be fair, ONIC Esports, just like they did earlier against Keyd, knew how to bounce back. But just the same, the ending of that game was a whole nother story. Let's not count Todak out just yet.
back and forth, back and forth. The upsets just keep on going. ONIC Esports with the lead, Todak comes back. Todak with the lead, ONIC Esports comes back. That is the group of death for you, man. And right now, both of the teams need to be very careful. There are no objectives just yet. They don't want to get picked off in this moment.
What ONIC Esports has to do here to maintain this 3K gold lead, of course, still dominate and dictate where Todak goes and what they can do, is to try to play with Chico guys. I think Chico guys, the reason why they lost this team fight Todak, that last team fight where the real world elevation caught Chico guys right in the middle, is because Chico guys was confident. I think they have to give Chico guys a false sense of confidence. It's right here. It's on him now. This whole game, I think, for the next 10 minutes, if he can farm up, that's a win. If he can't and he keeps getting caught out, ONIC Esports going to punish.
Punish is the right word here, all right? Todak needs to play it very, very carefully, even though they were able to get the lead even out. But now it's going to be Keyboy going for the Abyssal Arrow, already using up a very valuable resource right before the Lord fight even starts. That's Purify gone for 80 seconds.
Yeah, right now looking at the map, even though the goal difference ONIC Esports is on top, but I feel like even they want to play this out very, very carefully because they do not want to eventually make a mistake over here, because right now the Lord is up and ONIC Esports, they have played long games today. Their stamina is being tested, but right now real manipulation and Yum's going to the front.
Yeah, Moon is going to get chunked really, really low right there, but there wasn't anything Todak could do to answer to that. It's just Moon backing away, and now again, the map control from Keyboy with the Abyssal traps placed everywhere on the map. It's just really beautiful, but look at Chiku. Why is he playing there? These are the questions you would ask to a normal player, but it's going to be Chiku right there, able to get some damage, but Sans on the other side, the double man, two-man stun under the turret. Sans will be able to pick up the kill. No answer for the side of Todak. They're not committing for anything right now. They are going to go and try to push in the midway, but with Drian rotating, this might be disastrous. Boots coming in. Chiku caught out of position. Is this going to be a mistake? Boots just circling around, trying to wait, trying to bait some time as Imopedic goes in and connects. It's going to be Sans going to the backside. Chiku with a crossbow tag will be able to target one. Picks up a kill and is going for more. Now Drian in the midst of it all, trying to run for the hills, going to the opposite side of where he wants to. And Chiku, he's right there. Pops the Aegis Ray. The dragon has been popped only to get some damage, get some time left. Drian forces the flicker, but Yums is just right there. And that is going to be, wait a minute, the last Kage. What is this? He's still able to run for now, but Yums will finally pick up that kill, and it is going to be very worth it for the Malaysian representatives. 2-0 for the Lord.
That was quite the tango. Everyone dancing around here and there. Right now, Team Todak, they are going for the Lord. Is this the optimal play? And looks like CW is there. Real Woman Manipulation has not been used. And Todak, they've managed to get the Lord. Todak, actually looking pretty good over here.
This is the reason why you put Formaze in the jungle and Chico guy in gold. You need Formaze's confidence and just his reliance on being in the front line. That's the reason why he has a 154 record. Honestly, that's not a bad 154. He's playing a role player Paquito. We've seen many times where the Paquito will suffer some deaths, but eventually he gets this. He was chasing down Drian, and that's what you need to do. Chico guy can't chase down Drian,
but
so
right,
you have to be there to do it for him.
And right now, looking at Yi San's Shin, I'm not feeling good, right?
Not as confident.
He has the Blade of Despair. He has the War Axe. When he has those two items, I was scared. Right now, he has Endless Battle as well as Demon Hunter Sword. Unless Todak finds a way to catch him out, I really don't think they can win any team fight really confidently.
But the thing is, you can say the same thing about Chiku, guys. Look at his items. He's completed all of his core items, man. He has the DHS, the Corrosion Scythe, and the Windtalker. But look at that. That's like you said. Sans is looking for the kills onto Chiku, guys. Already caught very, very low. Gets the inhibitor turret and also chains it with the tier 2 in the mid lane. Looking for the tier 2 in the bottom side, and it looks like they will be able to get it uncontested.
What? Total map control by Todak. Somewhere in the middle of the 10 to 11 minute mark, they just seem to have shifted gears.
This is a different Todak, man. This is international Todak. The M World Series Todak. They've done it every single time. When you underestimate this team is when this team is the scariest. They are literally the dark horse of this tournament, and they're showing why they are labeled as that.
Looking at what Chico guys just picked up, he has now an Athena's shield. Moon now has a Genius Wand. If the player cams aren't telling you the whole story, there's so much more behind the scenes that's going on. Todak, I can guess that they're feeling a little bit frustrated. They're at 13-8. They know that they can win team fights. They know that they're in the lead, but where is that window? I think patience is going to be key here. Todak, just be a little more patient, and ONIC Esports may or may not let you slip through a window where you can win a team fight turnaround that way. But that being said, ONIC Esports still in control here. They're the ones who can say when and where you can fight, and they catch 4 Mays.
I was about to say what ONIC needs to do is look for picks, and that's exactly what they do. Now Drian goes in for the Jiku Dawn, the 2 members, flickers the other way to bait some time, but it's gonna be Jiku going for the crossbow of Tang. Not just yet. It's the cancels from Drian. The last Kage. He's hugging the wall for dear life, and that's gonna be Jiku using all of his resources for not. Yi-San Shin is here, baby, and he's looking for the kills. Now with Immortality, Poppy's gonna look for a double kill, gonna be able to secure it as Momo tries his best to run away. A 4-for-1 right now. They're gonna go for the chase. Momo has nowhere to go. He is gonna be able to use the Bravest Fighter, but look at the mid lane. It's time for the ONIC turn.
We saw ONIC Esports do this in our opener today, but I don't think it's over just yet. Todak is still in this. There'll be a few more defenders here to save their base in just a few more seconds. 5 for Moon. Chico guys the same. It's a 5v5 defense. Still not over just yet. Let's not call it. Neither of these 2 teams are out.
Holy moly, the pattern continues. Todak has the lead. We're gonna take it back. Roll back the clock, man, because let's take a look at the instant replay.
Yeah, right now, honestly, for ONIC, Drian is the guy to watch because, yes, he just caught out 4 mains. But the thing is, he can do that to multiple players from the side of Todak. Yes, Yi-San Shin, he is the one that's going to do the damage. But according to that replay, the guy that Todak has to be careful of is Drian because he is controlling the bush. And if no one is opening the map, then no one is safe.
No one is safe indeed. That was just beautiful, clinical play right there from Drian. Not only did he get the pick, but he also just hugged the wall. He sacrificed himself for his team. Chiku wasn't able to get that final weakness point, and that was what costed them the team fight. Imagine if Chiku got that crossbow of Tang. It would have just been ONIC Esports wiped to the ground. There was nothing that they would be able to do. So just, even though it will be bad in his KDA, he's not a stat player, he is a team player. But look at this, another fight goes in. Todak goes in for the backside, and still be able to cancel out, but it's gonna be the real revelation used up. He's gonna get taken down, and that's a 1-for-0. Todak are really, really good at these crazy clutch plays. But Sans, oh my god, not only is it Chiku going in for the crazy plays, but Sans as well. They get Momo low, and they buy themselves a little bit more time. 30 seconds, they need that death timers to come back here because the Enhanced Lord is up and ready. Just as I say that, Drian goes and almost finds himself another pick.
Battle of marksmen. Leo, how are you liking this?
I love it. Honestly, it's not just the marksmen because the real targets are the mages, and that's where the damage is coming from. And now Todak, I'm not sure if this was the right call. It doesn't feel like it was because Moon goes down. He didn't even get to use Black Shoes.
Oh my god, Black Shoes wasn't popped, and the Abyssal Arrow connects. It's a disaster for Chiku and Todak right now. They've lost their mid laner, and that is going to be the Lord, uncontested Enhanced Lord for ONIC Esports in the 16th minute of the game. This can be the final push that they need.
Right now, I'm the Malaysian. And Leo's the one like, what is going on? Because this game is a coin flip. I take a coin, I flip it up. Who wins? No one will know. Because again, both of these teams have shown the pedigree. However, focusing on Sans. 10, 1, and 5, right? Just now, Miracle, you have said in the previous team fight, if somehow Chiku manages to get a crossbow attack, maybe they can win. I would argue and say it's Sans. Even if Chiku managed to get the crossbow attack, I feel like he will out-damage the 1-1, especially when he has the Blade of Despair, Endless Battle, and that War Axe. Those 3 items itself is pretty scary. Having Demon Hunter Sword does not make it easier.
True, especially because, again, Chiku guys, sure, he does have those core items, but no Malefic Roar. So a lot of the tanky members for the side of ONIC Esports, they'll be able to tank that crossbow tank with no problem whatsoever. Let's see what happens here, though. Enhanced Lord already marching down the mid lane, as that is going to be Sans walking down the bottom side, trying to play the passive, trying to push the waves, all 3 at the same time. They're going to go in using the Abyssal Arrow to zone away the members of Todak, but it is a great defense, honestly, from the Malaysian representatives.
Discipline is the key here for Todak right now. 18 minutes in. I believe we're in TikTok timers territory. That meaning the timers on death are so much bigger, much more punishable. And that's going to be an engaged on bottom that has me saying question mark?
Yeah, oh my god. The thing is, real world manipulation was popped to get some damage, to get some pressure, maybe even just push them all out from the inhibitor turret. But Todak, they don't want to let that happen. They want to stand their ground, aggressive plays that almost costed them the game, but it worked out in the end. This is what you need from both of the teams. You can't be scared to make these kind of engages. And there you have it. Look at there. It's going to be Yums with the amazing I'm Offended, turning it around once more.
Helicopter, Yums right now with the Ruby. He is going to be that playmaker because again, it's very clear for both Todak and ONIC Esports. It's super clear. The main damage dealers are the marksmen because as of right now, the mages, they are getting targeted. Every single time CW wants to open that real world manipulation, he's going to get targeted. He's going to get stunned. And then he won't be able to dish out the damage. Moon, unfortunately, still has not done very, very well on this Lilia. So the tanks, the fighters, if they can protect, and look at this, a fight going on, Mirko.
Yeah, the fight is going on right now, but it is actually a mistake. Yums goes for it, no follow-up just as of yet. It's going to be Chiku kiting away. Trian trying to look for the play. Crossbow Tang is ready, up and ready for the side of Chiku. Not going to use it just yet. Wants to save that resource for a better time here. But it is going to be the siege continuing in the mid lane. ONIC, Boots goes in for a furious dive on it too. It's still going to be Moon going in for the black shoes, able to run away. Boots is going to be chained and taken down by the crossbow of Tang. And there you have it, melting down the ONIC Esports members. It is the defense. Will ONIC be able to come back from this one, Leo?
They timed it so well. The Black Dragon form being out of commission was so key, but Yi Sanshin never count him out. 11, 1, and 5, only falling once. They are gonna still remain standing, but the question is, this next Lord 40 seconds away, this is the next major objective. Yes, ONIC Esports got a great defense. They lost all their inhibitors. Todak clean house. Todak did the same thing, but I think the main difference here between these two teams, Todak's which is willing to do more crazy things, and that's what got them to this point. I see what LaFell was saying this whole time is sometimes the call is to just not think about it, do it, and get there anyways. And they have gotten to this point. They've threatened ONIC Esports one more time.
We mentioned the mechanics coming in from this team, man, and it is shining through in this game at the M3 World Championships. You can't ask for better timing going up against the tournament favorites, ONIC Esports, who have looked shaky, but this is just purely Todak getting the lead.
I'd like to say, yes, it's a good mix of mechanics, but it's also the decision making. As funny as it sounds, the whole mantra of how do you know what I'm going to do and I don't even know what I'm going to do, that's essentially what's in play here.
That's basically LaFell's process, the thought process behind LaFell every time he plays a game of Mobile Legends.
Yes, just be brain dead, and the enemy will be surprised, and then I will be surprised.
We're all surprised.
And then we're all surprised. But again, this is what I did mention, is that Chiku, he does have the damage, but between 1-1 and the Yi Sanshin just has a little bit more burst. So Chiku, yes, be brain dead. Do not use your brain, by all means. But that one particular moment, try not to 1v1 Suns.
Yeah, I agree with that one. You know, be brain dead, but at the right time. Yes. Is that what you're trying to say here, LaFell? All right.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Okay, boom, bang, bada bing. But it is going to be Todak once again, getting the pressure all across the map with the inhibitor turrets taken down. That will mean that every single lane will be auto-pushing every single time. But it's going to be Momo going in, almost getting the sun off. San's able to sidestep for now, still able to kite back, but it is going to be ONIC actually losing their momentum. Drian goes in for the way the dragon onto Moon, not going to be able to get anything there. It's going to be actually the crossbow tank popping in, getting the kill. Now, both of the inhibitors have been taken down. The bottom side is wide open, and that's where Paquito's going. Look at it, Yim, he's trying to go and defend the base, but it's gonna be Boots caught out of the bad situation. They're forced to back away. Maze with the backdoor. Immortality has been popped. Will he be able to end the game? One more hit, and Malaysia, they are going to go to the upper brackets.
Like a thief in the night.
This error must be reported. Even the system was like, that's crazy. Even
holy.
You know what?
Production was surprised.
Yes,
casters are surprised.
Everyone was surprised. That puts ONIC at
Todak best team.
Todak best team. Todak in the highest. They're ranked top right now in Group B.
Hold on, Leo. Make it a reality, man. Make that fan club.
Yes.
We discussed this.
Yes,
If Todak
yes,
wins,
yes.
however, let's change it to Chiku.
Okay, no, there is a Chiku. There's a Chiku subgroup.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It's still the Monatics main HQ fan club, and then there's a Chiku guys subdivision. But oh my God,
who would have expected this? Who would have expected?
Who'd have thunk? Look at the.
I am so sorry for everyone guessing.
The emotions.
The emotions are running, man.
CW is disappointed.
Everyone is disappointed. No one expected this.
What is Group B?
What is Group B? Back and forth, even in the game, man. We saw it. It's not just the group, but even in this game, you can see it. When ONIC had that lead, Todak came back. When Todak has the lead, ONIC came back, and it just went turn to turn to turn to the final moment.
Just as important as what it is that Todak did, there seems to be a pattern that ONIC Esports seems to always fall into. It happened once already today, and it came through via a turnaround, a single turnaround, almost single-handedly off of the back of Kluint, right? In the hands of Keyd. But now, it came from the hands of Moon and Formaze. They just went in and said, don't let him come home, where we're gonna finish up strong. And is this a matter of communication? Is this a matter of macro decision making?
A lot of things we do have to discuss. But right now, I apologize. Mirko and Neo, it's very difficult not to look smug right now. That was a good game.
You know what?
A very good game.
You deserve to celebrate right now,
Let me do
Lafel.
you one better. Lafel, you're a good-looking analyst. You're an intelligent man. And Malaysia's on top
And
of the
I'm
world
very
right
humble.
now.
I'm very humble.
Malaysia's on top of the world right now.
By being brain dead.
Okay. You know, I think it's a little bit
bang,
too
bada bing.
harsh to dumb it down that way.
No.
Sure, you can say that it was brain dead aggression, but that aggression came through hard work, man. That instinct that they need to have to make all those clutch decisions every single time was huge, all right? But just like that, you need to be able to carry a lot when you want to win the game. So go ahead and check out Tumi, the leading international performance luxury brand designed Tumi Esports Pro level bags and accessories for gamers on the go. That's why Chico was able to go and carry his team right there.
Yeah, I have to say, Tumi has amazing bags. But right now, let's look at what the bags can hold. Let's look at itemization between both of these teams. And again, the thing that I am so surprised of is that Chico, again, he doesn't rely on the items, where even earlier in the game, in his own lane, he fought against the Eve, did very well. But in terms of item, Chico guys over here, he sold his boots, he goes ham, he just wants to dish as much damage as he can. Mirko, you yourself said he did not have the Malefic Roar, and
he sold it.
He sold his boots, he got the Malefic Roar, he understood the assignment, he knew that he needed more damage. He needed to really carry this game forward. But as well, looking at Formaze, immortality was crucial. If he did not have that immortality, I really doubt he could have ended the game. Yes, Lilia Moon was there, but I still feel even if she was there, they would not be able to close it out. That immortality is a huge investment, and it paid off. Immortality for the win. Immortality for the win. But looking at ONIC Esports over here, Suns, 12-1-5. He did not make any mistakes. He was chased after. But again, Todak, at the last moment, it's all about knowing how to play the map. They understood that the team fight is not worth winning when the base is wide open. And right now, we're gonna look at the MVP. I feel like there's only one person worthy of the MVP slot, and we're looking at 1-1 from Chiku guys, Match KDA 8-5-2, 71% kill participation. Whenever it looks like he's going down, he's got that Aegis. And look at the items, focusing on the attack speed. But just like Mirko said, he needed a little bit more. He needed to take down those tanky heroes. Malefic Roar clutching it out in those late game team fights.
Put some respect on his name, Chiku guys, coming in, one of the most underrated players, I feel like, into the M3 World Championships. No one mentioned him. Everyone was out about the Filipino teams, Indonesian teams, but Todak and especially Chiku here in when it matters. This was just a clinical game. I am just so speechless right now from that performance. 1v3 up top, winning it, baiting everyone, getting the crossbow of Tang when it matters the most. Oh my God.
You can't take the fight out of the kid, and despite having 5 deaths, Chico guys still came through and played the MVP.
Yeah, and right now we are gonna look at the highlights, and what a highlight play over here. Chico 1v2ing, managing to dodge out. 3 skills were on him, right? The Eve, the Selena, as well as the Mountain Shocker. Everyone tried to kill him, he just refused to die. And then just from that, this is one of those situations where people say, whenever you're down, look at your leader. When your leader is doing so well, it really motivates the rest of the team to really push forward. And over here, this is what Miracle said. Drian doing his best to make sure that he does not give the crossbow tank over to Chico, and they lost this team fight. Maybe they could have turned things around, but I still believe that Sans would have won the team fight anyways. And in this kind of situation, they focus heavily on Sans. And everyone wanted to protect him. And I feel like this is one of the situations where Todak read the situation. And it's like, we got something over here, and we just have to roll with it, go towards their own base, and win the game. It's not the best way to lose. It is not the best way to lose when you're fighting for your life and then you just check back, someone's there.
It's so well managed by Todak though. This is literally the method behind the madness. They set it up in such a way that it's total anarchy in the face of ONIC Esports. And ONIC Esports, I think it's safe to say they're so used to being in control. And when you're playing against a team that's just everywhere, a team that's just willing to do most anything, trade left and right, a 1-1 that's willing to go X and 5 to be able to get the job done, that's what happens. And that's how Todak here, safe to say, has just locked themselves in for the upper bracket, going straight to the playoffs. I can't believe it. I'm still expecting for my alarm to go ding, 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 ding. Wake up, you're dreaming.
I'm the Malaysian, and even I was surprised. I was like, maybe. But again, Todak showing the Malaysian Viking spirit. Even in their draft, Todak langgar. They will do whatever it takes. They will commit to the fight. They will not run away. They will go straight forward. And even if the game is lost, they will find a different way to win. And that is what Formace did and ended out by split pushing straight to the base.
That's exactly why and how they won the game. They didn't care. Sure, we're behind, but we're gonna do anything and everything to get out of this situation, to get back at that chance to get to the upper brackets, and that's what they did, man. They took every single fight. It's out of desperation, but it was just so beautiful to watch from Todak. Amazing display of Mobile Legends at its peak right here. But we still have one more match to conclude the group of death. After this, we are gonna take a look at ONIC Philippines going against Keyd, and that is going to be the highlight match here as well. Match number 6, final match. It's been Mirko, Leo, and Lofel. We will see you after this short break.
Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we fly stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy! I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion.
faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a sight when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top.
Let's go.
Down, down, down. Down, down, down.
What an amazing day here in the Group B conclusion. Right now, we are about to head to the final game of the Group of Death. countless surprises have happened throughout the day, and maybe there might be just one more. Still here, joined by your caster, Mirko, Leo, and Lofel. What is up? I know you're still very excited. I can still see the smugness from you, Lofel. But I think we need to change it up a little bit here. Leo, ONIC Philippines next.
I think it comes down to this one last match. Whoever wins gets to join Todak in the upper bracket, and that's saying something. Who'd have thought that in this day, in day 2 of M3, we would have said Todak secures the upper bracket slot first. That is just a surprise that's so pleasant, and I love that I'm saying that, but I'm honestly kind of scared for ONIC Philippines here, given that I am Filipino and they're facing off against Keyd, who has slain Indonesia's best, nay, the world's best at this time. And again, just the status quo has changed, definitely. I don't even know what ML is anymore.
Yeah, safe to say
that. Like, again, just like Leo said, a lot of people would think, oh yeah, ONIC Philippines has got this. But again, Keyd has defeated ONIC Indonesia. And it may be a situation where Keyd, they're just the kryptonites. They are the yellow porcupine slayers.
Oh yeah.
Because again, like, a lot of people are hopeful for ONIC to go to the upper bracket. But what if everything is turned around and both ONICs are in the lower bracket? That would blow everyone's minds.
You know what else would blow everyone's minds? The M3 World Championship, which is powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented to you by TikTok Live. Go ahead, check it out, because we are about to get to the final game here, right? And as of right now, I do want to tell everyone, you know, what's been the pattern here? Everyone who's gotten the gold lead has lost the game. So it's time to save up properly in real life. Go ahead and check it out, guys. Be the MVP of both skill and style with the Frank debit card by OCBC Bank. Out of over 60 designs, you want to show that you are an MLBB fan, M3 fan perhaps, esports, everything is going to be ready. There are a lot of designs. Go ahead, it screams personality or your dreams.
Yeah, I already know the design I want to see.
What is that?
Todak upper bracket. Just a design of the Group B and Todak being number 1. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to use that color. Yeah, that is a very good design.
It's a very good design. But again, let's stay on topic here for the final match. ONIC Philippines and Keyd. Keyd obviously trying to look for another upset here against one of the world's best. ONIC Philippines, they lost to ONIC ID. And now, let's take a look at the standings to maybe elaborate on that point, where Keyd were able to actually take down ONIC ID, just like you mentioned.
Yep, if this doesn't go by the way of ONIC, if ONIC Philippines cannot win, this is what the final brackets are going to look like. This is the final result. Nothing is going to change. It's going to be Todak and Keyd up top, and then the 2 ONICs. This is so weird. Going to be in the lower bracket.
It's a dream. It feels like a dream.
What is ML?
What even? Where are we?
What is World
we're in Suntec in Singapore. Happy to be here. But still, looking back at it, these are the 2 teams that have just one more match, and that's why they're facing off here. I just gotta say, it's impossible now to have tiebreakers. It's just whoever wins gets that last slot. It's that simple. It's that primal. It's that important. It's that significant that they just put their best foot forward.
If ONIC Philippines win, they will move up to the upper brackets. If Keyd wins, they will go to the upper brackets.
Exactly what I said.
Yes, it is going to be very, very, you know, it's a tense moment right here, man. It's a crazy, crazy moment. All these stakes at their highest, at their top position. I'm honestly speechless right now. I don't know what to say. There's just so many surprises, but what I can say right now is that all the players right here, they're able to perform their best because of all of our sponsors. Our official gaming gear, Razer. Our official travel partner, Tumi. Our official gaming chair that has just been a very, very nice, comfortable, making our lives here really, really nice. Secret Lab. Official payment partner, Frank by OCBC. Official network partner, Singtel 5G. Partners in esports, MeWatch. And our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming.
If you're running out of things to say, Mirko, let me help you out. So far, I don't think any of these teams were playing around. Everyone has put everything on the line, and it seems like for a team like Todak, that's just how they roll. That's what pays off for them. That's the environment that they're used to. And now I'm wondering, given how Group B has gone through, Lafel, do you think this is better for ONIC Philippines or better for Keyd? Who will relish more in this world of madness, in this world of just unknown ML?
For me, I think the one that profits the most is the viewers. And let me tell you why. Because ONIC Indonesia, they did lose to Keyd. And this means that ONIC Philippines, they have to put their best foot forward. They have to respect everything that Keyd brings to the table. And let me remind you, what does Keyd bring to the table? What made it so difficult for ONIC to close out the game is because they managed to get the Estes. And in the front lines, they had the Ruby. They have a lot of control in the front lines, giving a lot of space for the Clint to deal a lot of damage. So right now, ONIC Philippines, we have seen they can turn up the tempo. They can play marksmen very well. They can play assassins very well. So against Keyd, they need to make the game faster, as well as they need to make sure that maybe not let go of that Estes, because that is so annoying.
Estes and maybe something that Luis can hold on to. Doesn't even have to be the Clint. It can maybe even be a Beatrix if it comes through. It comes through. So, all right. Speed for Keyd, but for ONIC, again, just reel it back in. Be in control. And that's how these MPL teams go. Real quick, here's another reintroduction to ONIC Philippines. Hatred, Dilarski, Marky, Kairi, and Baloyski. Each and every one of them a key element of their success in their local MPL. Now in the world stage, their medal is threatened. It's put to question. Even ONIC Esports, even their Indonesian counterparts, they have been put under the limelight. They have been scrutinized, and they find themselves now in the lower bracket.
It's a tough time for the Yellow Porcupines right now, man.
The whole franchise.
The whole franchise are struggling in this group of death, which is very, very weird to say. Again, we've been saying this so many times, but it's still really weird to see that both of these teams have been underperforming, or maybe these others are just shining real bright. As on that note, Keyd coming in right here, Prime, Takashi, Luis, King, and Mikey. This team, they are also a dark horse. We saw the Red Cannons. We watched their games yesterday. Wasn't that impressive, to be honest, but Keyd, they have certainly put themselves on the board right now, with Luis being in the middle. Very, very well deserved. This guy was the center of it all in their win against ONIC ID, and that is what they should play around.
As much as I'd like to jump on the Luis train, he's a nice guy, love his energy. I gotta give it up to everyone else, honestly. They're all such role players.
Absolutely.
Takash understands that he has to play a role. He might have to sacrifice himself. Prime, one of the most composed Estes players I've ever seen. Mikey, just the big brother that he needs to be able to help him steal these victories against these big teams. And now, I'm talking about the big brother on camera. We have here Coach Yeb of ONIC Philippines. So now he has to figure out this problem. He has to solve this puzzle.
After Group A, if you haven't bought the battle emotes, it's fine. After Group B, the group of death, if you don't buy the exclusive battle emotes that we prepared for all 16 teams, and each battle emote has its own voiceover, right? It is time to get them right now. This is time to support your team. Best moment, honestly. After the group of death, going through all of this from November 29 until December 12, you guys can cheer for your team by adding support points. Log into the game and get a free chance to support your team every day. After the event ends, the team with the most support will be presented with Player's Choice Team of M3 Award at the official site of the M3 World Championships. However, due to the contract restrictions, MVG's battle emote is not for sale at this time.
Yeah, right now we are looking at the M3 World Stage. A lot of teams fought vigorously to be on the stage. And right now, they all have the battle emotes. And I have to say, I feel like a lot of these teams have new fans right now, because playing on the biggest stage in the world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, they have shown all over the world. Mobile Legends has just expanded to the point where everyone can play, everyone can get good, and everyone can represent their country. Right now, let's talk about the spirit, because Brazil, again, very, very passionate. They will put their emotions on their sleeve. They will show it all. They will fight to the death. They will make sure that they will give it their best to go to the up bracket. So Leo, tell us about the Filipino spirit.
The Filipino spirit is all about resilience. Throughout the country's history, the people have been through so much. Pick up a book, see what the past 400 years of colonialism was like for the Filipinos. But right here, right now, it's actually a stage wherein the Philippines are kind of in control. The Filipinos have been in the limelight alongside the Indonesians, and today, that's what just makes the whole situation all the more odd, because the Indonesians, they have been secured into the lower bracket. That sounds like an oxymoron, but yeah, it's a paradox. Just the same, we are one game away from the same being said about the Philippines. So now it's passion versus resilience. It's a team that is just happy to be here, flew out about 40 hours, and is just looking for an upset up against a team that has to prove that they are still on top. I honestly have no more expectations after everything that happened today. Literally, just anything can happen, I'm here for it. I'm living for this.
The narrative has just been flipped on its own head here at the M3 World Championships. So many expectations for the Philippines, for Indonesia. It's completely been shattered here in the group of death, with Keyd now having the chance to maybe again upset the ONIC Philippines team. This is unheard of. Todak getting that top position with the surprises that keep on coming in, man. Lofel, any words for Keyd, because they're going to need it here?
I will have words for Keyd, but I want to give a word for Group B in general. As an analyst, I write things down. I want to remember all of these moments. But today, I put my pen down. I don't want to miss any action on screen. And I feel like that is the same amount of attention everyone has to give towards this game. Because Keyd, they still have a lot of surprises for ONIC Philippines. And ONIC Philippines, I feel like, just like what Leo has said, they have to prove themselves. Because it's not even just simple as winning. It's about to show your dominance. It's to make your whole country really trust in you again, that this is the year of the Philippines. 2021, they will win every single thing. This win means so much to them.
I have some words for Group B as well, specifically ONIC Philippines and Keyd. In their native tongue of Portuguese, obrigada, thank you, maraming salamat for ONIC Philippines, because they put on such a show. Honestly, whatever happens here, they have trumped Group A in surprises. Yes, we went double overtime yesterday with 2 more best of ones, but today, who'd have thought that the results were as we saw earlier in the leaderboard. So, obrigada, maraming salamat. Thank you so much to Group B. I can't wait for this draft to begin, because this is the last draft for the night, and it couldn't be any more epic.
No one can wait. Everyone is on the edge of their seats right now, all right? This is one thing we need to mention again. Everyone who overlooked Todak, they have proved them wrong. And Keyd, they are on the way to doing that as well. They did it against ONIC ID. No one, and I literally mean no one, maybe apart from the Brazilian fans, thought that this team was gonna be able to beat the world's best at the time, and they did it. Now, one more huge hurdle is in front of them. Will they be able to take these Titans down? We mentioned their roster, everyone shining in their own role, but it is all gonna come down to this final moment. So much pressure on both of the teams.
Yeah, and before we go into the draft, I feel like I represent all of the casters here, especially Gani. The fact that if both ONICs go to the bottom, go to the low bracket, that's a big boom, bang, bada bing.
Yeah, words just come up to my head.
Shout out to Gani.
Shout out to Gani.
No, I gotta say there's some logic here, because if Keyd does beat ONIC, then we now know that in the grander scheme of things, in the ecosystem that is the MLBB esports world stage, they're not so effective against canids, but they're effective against porcupines. Hedgehogs, I'm sorry. Right? For so long now, they've been trying to take down the red canids, but apparently they're meant to take down hedgehogs. Who'd have thunk?
I am just so speechless because in Indonesia, man, ONIC ID, they are called the king of the skies because of how dominant they've been throughout the regular season of MPL Season 7, of MPL Season 8. ONIC Philippines, they've had the banana split, playing their own way, basically just, using this to get to that second place at that grand finals of MPL PH as well. Both of these teams finally now showing their peak out of their history, right?
Interesting, you mentioned history. These two teams started their last playoffs in the upper bracket. They first locked in their grand finals, and it was their opponents, the eventual champions, that took them down. So they share that bond. They understand what it's like to work really hard and claim this spot in the M3 World Championships to only be denied that trophy over there in their own local MPL. So this is a lot of respect coming in from Keyd and ONIC PH.
A lot of respect being shown by both of these teams, but yeah, exactly. That's what they need at this point, right? You can't overlook anyone. You can't really feel like any game is going to be easy because you know for a fact, even if, let's say, Keyd loses in the gold lead, they have the willpower. They've flown here not just to represent their country. They want to win it all. That goes for every single team that is participating.
Yep, and funnily enough, the word for respect in Portuguese and in Filipino is the same. Respeto. Respeto. You say it a little different, but it's the same exact word. So if they share this, then all the more it makes sense. And that's what they need. They need to respect each other, and they need to play their best. They need to understand that, okay, the Estes on Prime is a threat. The Clint on Luis is a threat. Marky, whatever he decides to play is scary. If you give Kyrie assassins, then all the more that should be scary as well. Hell, Kyrie can now play Nathan confidently. That honestly was just a little unnerving for me, but I guess he grew in the time that we haven't seen him in the offseason. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to these two teams just evolving, growing out of what people expected them to do, because that's what happened to Keyd. I think in the conversations leading up to M3 is between those two Brazilian representatives, Keyd had all the room to grow. Keyd was all the more primed, puns intended, to soon one day become kings of their own realm. So now, it's just amazing to think that in the blink of an eye, we're bound for that destiny.
Yeah, and right now, the tagline, I can see it. The tagline for M3 is maybe.
I thought you were going to say something epic. Maybe?
Right? No, because again, it's like, can this team win? Maybe. Is it possible that they will lose?
Yes.
Maybe. Because again, it's like, yeah, I know this is how we set up comedy. We put up expectations and then turn it on its head, which kind of is what happening at Group B. In fact, the entire group stage is a comedy. You expect something, and then something else happens, and then people laugh. And speaking of laughing, I'm hearing bands.
You're hearing bands on top.
I laugh when I hear bands.
Me too. Because that means we are in for the drafts right here. Again, we're still waiting on it just for a little bit. But I think the players are in the drafts already. We'll have to see what goes on. But now, as we are on that point, what do you think Keyd needs to ban away from the side of ONIC PH? And same goes vice versa for ONIC PH.
All right, let me try to give the skinny here on what Keyd should take away. I think their strategy of banning out assassins is a good idea. Yeah, so as we try to reestablish this draft, I'd say when we do get in, Keyd, get rid of assassins.
I'm just so happy that the amount of maybes that we have in the game, that even the players are like, you're gonna have a huge surprise. We're not even gonna show you the draft. We're gonna go into the game first, and then everyone will be just like, wow, maybe.
Comedy.
Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. It's comedy. It's boom, bang, bada, bing.
Oh, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get straight into the game instantly here for the final game of Group of Death here for Keyd. They have the Esmeralda, Matilda, Yisun, Shin, Lunox, and Selena. For the side of ONIC PH, they've drafted for the Popo and Koopa, Rafaela, now with the Barca, going in with the Amon in the jungle position, and also Larsky using that Uranus.
Oh, I'm surprised. Honestly, did not expect to see the Uranus out. And this was one hero I was hoping that will pull through, and that is the Esmeralda. But we must acknowledge as well, on the side of Keyd right now, there is a comfort hero, a notorious hero on one of their star players, and that's Luis on his trademark, Luis Nox.
Luis on his Lunox right
Yeah,
there.
no, legit. Like, there are stories told of this Lunox in MPL Brazil wherein teams would just ban it out straight up, like, don't give it to Luis.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Let's see what he can do on that Lunox right now. As so far, he is able to actually farm up really, really well, but it's going to be Prime chunked really to half HP right there. ONIC now still with the pressure in the early stages. This is what Amon wants to do as well. Using all the pressure from that the side lanes create to get a snowball going, to get maybe some kills.
Different kind of aim on this time around from ONIC PH. We last saw them play this in the mid lane. Hatred shouting out our previous M2 champions in Brenny Sports. Now it's being played in the jungle. Dilarski gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, Lorski in a bit of a pickle right now, still able to get away. Now gets his ultimate, so the consecration is ready. It's going to be really hard to get a kill onto Larski, and that's exactly what he knows. He knows the power spike. He is already going to go to cut the wave here with Amon also playing in that bottom side. It's going to be extremely safe, but wait a minute. ONIC, they're looking to push every single wave now with the bottom side clamped already. It's going to be the Feather Airstrike coming in. Prime forced to back away, and Amon has just been chunking that turtle down. So it's safe to say that the turtle will be taken uncontested for the side of the ONIC Philippine team.
In another slew of averting expectations, you would like to think I would build up the Filipino team. But right now, it looks like Keyd understands the dynamics. And I think a lot of that is on the back of Prime, who in his day was once a top global #1 Selena player. So this is a very, very serious lineup that Keyd brought.
It is a serious lineup. They're not holding anything back right now. They are going to go for their comfort picks, for their favorite picks right here, because there's nothing to lose at this point. You win, you go to the upper brackets. You lose, it's over. You go to the lower brackets. The chances, the double chance that you would have in the playoffs will be taken away from you, and that's the way they've been playing as well. They've been very proactive on the map, and that's where we're going to have to see Mikey going in, instantly just taken down. Miscommunication coming, but it's going to be Luis actually jumping in with the Order of the Chaos, still able to dish out some damage, but Kyrie jumps in back again to try to get a pick up. So far, 1-for-0 for the side of ONIC PH.
Too soon for Luis Didi to try that, but Lafel.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the draft from ONIC Philippines, and what they should really do is pressure the side lane. They have a Popokupa, they have a Rafaela, there's a lot of sustain there, but they also have the Farsa to really push everyone out of the way. So I want to see ONIC Philippines to be really aggressive on those lanes, especially when they have when we look at K, they have a lot of scaling heroes. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Yi Shin, they have the Lunox. If ONIC Philippines doesn't put on the gas right now, if they don't turn on turbo, it could spell trouble.
It could spell trouble, man. Oh, Abyssal Arrow is going to whiff right there. Prime using Abyssal Arrows, but it's going to be Kyrie rotating to the mid lane, trying to get a cheeky gang inside, goes back invisible, and that's going to be Beloyski flickering in front with the Holy Baptism, only connecting onto Mikey. It is the roamers. So far, Keyd are still okay. Kyrie just being such a nuisance here, using that invisibility, utilizing it perfectly in this game so far.
Yep, he's able to use it to bully away the opposing jungler. So there is an interesting relationship here between Kyrie and King. Yes, King has the superior vision, but Kyrie can bully him out. He can weave in and out of these traps set in by the Selena, set in by the Mountain Shocker. There is advanced vision on the side of Keyd, but I guess ONIC Philippines, the reason why they're owning the map so much is because they're making their rotations count. And look at this switcheroo. Mark has already moved down to the bottom lane. He's already finished up with the tier 1 up top, and Luis couldn't even answer back.
Absolutely, Kyrie already now going in again. The setup is just really nice. ONIC Philippines with the banana split once again, splitting up the map, getting the pressure on that bottom side, and instantly just capitalizing on that. Feather Airstrike now comes in, only to poke the members from the side of Keyd. And right now, with just one kill, they have been able to get a lot of gold. But actually, Kyrie jumps in for some damage onto Takashi. Not going to be able to get that pick off just yet, as both teams are still playing it really passively, playing it for the objectives. Popo and Koopa has been chunking that bottom side turret.
Love the call that Beloyski or whoever said, Marky, get out of there, there's 4 on the way, but he still fights back.
Yeah, he's not scared at all, man. That is what the Popo and Koopa is for here, Lafel, as the items have popped up.
Yeah, right now we're looking at Marky. He is, I would say, on the way towards that Blade of Despair. It's going to be a very big item because the damage coming from Bidem Koopa is going to be crazy. But Kyrie as well, he's already finished his Feather of Heaven. He's pretty okay to fight. But I'm really looking at ONIC Philippines right now at the bottom lane. This might be the time they want to turn up the speed.
Takashi now caught in the bad situation, still able to run away right now, using the Purify to get away. But on the other side, Larsky is also caught in a little bit of a pickle, but still has that consecration, still has that flicker. ONIC Philippines, though, this is what they like to do. The banana split is coming in once again here, getting the second tier turret in the 6th minute of the game.
I was about to say, there's so much that ONIC PH is working with, and one of the main proprietors, one of the main reasons why is because of the CEO, Delarsky up top. He's always been trying to get the attention of Keyd, and finally, they bite and they get something, but at what cost? I'm guessing mid lane turret here.
Yeah, they're leaving the Selena in the mid lane. She doesn't have any wave clear whatsoever, and that's going to be ONIC Philippines taking the trade, going in for that mid lane turret. It surely is going to be much, much worth it. And there you go, another turret to set up for the next turtle. ONIC Philippines, they're just so good at splitting up the map, playing with the pressure, and setting up for objectives. This is ONIC at their best.
Right now, looking at this game, there's not a lot of deaths, but there's a lot of activities going on. This shows the level of gameplay that they have. Very, very high gameplay. Not looking for kills, objectives.
Oh, but wait a minute, Turtle, that's going to be slain right there from the side of Keyd. Able to run away for now, but Mikey's going to get sniped by the Feather Airstrike. 1 for the price of the Turtle. Keyd is able to finally get the second objective of the game.
This is still home to these two teams. I honestly have seen a game where Keyd was sitting at like 15 minutes and the score was 2-3. Same I can say for ONIC Philippines. I may have casted that game as well, wherein they beat a team and the scoreline was at what, 16 minutes? Same, about 2-3. So these two teams, they know this playstyle very well. They understand what it means to isolate certain members, get out of team fights with just the skin of your hair. And right now, that's what Mikey is doing for Keyd, that guiding wind. That's what Boloyski is doing with that Rafaela using the holy healing. So this is exactly the nature of the beast. This is the kind of environment that these two teams have built for themselves using this draft.
Yeah, ONIC Philippines' draft right here, they're really good at actually picking off targets as well with the Amon and also just the Farsa to burst in, right? So actually, the Yi Sun Shin coming in from Keyd, really, really smart choice. Going in for the Mountain Chakra, opening up the map, but this is going to be the Abyssal Arrow actually connecting onto Marky. Look at that. It's going to be everyone following it up, but the stun comes in and the Feather Airstrike will be enough to take Louise down. Marky will be able to pick up the kill. It's going to be Mikey jumping in. The Falling Simon will be able to connect onto 3, but there's no follow. King has just joined the fight, and that's 3 members taken now with nothing on the board for Keyd.
King joining the fight, that's the M2 logo. Today we are to the top, and they just toppled 1 by 1, 3 for none, all the way straight into Tier 2. Even Tier 2 mid is in trouble now, so I'm surprised that ONIC PH did try to save up and get more resources in their jungle. But Lafel, break down what happened here.
This is what it looks like when you have a 3k gold lead. Look at the damage from the Farsa. Farsa is standing in behind, but more importantly, Marky with that Popol and Koopa. Once he has that Blade of Despair, the damage coming from both of that heroes. Again, Koopa is also a hero. Let's not forget about the beasts over there. They are very strong. The burst damage is very, very high. And ONIC Philippines, they have full control of the map.
4 turret lead right now for the side of ONIC Philippines. That will mean that they will have pressure onto both of the side lanes right now. Even the mid lane, they're going to win in pressure everywhere across the map. Only the 2 inhibitor turrets left in those side lanes. And there you have it. With the pressure, insane setup, there's nothing Keyd can do. What they need to do right now is scale up. But do they have that much time?
Can I just say how happy I am that Popol and Koopa is finally a marksman? He's being treated like the marksman that he indeed is. For the longest time in his pro career, this little boy and his wolf has been used as a tank or even a support hero. But now, in the hands of Marky, it's lethal.
It is lethal again. Larsky, he gets engaged on, but he has the consecration and the flicker. It's not even a threat to him at this point of the game. And that's, again, ONIC Philippines just using their lead very intelligently, getting every single objective on the board. And notice this, they haven't even used the Lord. It's still marching down that top side. Now with the Feather Airstrike used up, it's going to be the Mountain Chakra still taking a little bit of health from the side of Hatred right now. So we'll see what happens here, because Farsa won't have the Feather Airstrike. Takashi goes in for Falling Time, gets stunned up by Marky right there, as Abyssal Arrow will be able to connect, but only onto the Roamer. The defense is very, very good for the side of Keyd, but it buys them a little bit more time. But ONIC Philippines just so good with the siege. They use everything as a distraction to set up for more. And right now, as of this moment, 10-minute item check.
Right now, the items are there, but I do have to say, this is the most interesting game of chess that I have ever seen. Both of these players are playing 1 or 2 steps ahead, especially ONIC Philippines.
Absolutely, but there you go. It's going to be another fight right now. It's going to be Takashi actually trying to look for a desperate engage. Instantly, ONIC Philippines, they know what they're here to do. They didn't want to overcommit into anything, and that was just Keyd missing out on the engage.
The fact is they don't need to overcommit. The only really one who's putting his nose where it doesn't belong is Dilarsky, the CEO. He's checking for what he might be able to invest in, and right now it looks like a team fight.
It is a team fight, but the airstrike has been popped once again. It deals some damage onto the backside. It's going to be ONIC Philippines picking up first blood in this team fight, but we'll have to see what happens next. The turret will go down, and ONIC Philippines, they have the lead. They're going to go in all the way, and that's going to be the follow-up damage coming in to silence Luis, and that is a 2-for-0 with the inhibitor turrets as well. ONIC Philippines are looking scary now, man.
Currently, Dilarsky, the CEO, is investing in a hostile takeover. They're using tooth and nail everything they got, their whole kit, to be able to take down turrets and heroes. And there's only 3 defenders left on the side of Keyd.
Three defenders left on the side of Keyd. Kyrie jumps in for some damage, able to get one more down, but it is going to be the base picked up. They are going to the upper brackets. Philippines, you have a representative. Again, both of the Filipino teams have made it qualified to the upper brackets.
After this, we're gonna look at numbers because, again, this is a chess match. Not a lot of kills. A lot of rotation is going on. And the thing is, we did talk about it. ONIC Philippines, they have to pick up the pace. They need to force Keyd to follow their own way of playing. And Keyd looks like we don't know what to do because everything happened in a flash. It's just like, oh, suddenly like one turret is gone and then the other turret is gone. And then it's like, oh, we have to force a team fight. And then their HP is gone. This game is magic.
Yep, it's ONIC magic.
That was ONIC, yeah.
Yep. I gotta say, the reason why this happened as well, at least from my point of view, is Keyd, they were not playing in their element. Again, what a poetic way to end the night. Starting out with a defeat, a comeback defeat coming in the hands of ONIC Esports. That was pretty expected. We know that ONIC Esports is capable of that. But from then on, it was the wild, wild west. It was a twilight zone for all of us. For you youths who don't know what that is, look it up. But all the way, we end up again to an expected situation. This is what we knew ONIC Philippines is capable of, and we knew that in a world where they're in control, they will always win. And again, they were just outpacing Keyd at every turn, and that's what led to this very, very quick victory.
ONIC Philippines, they started out at the bottom of their groups and they ended the night at the top. That was just brilliant. Man, what a day.
This is the understatement of the day. What a day.
What a day.
Pretty normal.
Pretty normal. Yes, it's pretty normal, you know. All things considered, we have to look at this game again later on because, again, a lot to dissect, but I kind of feel like this is one of those games where the highlights not going to show much.
Yeah, the highlights are just turret taken, the objective taken, man.
It's going to show a lot of Marky and Lupa just... And, oh, of course, Kyrie coming in with interesting kills as the A-man, and Dilarsky buying so much time.
But either way, right now, for you to actually be able to do that, you need clear-cut communication. And with that, you need the Razer Hammerhead. True wireless, cutting-edge earbuds destined to dominate the sound stage. And again, in terms of when you guys are playing your games, especially Mobile Legends, you need to have absolutely no distractions at all. With the technology of the active noise cancellation, we tried ourselves, and the noise cancellation is so crazy. I can barely hear myself think.
I couldn't hear shot calls, bro.
I couldn't hear anything.
That's why I kept farming.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it is time to take a look at the items right now. It's your time to shine, LaFell. Show us what you've got.
All right, so when we're looking at the items, we only need to look at one item each for each of the players from ONIC Philippines. Because again, that is their power spike. For the side of Marky, he has a lot of items, but the Blade of Despair, that is the one that we really have to look at because once he has completed that, he basically can delete anyone on the side of Keyd. But having that endless battle is almost, I would say, overkill. Looking at Hatred over here, he farmed up pretty fast. But having just that Clock of Destiny plus the Lightning Truncheon, it makes it very difficult for anyone from Keyd to go to the front, because even without the Feather S-Strike, the damage coming out from this Farsa is going to be very, very strong. Kyrie, gotta say, I didn't see him much. That's an invisible pun for you guys that did not catch that. But yeah, over here, he was prepared to fight a long battle, actually. Looking at the items that he has built, the Feather of Heaven, along with the Genius One, it looks like he is prepared in case if he has to fight the longer strain fight, primarily using the damage from his passive and such, just to be a nuisance in the back. But since everything went well, it's all Marky, it's all hatred. And of course, Delarsky being the CEO that demands attention, everywhere he goes, they need to commit 4 people to take him down. And when you need 4 people to take him down, there's multiple places in the map that's gonna be very empty. But right now, we're gonna look at the MVP of the game. The most valuable player for ONIC Philippines is the CEO, Delarsky over here. 116 match. KDA 70% kill participation. Leo, talk us through this MVP.
Again, he does this all the time. It's one of his textbook signature moves. Is just, hey, look at me.
Wow.
If you don't, I'm gonna start taking down turrets, and that's what happened in the lower, in the bottom lane inhibitor. Can you believe it? A single Uranus did that. It's because you did pay attention.
That's what happened when you don't pay attention.
Yeah. He booked the meeting.
Happens.
He booked the meeting. It was in your calendar. You checked your email, but you didn't come. So he took down your turret.
Yeah, you took down your turret right there. He robbed your house. But man, I do want to pay my respects to Delarsky here. This game was a game of chess, like you mentioned. It was all just brains, macro plays, and Delarsky, he shined through it all, man. The thing is, for the side of ONIC Philippines, a lot of people have been saying, mechanics. We've got Kyrie, we've got the highest mechanical jungler in the world. We have Delarsky, we have all these players, but macro-wise, they are also one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. That is what they showed here against Keyd, and it is time to take a look at the highlights for the macro game.
Yeah, and right now, look at how fast each HP just drops down. From the side of ONIC Philippines, they kind of played it in a slower pace kind of game, because when we say in terms of the game of chess, they need to set their set pieces first. Once everything is in sight, look at this. This is a forced team fight, and look at the damage coming from Marky. Again, Popol and Koopa, shout out to Wolf. The Wolf in the front takes a lot of damage, but can also deal a lot of damage. This is a situation where they can do everything. Just like you said, you want to fight mechanics? Let's go. You want to fight brains? Let's go. They don't care what kind of match you want to play, they will still win. This is ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and there you go. There is the highlights. Probably the shortest match highlight that we've seen here at the M3 World Championships. Because again, it was all about the brain. There were no really crazy flashy moments, crazy explosive moments. Most of the team fights ended with 1-2 players dying. Never did we see a wipeout, a triple kill. No crazy explosive movements, but that is Mobile Legends. It is all about the objectives. If you're able to go at it smart, play with your objectives, it's going to be a smooth road.
Yeah, very calculated approach. These two teams went for it, but going into the draft, Keyd just wasn't equipped. The lineup that they brought was something that wanted to actually get down and dirty. All of the adjectives that you brought up earlier. But ONIC Philippines, it was so clear. They wanted to do banana split. Delarsky was going to distract the rest of Keyd, and then Marky and the Hatred were just gonna blow up waves and turrets and call it a day. Honestly, I didn't even know what time this ended. Was it under 10 minutes? Was it under 11? Because if so, then we might have a new record.
Yeah. It's around 12, 13 minutes. But Mirko, let's look at the bigger picture right now. In terms of the group stage, it has been crazy. ONIC Philippines and Todak, they're going to the upper brackets. And right now, Keyd, and I'm pretty sure no one expected this, ONIC Indonesia, they will have to claw from the lower brackets.
No one expected that, and honestly, that is just still so surprising. ONIC ID, after such high highs, winning MPL Season 8, winning the MPLI so dominantly as well, losing out in the group stage to Keyd and Todak. This is why. This is basically the moral of the story. Don't underestimate anyone.
As the saying goes, heavy is the head that carries the crown. And going into M3, it was ONIC Indonesia that was actually crowned the strongest team so far in the world. But today, story has just been rewritten.
Yeah, and this is what's the most interesting. What everyone is looking at right now, this is pieces of the playoffs. And as of right now, I am very interested to see the playoffs because as of right now, I'm looking at the lower bracket and I'm afraid.
Yeah.
The teams in the lower bracket, Keyd, ONIC Indonesia, Malvinas Gaming, Red Canids, I wouldn't want to face any of these teams. Right now, the lower bracket is really, anyone going that is going to death row because no one is easy because we've seen Group A and Group B, just these two groups, every single team has to be taken with high respects and you have to take them seriously because the moment you slip, you're gonna fall very, very hard.
And this is when the elimination starts to happen, man. So if you thought the group stage had high stakes, man, you are in for a treat because the lower brackets, you lose here, you're going home. There's no more chances. That is why it is crucial to go in for that upper bracket slot. And now we are going to take a look at day number 3. What do we have in store for you guys to conclude the third group right now? It is a very interesting group. We got EVO Singapore going against See You Soon from Cambodia. We have Navi from CIS going against BTK from the USA.
Here you go.
Man.
Before you start naming all the teams playing and all the matches, there's 6 of them happening. I just gotta say, all of them are must-watches.
It is.
All of them are must-watches because we get to see the best from NA, we get to see the best of the CIS, and we get to see the hometown heroes, SG, and then, of course, the underdogs. They have carried the hype of being the next Burmese Ghouls, but see you soon. I'm just happy to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously. Right now this group is looking amazing. While we're still here, I just have to give a shout out to the Philippines because both of their teams have gone to the upper bracket, so big respects. But Leo, I'm pretty sure even you have to agree. You're happy, but even you have to agree it's not gonna be easy.
No. Today was quite the roller coaster. I am emotionally spent.
I don't know what to say anymore, honestly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, your team. Yeah,
exactly.
All right.
I'm pretty sad right now, man. ONIC losing that in that fashion. You can see smiles from the left and the right. I'm only here. I'm confused, man. What's going on?
Sandwich.
It's a different kind of sandwich.
It's a sad.
It's a sad sandwich. It's a sandwich.
You know the whole Gordon Ramsay the sandwich.
Yeah.
This is it.
You're a sandwich.
You're a sandwich.
I'm a sandwich. Oh my God!
Well,
but yeah, again,
sandwich.
There is still one hope for me. RRQ Hoshi is still, still has a chance now. Honestly, after looking at ONIC's performance, I'm kind of doubting myself. But hopefully, right? Hopium. I'm gonna go for the Hopium. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Group C will be concluded in tomorrow's matches. So many crazy moments here today, but we are going to end it off. We are going to close the show. It's been Mirko, Leo, and Lofel. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned because tomorrow we're going to see the best in the world compete once again.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Too good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we run to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't fight just like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a